Ionic enables web developers to build cross-platform apps with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript frameworks like React, Angular, or Vue. Use Ionic components and hooks to native device APIs to build fast, beautiful apps for mobile, desktop, and web, all in one codebase. Learn more today.
What content do you need today? All blog posts? Just the ones in English? And only a list of their titles and cover images? Or are you building a specific landing page and prefer content mapped to React components? Choose TypeScript SDK with Fluent API or GraphQL and get content fast. Content by Kentico.
As a developer, you need to deliver fast, and you simply don't have the time to constantly think about security. Neuralegion can help. We give you, the developer, comprehensive and fast security testing automation for your entire application on every pull request. With every new pull request, Nexploit will run all the security tests your app needs without false positives. We can integrate directly with your CI/CD pipelines, whatever your environment. So what are you waiting for? Add Nexploit to your project and start doing unit security testing today.
Sanity, a popular choice for Jamstack applications, which stands for JavaScript, APIs, and Markup. Sanity is part of the A in the Jamstack. It provides an open source studio where you can model your content with JavaScript and manage it in the browser. Meanwhile, the actual data is stored in the cloud in what's known as a content lake, which can then be queried from a front-end application quickly with its built-in CDN, while supporting features like GraphQL, webhooks, and real-time updates.
Your app just crashed. The phone running it has exploded. It was struck by a hammer manufactured in 2005 by Harry's Hammers. The hammer's head is composed of 75% nickel, 20% steel, and 5% iron. The phone flew into the air at an 86-degree angle and came crashing down at 11 miles per hour.
The wonderful part of Shopify is you work with so many different expertise levels that together you find the right solution at scale. And that's where the real joy of the complexity comes from.
Commerce is evolving and we're going to evolve with it. And I love that it means that there is always more work we could be doing.
When you're building an application, there's a lot of pressure to keep security vulnerabilities out of your code. But no matter how skilled you are, between your own code, dependencies, and configurations, you can't catch them all on your own. But that's why Sneak's here. We're the secure development platform that can extend the security reach of every developer. With Sneak, you don't have to handle security vulnerabilities on your own. Sneak. Develop fast. Stay secure.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
Ionic enables web developers to build cross-platform apps with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript frameworks like React, Angular, or Vue. Use Ionic components and hooks to native device APIs to build fast, beautiful apps for mobile, desktop, and web, all in one codebase. Learn more today.
What content do you need today? All blog posts? Just the ones in English? And only a list of their titles and cover images? Or are you building a specific landing page and prefer content mapped to React components? Choose TypeScript SDK with Fluent API or GraphQL and get content fast. Content by Kentico.
As a developer, you need to deliver fast, and you simply don't have the time to constantly think about security. Neuralegion can help. We give you, the developer, comprehensive and fast security testing automation for your entire application on every pull request. With every new pull request, Nexploit will run all the security tests your app needs without false positives. We can integrate directly with your CI/CD pipelines, whatever your environment. So what are you waiting for? Add Nexploit to your project and start doing unit security testing today.
Sanity, a popular choice for Jamstack applications, which stands for JavaScript, APIs, and markup. Sanity is part of the A in the Jamstack. It provides an open source studio where you can model your content with JavaScript and manage it in the browser. Meanwhile, the actual data is stored in the cloud in what's known as a content lake, which can then be queried from a front-end application quickly with its built-in CDN, while supporting features like GraphQL, webhooks, and real-time updates.
Your app just crashed. The phone running it has exploded. It was struck by a hammer manufactured in 2005 by Harry's Hammers. The hammer's head is composed of 75% nickel, 20% steel, and 5% iron. The phone flew into the air at an 86-degree angle and came crashing down at 11 miles per hour.
The wonderful part of Shopify is you work with so many different expertise levels that together you find the right solution at scale. And that's where the real joy of the complexity comes from.
Commerce is evolving and we're going to evolve with it. And I love that it means that there is always more work we could be doing.
When you're building an application, there's a lot of pressure to keep security vulnerabilities out of your code. But no matter how skilled you are, between your own code, dependencies, and configurations, you can't catch them all on your own. But that's why Sneak's here. We're the secure development platform that can extend the security reach of every developer. With Sneak, you don't have to handle security vulnerabilities on your own. Sneak. Develop fast. Stay secure.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
When you want to get off the darkest ground, the gravity pulls you straight down. Earth from a bird's eye view. You should grow feathers and see this too.
Oh, I'll have a look. Okay.
When you want to get off the darkest ground, the gravity pulls you straight down.
Oh, Nathaniel from the speaker room. An orange pass against the speaker room. she just told me to grab one because we are from the AV team. We need the family.
Hey, I'm Sid. I work in the design system team at GitHub, and I want to talk about walking the fine line between flexibility and consistency. So let's start directly with code. I have this alert.
So yeah, we need to just grab one of the guys from the speaker lounge. Thank you.
Ionic enables web developers to build cross-platform apps with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript frameworks like React, Angular, or Vue. Use Ionic components and hooks to native device APIs to build fast, beautiful apps for mobile, desktop, and web, all in one code base. Learn more today.
Also, remember the audio is very, very noisy. So you're going to have to speak very clearly to it. So either come closer or get close to, try and keep the person in close proximity to. Well, I have these which you plug in, but the problem is if you're speaking to anybody, you won't be able to hear. But is that a problem?
Posts,
or would you
just
rather
the
use
ones
these?
in English, and only a list of their titles and cover images? Or are you building a specific landing page and prefer content wrapped through React components? Choose TypeScript SDK with Fluent API
and that's it.
or
You can hold it like that.
GraphQL and get content fast. Content by Kentico.
Yeah, that's a really good idea. Yeah.
As a developer, you need to deliver fast, and you simply don't have the time to constantly think about security. Neuralegion can help. We give you, the developer, comprehensive and fast security testing automation for your entire application on every pull request. With every new pull request, NEXT.js will run all the security tests your app needs without false positives. We can integrate directly with your CI/CD pipelines, whatever your environment. So what are you waiting for? Add Nexploit to your project and start doing unit security testing today.
Sanity, a popular choice for Jamstack applications, which stands for JavaScript, APIs, and markup. Sanity is part of the A in the Jamstack. It provides an open source studio where you can model your content with JavaScript and manage it in the browser. Meanwhile, the actual data is stored in the cloud in what's known as a content lake, which can then be queried from a front-end application quickly with its built-in CDN, while supporting features like GraphQL, webhooks, and real-time updates.
I'm just getting used to this. Honestly, I feel like the facial tracking needs to be trained darker. This is selfie time.
Your app just crashed. The phone running it has exploded.
No way I can
It was
take
struck by a hammer manufactured in 2005 by Harry's Hammers. The hammer's head is composed of 75% nickel, 20% steel, and 5% iron. The phone flew into the air at an 86-degree angle and came crashing down at 11 miles per hour.
The wonderful part of Shopify is you work with so many different expertise levels
we have to
that
speak
together
really
you find the right
I wish
solution
that was
at
like a
scale.
level.
And that's where the real joy of the complexity comes from.
Commerce is evolving and we're going to evolve with it. And I love that it means that there is always more work we could be doing.
When you're building an application, there's a lot of pressure to keep security vulnerabilities out of your code. But no matter how skilled you are, between your own code, dependencies, and configurations, you can't catch them all on your own. But that's why Sneak's here. We're the secure development platform that can extend the security reach of every developer. With Sneak, you don't have to handle security vulnerabilities on your own. Sneak. Develop fast. Stay secure.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
Again, but let's all start on stage. For the second opening, doesn't help. I tried to message him to be like, I lost you, and then my message got there. Where are you? And I was like, how was your track going? They're just the same, they just continue.
We have to cut into this like small business or whatever. I was like, what do you want me to do about it? So I just like do his thing, and then thankfully Sid went under time, so
Ionic enables web developers to build cross-platform apps with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript frameworks like React, Angular, or Vue. Use Ionic components and hooks to native device APIs
I feel
to build
like
fast,
so we had a
beautiful
few
apps for
A/B
mobile,
issues
desktop,
that
and
made
web,
us
all in
late.
one code base.
So we're quite
Learn more
behind.
today.
But other than that, it's been good. It's been good audience, yeah. And it's like every time we try to catch up, something else happens and we get further behind. I feel like actually maybe what we should do is have the next speaker just get on stage and get connected while we're doing the Q&A.
What content do
It
you
just
need
sucks
today?
because everyone can
All
see them
blog
go on
posts,
stage and
just the
faffing
ones
about.
in
But I feel like that
and
would
only a
be
list of their
the
titles
best
and cover
time.
images? Or are you building a specific landing page and prefer content mapped to React components?
One-on-one, yeah.
Choose TypeScript SDK with Fluent API or GraphQL and get content fast. Content by
our
content
AV guy keeps skipping. Like, so we haven't
As a
done any of this
developer,
work
you
yet.
need to deliver fast, and you simply don't
But
have
what's
the
been
time to
awkward is
constantly
like
think
we
about
don't have
security.
the
Neuralegion can help.
speaker notes.
We give you, the developer,
Did we on that last
comprehensive and
one?
fast
Okay.
security
That was 'cause I went
testing
and had a
automation
word.
for your entire application on every pull request. With every
Stern
new pull
talking to
request,
I was like-
NEXT.js will
I
run
was like,
all the security
pump
tests
myself,
your
make
app
myself
needs
look
without
big.
false positives. We can integrate directly with your CI/CD pipelines, whatever your environment. So what are you waiting for? Add Nexploit to your project and start doing
Oh no, I'm
unit
waiting
security
for him to
testing
tell me
today.
when to go live.
Sanity, a popular choice for
Alright, I'll come
Jamstack
find you at some
applications,
point.
which stands for JavaScript, APIs, and
Hello.
markup. Sanity
In
is
a
part
moment,
of the A
I
in
will
the
be,
Jamstack.
so
It
the
provides an open source
audience can
studio
join
where you
in
can
some
model
of
your
the
content
fun. So
with JavaScript
I will
and
be
manage it
walking
in
up
the
to
browser.
people, especially
Meanwhile,
people with
the
white
actual
lanyards,
data
and
is
saying
stored
hi.
in the cloud
Hey,
in what's known
sorry,
as
was
a
I supposed to
content
follow
lake,
you?
which can then
Okay.
be queried from a front-end application
Well, like,
quickly with its built-in
Oh, we are
CDN,
right now.
while supporting features like GraphQL,
Hey
webhooks,
folks,
and real-time
sorry,
updates.
you just had to listen to a private conversation. Welcome, my name is Nathaniel Okenwa. I'm gonna be your host and guide throughout this time. Now, I'm not sure if you can hear me. I'm just gonna pretend you can. We're gonna walk around and take a tour
Your app just
of
crashed.
the
The
stage.
phone
Now,
running it has
so
exploded.
much
It was struck by
going
a
on.
hammer manufactured in
Literally,
2005
so
by
many
Harry's
times.
Hammers.
But
The
it's
hammer's
so
head is
much. Look at
composed of
this, look at this,
75% nickel,
look at
20%
how
steel,
many people.
and 5%
Look at
iron.
that.
The phone
So
flew
many
into the air
people
at
hanging
86-degree
out.
angle
I
and
hope you
came
get to
crashing
hang
down
out as
11
well.
miles per hour.
The wonderful
I'm gonna
part
go
of
around
Shopify
and
is
see
you
if
work with
I
so
can
many
actually have a
different expertise
conversation
levels
with
that
some of
together
the
you
people
find the
here.
right solution
People
at
lining
scale.
up for
And that's where the
coffee,
real
what people
joy of the
grabbing
complexity
snacks
comes from.
Commerce
has
is
been
evolving, and we're going
so
to
you should
evolve with
definitely
it. And I love
check
that
it
it means
out.
that there is always more work
So
we
many
could be
people.
doing.
I'm gonna need to go around and make new friends as well at some point. It's been like, look at the feet,
When you're
look at that.
building an application, there's a
So
lot of pressure to
good.
keep security
It's so good.
vulnerabilities out of your
Yeah.
code. But no matter
Yo,
how
this
skilled
is
you
one
are,
of the people
between
you
your
gave
own
it
code,
to.
dependencies,
Did I
and
get
configurations,
it?
you
How did it
can't
go?
catch them all on your own.
Well,
But that's why Sneaks here.
This is
We're the secure
Ruben. Nice
development
to meet you,
platform
Ruben.
that
You're
can
talking
extend the
about
security
microprocessors,
reach of
right?
every developer.
Nice,
With
nice.
Sneak,
Now, I
you
know
don't
some
have to
people
handle
maybe
security
expect that
vulnerabilities
recording
on
later
your
if they
own.
haven't already.
Sneak,
But
develop
super
fast,
excited. Your
stay
talk was
secure.
amazing. Also, love the question and answers that you gave after. Love to you around. There's been so much going on. So much that you can join in. So we are going to be going to the main stage
Find and
in a
fix
little
security
bit.
vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
Ionic enables web developers to build cross-platform apps with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript frameworks like React, Angular, or Vue. Use Ionic components and hooks to native device APIs to build fast, beautiful apps for mobile, desktop, and web, all in one code base. Learn more today.
And t-shirts too. It's a you'd save me a t-shirt. A nice backpack. That's so cool. It is probably the new backpack so far. Favorite backpack of all time. Nice. Cool. So what does Ionic do for folks who maybe have never heard of Ionic?
So we are a platform for building cross-platform apps.
Nice.
You take your React skills, right? HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, and you can ship something to iOS, Android, desktop, native, Windows, whatever.
Nice. Well, I hope you are enjoying it so much. I'm going to go check out some more of our sponsors. We've got them all hanging out. I mean, they're really, really busy. But I'm super excited about the next set of sponsors because they actually have a prize that people can win. And I think this prize is pretty awesome. Check this out. So, they've got a Lego set that people can win. And people can win the Lego set by coming and joining at the booth. I'm going to actually talk to some of the people from this booth. Hey, how are you doing? Hold on, give me a second. Let me just get this back up. Oh, there we go. How are you doing, folks? Really well. Excited to be here. Nice, nice. So what company are you from?
Oh, yeah, so this software.
Sourcegraph. Nice, nice. And what does Sourcegraph do?
It's a code search tool. It's a search engine for searching all of your public and your private code. So imagine Google, but for your code.
Google for your code. I love it. I love it. I love it. And how have you been enjoying the conference so far?
Oh, it's been amazing. Like all the talks have been amazing. I've met like Max. I've met like Dan Abramov, and all the guys we look up to on Twitter. You're all here.
I mean, you're one of the people I look up to on Twitter as well. Are you giving a talk?
Yes, I'm giving a talk.
What is your talk going to be about?
Supercharging developer productivity, advanced code search.
So you should definitely check out his talk. I'm going to be excited. I'll probably try and catch the recording if it's not on my track, but we will see. All right, thank you so much, folks. All right, man, so much going on. So many different sponsors, so many different people to talk to. It's hard to keep up. But I'm going to take you folks behind the scenes. We are going to go and check out our sponsor list. Because our speakers have been creating all this amazing content. But I need to introduce you to the amazing, the wonderful Ellie. How are you doing?
Hi, friends.
Have you been enjoying the conference so far?
Yeah, I've been loving the conference. I got to be on stage for a little bit. That's fun.
On stage together. Yes, we're emceeing together.
Now we're caffeinating because
now
that's really important.
Yeah, we need to refuel. The food was delicious too. Excited. Also, you are going to be joining us. Hopefully, you want to come and join us on the general track. That's where we will be there soon, in just a bit. But let me continue to take you on this board. Because now we get to go to the exclusive. If you were just here, you wouldn't be able to come here. Here is the special speakers room. You've got so many of the speakers chilling out, recharging, getting ready for their talks. Now, I don't want to disturb them because I'm pretty sure some people are doing like last minute slide design. Hopefully they're better than me and don't leave their slides to the last minute. But definitely come out and check out, look on the track. Maybe you want to come to the general track. Maybe you want to stay on the pro track. Come and join us. There's so many different talks and so much wonderful content that you can get involved in. It's been amazing. It's been amazing. Let's go back out and maybe we'll see if we can talk to one of the speakers. Just give me a moment. Would you like to talk to folks on the live stream? Say hi to people about your talk. Hey, how are you doing? Hey, folks, these are all the folks who are watching from home, joining in the conference. I know that you've got a talk that's going to be available on Monday. Do you want to talk about it?
Well, I raised the question, should we mock or not mock when we're doing our tests? So I guess that if you want to find the answer, you're going to have to tune in on Monday.
So tune in on Monday to listen to that amazing talk. I'm looking forward to it, and I'll see you soon. Really, many different talks. I see people are on their computers. I'm pretty sure they're working on their slides or doing different stuff. So I don't want to disturb them. I'll let them get there in time. Don't want to add any more stress. But let's go out and talk to the last of our sponsors. Still one sponsor booth that I didn't actually get to go to. So I want to go and talk to them and say hello. They had a really packed booth, so maybe it's cooled down a little bit now. Now it's so hard. There's so many people. The camera can't even keep up with me. But let's check out the sponsors over at Zero Height. Let me just see if I can get this. So it says they are building the leading design ops platform, but I'm not just going to talk about it. I'm going to see if I can grab one of the folks from Zero Height and talk to them about the platform they are building. I see that they're giving away free swag, and this is why like being in person is pretty cool. You get some swag, but even if you're at home, make sure you get involved in the Slido, because we are going to give every person who has the best question from each session a t-shirt, maybe even a hat. Look, they've got this awesome swag. Hey, well, can I say hi? Do you want to say hi to the people on the stream? These are the people joining us today. Do you want to tell us a little bit about what Zero Height is?
Zero Height, we are essentially sign up and so far documentation side and we exist to enable product teams, so engineers and designers we collaborate.
Awesome. And where can people find out more if they want to find out more about Zero Height? ZeroHeight.com. You heard it here first. I mean, they've got some swag. I'm going to tell them, you got to keep me some swag over on the side, and I'll catch you folks later. It's so cool. So many cool people. I see people that I know and love, genuinely seeing everyone all around. It's been amazing. Look, folks, you need to keep watching out. Get involved. Now, I'm pretty sure some of you who maybe you're not here. Sorry, can I sign here? Maybe you're not here, but that's fine. Look, you also have something legal. You have a spatial chat. So what it would be amazing is if you could join the spatial chat, walk around, meet someone new, meet some new friends. I've actually been so lucky. I've been able to make a couple of different friends in person, but you should do that over in the spatial chat. Go over to the spatial chat and find different people that you want to talk to. All right, I'm going to just take you around and show you the premises. So let's say you're here in person. We've got the people in the sign-up sheets. What's really cool is they actually have 2 sets of lanyards. Now I'm going to take you over to where one of the talks are. If I can actually find the room, because this is not the room that I was in earlier. Folks are already getting ready to go to the next talk session. So I'm pretty sure people are going. Now this is the room that the pro track is going to be in. Now, I'm not actually on the pro track, but my good friend is on the pro track. This is Yanni. And Yanni, hi. Yanni is the host and MC of the Pro Track. Now, I'm so sorry to disturb Yanni from what you're doing, but I know that you've got some amazing content on this track for the people who are watching from home, right? Do I? Do you? I don't know. I guess I do. Oh, man. And also, one thing I love about Yanni is you look dapper as hell, man. I love this. You know, because it was going to be our first in real life conference, we thought we should get our best outfits out of the closet. Look at that. Look at that. Looking fine. Nice. All right, I'm going to leave you to it because I know there's so much you got to prepare for, and I'll be going around. Oh, look at that. This feels super meta. Like, it's funny, like, because they've put me on the screen. So, like, oh, okay, you can't really see it, but I'm on screen, and there is your other host, Metin. Say hi, Metin. Yeah. How are you doing, man? I know you've got so much talks going. Any talks that you're looking forward to? Seeing me again? See, this is why I should only walk forward and not backwards. Hi, Metin. How are you doing?
Yeah, no, good. I'm actually looking forward to Denise's talk. Denise? Yeah. He's going to talk about infrastructure as code, which is a buzzword to me that I never heard about in real life. So
the next 10 minutes,
about how to do production ready.
20 minutes.
Oh man, like literally so much content you can't fit in 20 minutes, but you're going to check out if you stick around on the pro track. But we also have the general track. So I know some of you maybe want to come join me and Eddie on the general track. Let me take you over to that room. Now, so many stairs and it's hard to keep this thing stabilized. Going down the stairs, and then I got to go up the stairs again. You know what? This is the thing. I'm jealous of you people who are watching from home because all you got to do is just click a couple buttons. You don't actually have to climb up like one flight of stairs and another flight of stairs. But it's so to be able to have multiple audiences. Like, I'm pretty sure you're all coming with different. What I'd love you to do is go into the community track on Discord and let us know where you're watching from, if you're watching from a different part of the world. So, I mean, I'm here at React Advanced from London in person, wearing my finest suit because it's a celebration. We're finally out in the open. But I want to go and show you the general track room. So this is where I've been all day. I love how you've got people lounging around. You've actually got people just chilling in beanbags, living life, loving it, loving it. So what else have we got? We've got quite a lot of content going on. Let me show you. That I will be on where we've got some cool content lined up. We've got the wonderful Eddie as well, who is getting the next speaker ready. Excited. Ooh. Hey folks, how are you doing? Do you want to join us? These are the people at home watching. They're actually going to be joining us very soon on this general track. Do you want to introduce yourself and what you're going to speak about?
Sure. My name is Kemp Dance, and I'm going to be talking about how you shouldn't try to solve problems before you try to eliminate them.
Oh, I love that. I'm excited already. Like, genuinely, can't wait to see it. See you around. All right, so make sure you stick around because there is going to be that track going on. I'm pretty sure there are people from all over the world watching, enjoying it. Look, it sucks that you're going to be here in person. I'd have loved to come and give you a fist bump. But you can get involved in the community. You can join the Discord and ask any questions that you want. We're also giving away free t-shirts as well. So make sure you ask questions because the speaker will pick their favorite question and that person will win a t-shirt. Now, we need to know who that t-shirt needs to go to. So if you are watching from home, make sure you put your Discord username in your question on Slido so that we know who to send the t-shirt to. Because we need to have the awesome swag. Look, I love wearing a suit, but I can't wear them every day. Sometimes I've got to just wear a t-shirt and we can give you one of those and those are stickers as well. Now, I'm going past a flow of people.
Action to, like taking it out.
do it. Woo. Hello.
Hello.
Welcome back.
Hello.
Yeah.
You know what? It feels like I'm back in Zoom because, like, in Zoom, I could never remember to unmute myself, and back in real life, I can't do it either.
This is a very special part of our conference because we're now joined live from all of our remote viewers. So, hello, remote viewers.
Come on, we can give them a better round of applause. All of our remote viewers join in.
Welcome to React Advanced. For our folks at home, my name is Ellie. I'm one of your MCs. I work at Twitter, but you can also find me on Twitter at EllieBelly. Feel free to text me or DM me or send pictures. If you get a good professional shot of me, I can send to my mom. That'd be great. And with me is
Nathaniel. Now, those of you who are on the stream, we've actually met. I've been taking you around, showing you behind the scenes. But you can tell I talk a lot if you're with me there. You can find me on Twitter at chatterboxcoder, and I work at this cool company called Todavia. But we have so much more content in store for you today.
this is an incredible number. I don't know if it's increasing, but there are 19,247 attendees of React Advanced.
That is amazing. Let's just give this a round of applause, man, because they could not all fit in this room, and it's so nice to have them joining us.
We've got people joining us from all over the globe. Here's a little map.
All right, okay, I know London's great, and I love being in person, but if there was any place on this map that you could just be chilling and watching React Advanced from, where would it be?
Where are there palm trees and hammocks?
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was thinking. The Caribbean, I could see some places.
Yep.
Sign me up.
We have a program committee. They're the ones that review all of the talks. They pick who's going to be on stage. They group the themes. I want to give them a shout out. Thank you so much for all the work that you do. It's honestly, you know, so important to the curation of this conference.
And we also want to thank all of these amazing speakers. I love these avatars that they've come up. This isn't all the speakers, but we just wanted to highlight some of them and give them a big, big thank you. Without them, there wouldn't be any conference.
After each one of our talks, you can ask questions remotely. You can join at Slido, slide.do, with the code 2225. So ask your question on there. This is the general track.
General track.
Make sure you pick the correct track to ask questions from.
And of course, we have to thank our wonderful sponsors, Focus Reactive, TypeScript, and The Graph. And we have even more sponsors, Stackhawk, Ionic, Content by Kentico, SourceGraph, Shopify, NeuroLegion, JetBrains, Progress Kendo React, Sentry, and Sneak. And we have so many other silver sponsors. A big thank you to every one of them.
Thank you so much to all our sponsors. And thank you also to our media partners. They help us get the word out about the conference. So we really appreciate you for all of your work for this conference. I, of course, would be remiss if I didn't say that you need to be tweeting during this conference. Use the hashtag ReactAdvanced. We actually have a competition for the best photo of the day on Twitter. Under this hashtag wins a prize. So do some tweeting. Tell us what you've learned. Show us your setup at home. Shout out your favorite speakers or your favorite MCs.
Hey, stop trying to bias the audience.
MCs.
Yeah, good,
fine.
That's better.
But yeah, tweet like.
And also, those of you who are joining us, you can win. If you tweet, the best tweet with the picture that we like the most is going to win a multi-pass. Now, with the multi-pass, you can get access to all of these great events, and the pass will be valid for the 2021 and 2022 season. So you can find all of those details online.
You can find the agenda and all of the talks at reactadvanced.com. You'll have tabs for each of the tracks. Make sure you pick the right one when you're asking questions. And also for all the breakout rooms, discussion rooms, and links to the Discord and the spatial chat.
But also, talking about the spatial chat, it's just like in real life, where we walk up to each other and have conversations. You can do that virtually. What's really cool is you can go up to someone and you can hear their video really clearly, and as you walk away, they fade into the distance.
Exactly. We'll have discussion rooms on there, both in person and on spatial chat. The next one we have coming up soon at like 2:10ish is Alex and Ruben, who are talking about micro frontend. So if you want any advice, want to learn from them, the discussion rooms are just through that door over there. We also will have a couple other, I think this one's only online now because Sid couldn't make it today. So check that one out after. And we have a little after-party program. We'll have a front-end feud game, which will be based on stuff from the conference, a quick JS tournament, and some networking and hanging out on Spatial Chat for those of you at home.
So if you want to join in on that, go to bit.ly/frontendfood, and 6 of our speakers will be playing it, and we need your help. So go over there and fill the survey so the speakers will have answers that they can guess from what you filled in.
And a lot of this conference happens on Discord. You should have gotten a link with your ticket. There's speaker channels, there's the community channel. Make sure to drop in, say hi. If you have any questions, just make sure to be nice to people. And speaking of being nice to people, we do have a code of conduct at getnation.org/COC. We take this very seriously. We do not tolerate any form of harassment for any reason. If you do need to get in contact with someone about feeling uncomfortable, please email coc@getnation.org. We are watching that email. Feel free to take a picture so you don't forget it, or come up to a member of staff. They're wearing t-shirts. So yeah, be cool to each other.
And also, maybe you're looking for a new job. We have we have jobs from our amazing sponsors, and you can check them all out at reactadvanced.com/jobs. There are all sorts of front-end developer jobs, especially React jobs, because we're at React conference, at companies at TypeScript, The Graph, Shopify, and more. So definitely check them out.
And we also have perks from our sponsors online. They're going to have raffles, giveaways, etc. So do check them out on the website.
Now, your feedback is important to us, and it helps us keep making these events better and better. So we have a form available for you to fill at reactadvanced.com/feedback. So you don't need to do it now. You can do it later. Take your time and give us some feedback so we can make this event even better.
Now, before we get started, we have a little video from one of our sponsors, and then we'll kick it right off. Thank you.
When you're building an application, there's a lot of pressure to keep security vulnerabilities out of your code. But no matter how skilled you are, between your own code, dependencies, and configurations, you can't catch them all on your own. But that's why Sneak's here. We're the secure development platform that can extend the security reach of every developer. With Sneak, you don't have to handle security vulnerabilities on your own. Sneak. Develop fast. Stay secure.
All right. Now, this next speaker, you know him, you love him, you've learned from him. We love to have him at these conferences. I don't think I need to scale you up. Can we do like all the way to a 7? For Kent C. Dodds, 8, 9, 10. Welcome, Kent.
Hello, everyone. Yes. My name is Kent C. Dodds, and I'm a software engineer. And I'm going to talk about how we should avoid solving problems and instead try to eliminate them. But before we do that, I'd like to have everybody wake up. So please stand. We just had lunch. Your body is like, oh, it's time to sleep. No, it's not. It's time to stand up. Stand up. Come on, come on, come on. Put your arms out in front of you like this, and squat down and come back up. This is exercise. We didn't have to do that when we were locked in our rooms. So we're going to do 12 of these together, and I want you to count out loud. Ready? 1, 2. You're not counting. 3. There you go. 4, 5, 6. This is so great. 7. Your legs are like, what are you doing? 9, 10. Is that 11? Should we start over? 12. No, just kidding. Stretch up as high as you can, and stretch over. And to the other side. All right, now before you sit down, just introduce yourself to the person next to you and thank them for coming. And if you're online, then you can talk to your cat. Thank you for that. Okay. First, I just want to mention that I rewrote my site and relaunched it recently, and it's really great, and I want you to take a look. And in fact, I've even got the logs running right over here. So if you want to make these logs go nuts, go to kentcdodds.com right now, and we'll see like crazy stuff. Please, no. All right, fine. My health check is hitting my server, so that's good. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. So, when I was building kentcdodds.com is when I started thinking about how we want to eliminate problems rather than solve them. And I'll get to that a little bit toward the end. So that's where the idea for this talk came from. My clicker's not working. It's mine. It's not theirs. It's my fault. So I will just use the keyboard. So what this talk is, I'm going to be talking about problems, solutions, and trade-offs, and how solving is great, eliminating is better, and avoiding is even better, if you can manage it. I'm not going to be giving code examples. This isn't a live coding thing. As much as I enjoy those talks, yeah, in fact, it's not even about code necessarily. It's more about life in general and problems. And yeah, not domain specific. So I know that we're at a React conference, but this doesn't have a ton to do with React except toward the end where we try to apply it. So this is a problem tree. You're not supposed to be able to see what's inside of those little squares, but the blue icon right here represents the core problem that you're trying to solve. So whatever the mission of your company is, that's what this core problem is, and or what the core goal is. And off of that, we have different problems that we need to deal with. And each one of those extra nodes is another solution. And sometimes the solutions that we develop lead to more problems. And so eventually we get to the terminal solution that doesn't have any problems that we care to solve. And these are way bigger in real life. If you were trying to map out all of the problems that your company has, or whatever it is in life, then yeah, you would have many. So here's a simplified version of a problem tree, and we're going to be referencing this a couple of times throughout this talk. So first off, I think that it's important to acknowledge that you are a problem solver. That's part of why humanity is the dominant species on the planet, because we solve problems and we have, I guess, dominated the planet. But we're so good at it that we also become problem seekers, where we're looking for problems to solve. And I have a bit of a story about this, and maybe you can relate to this. So when the pandemic hit, my sister, who's a very accomplished violinist, saw all of her professional musician friends totally out of work, and they weren't sure what to do. And so she came to me and said, hey, can you build me an app that can help solve this problem? And I won't go into the details of it, but she basically needed me to build Tito, Google Calendar, and Zoom in a single integrated thing. Not integrate those, but like build them all. We always underestimate the amount of work that these things will take. And she said she'd like done tons of market research and looked at like what solutions were out there and everything, and she felt like she was willing to hire somebody to work on this problem. And I told her, you know, like maybe you need to actually just manually work through these tools and be the one facilitating what you're trying to do here. And she said, no, I just want to automate all of this stuff and scale it and everything. And I just said, I just don't know. And so ultimately what she ended up doing was nothing. She decided she didn't want to invest into it. And I think that was a wise decision. But one thing that I've learned is I've been living, I guess, is that it's way easier to solve a problem when you know what the problem is. And we kind of assume that we understand what the problem is on the outset. And so like we assume that we're going to need a ticketing system, and we're going to need a calendaring system and a video chat thing. And we have all these assumptions, and maybe you do, but you don't know all the intricacies of what features those different things are going to need. And so I suggest that you first feel the pain of the manual solution, and then you solve those pains as they come. And so problem avoidance is this. You avoid solving or avoid the problem altogether by not creating the solution prematurely. And Elon Musk recently had an interview, and I just really love this quote. He said, possibly the most common error of a smart engineer is to optimize the thing that should not exist. And I thought he was talking about me. So So it's better to avoid problems than to solve them. So here's our problem tree again. If we're avoiding a problem, let's say that we want to avoid the problem solution 1b here, and we just decide we're not going to solve it. That's what problem avoidance is. You don't solve it. And here's the takeaway that I want you to come away from this talk. Often we get down in this problem tree and we get down to like one node, and we're working on this solution right here, and it is a beast of a solution. Like this problem right here is just super duper difficult. And as we're working through this solution, we're like, man, this is hard. And sometimes you might even say to yourself, if I'd known it was going to be this hard, I never would have done it. And so that's the moment where you think, do we really need to solve this problem at all? And often you do. Like, you're absolutely, we can't, like, this whole thing doesn't even work if we don't solve this problem. But maybe this whole thing doesn't need to exist either. And so you can go up in the problem tree until you get to one solution that you're like, you know what, we don't actually need that. So the users don't even use this feature very much. So like, we can just get rid of this feature altogether. If I'd known how expensive it would be to solve this problem, I never would have added this feature in the first place. And so reevaluating our problem tree can save you a great deal of time and ultimately be better for your users, because every minute of every day that you spend, everything that you can do has the same currency, and that's your time. And every minute that you spend doing one thing is a minute that you can't spend doing another. And so it's totally cool to just say, you know what, we're not going to solve that problem because we have other things to deal with right now. And this is why I tell people that, hey, like, I don't test everything that I write. Lots of people think of me as the testing guy and like 100% code coverage and test-driven development. Like, that is not me. I see testing as a mechanism for automating code quality and confidence, but that's not the only thing that I'm doing. The code doesn't exist for itself. And so you have to be practical about the sorts of things that you spend your time on. And so problem avoidance is fantastic. I recommend it if you can avoid problems. But sometimes the house is on the cliff, I guess. I don't know how this happened, but I'm glad that somebody was there to take a picture at least, and then maybe they like dropped their camera and went and helped, or I don't know. But sometimes you can't avoid the problem. And so in this situation, before you try to just solve the problem, see if you can eliminate it. I don't know, blow up the house. I don't know. This is bad metaphor, I guess. And so here's the reason. Solutions hold you captive to their maintenance forever. And I'll give one example in the real world. So here's an internal combustion engine. And there are a lot of problems that we've faced over 100 years that we've been working on internal combustion engines that have been solved in remarkable ways. So first off, we have exhaust. When you burn gas, there is exhaust, and that exhaust is not good for our lungs. And so we don't want it coming into the cabin. So we have all of this piping going to shoot it into the back of the vehicle, where certainly it will do no harm. Right? That was sarcasm. So that's as far as we've gone on solving that problem. Stopping also, we have brake pads. They squeeze the disc brakes or the discs, and we can stop the vehicle. And that's worked, except like those disc brakes don't just magically disappear and you have to replace them, right? Like that rubber is going into the air and we're all breathing it. But that's as far as we've gone to solving that problem. Cars will actually catch fire. Like, that's amazing that when you're literally burning stuff and exploding things to make you move, that maybe it'll actually catch fire. But they've put a lot of work into avoiding this problem, or kind of trying to solve this problem as much as possible. And then sustainability. Well, this is the problem that we just decided we will not solve with internal combustion engines. It is not possible to make this sustainable. What if we look at our problem tree and we say, you know what, this sustainability problem or the car fires or whatever else, this is just a really difficult problem to solve. Let's go up the problem tree and get all the way back up to mobility. Now, of course, you can ride bikes and you can jump on the subway or whatever, but at some point, people need to have individual mobility. So how are we going to solve that problem? Well, what if we just totally change the approach altogether? And this is the Tesla electric engine. This is the engine that powers the fastest mass production car in the world, the Tesla Model S. And here are the problems that they've pretty much eliminated. Exhaust is absolutely eliminated. There's no exhaust. Now, people talk about the long tailpipe, but the fact is that eventually all of us are going to be powered off of sustainable energy, so that long tailpipe is cut off. We have no exhaust problem, period. My home, I do have a Tesla, and my home is solar powered, so I'm driving on sunshine, and it's awesome. I was like, when we got the system turned on just last week, I started driving my car and singing, "I'm driving on sunshine." And it's just like, yeah, such a great victory. And then stopping, the cool thing about electric is that you can actually turn that kinetic energy into actual electrons and stick it back in the battery. And so yes, while we do still have brake pads on electric vehicles, we probably never actually need to replace them because most of that energy is going back into the battery. And so we haven't eliminated that problem altogether, but we've drastically reduced the impact of that problem. So that's super awesome. Car fires, as far as I know that like electric car fires get in the news a lot, but as far as the data is concerned, you're 11 times less likely to have your car catch fire if it's a Tesla model, or a Tesla. I don't know about the other manufacturers, but the data I have seen is a Tesla. That's pretty significant. And then sustainability, ultimately, we can make this sustainable. And that should be the only reason that we do this. If all the other things were fine, this is reason enough for us to make this change. And so by going up the problem tree a little bit, and saying, hey, what if we don't actually need to solve this? Or what if this is too hard of a problem to solve? And we go back up the problem tree a little bit and say, hey, what if we change our approach? And now we have a new solution. So we haven't eliminated it. We haven't decided we're not going to solve this problem of personal mobility. We are just going to change it so that we have a smaller problem tree. Now, certainly there are many problems with electric vehicles as well, but the problem tree is smaller and the problems are smaller, and that's why this elimination is so great. Tesla is actually a really great case study for problem elimination, so if you ever want to see the amazing things they're doing with manufacturing, it's really phenomenal, very interesting. Okay, so let's talk about software now. In software, we have some examples, particularly in React, of problem elimination. So how many of you all have written class components, class React components? Any React create class folks out there? Got a handful of you? Yeah, that was fun. And then we got class components. And this screenshot here comes from Amelia Wuttenberg's React Hooks blog post, which is very good. I recommend you go take a look at it. But one of the big problems that we had with class components was code reuse. And you would have a single concern in your class component that would be spread between these three life cycles. You'd have your component did mount, component did update, component will unmount. And so if you wanted to subscribe to Firebase, or you wanted to update the document title, or you had to spread all of this stuff up in your component. And so reusing that was a little tricky. Did we use a higher order component so that we can make a component that does all that stuff, and then we just pass our component to that so we can accept that as props? Well, there were a lot of problems with that. You'd have prop namespacing issues. It was very difficult to type. And so we started doing render props, and those were fun. Really powerful, but then we have these giant trees or a pyramid of doom trying to get all of these things composed. They just didn't compose very well. And so it worked, and it wasn't bad. I lived through that, and that was it was a good time. I had a lot of fun with that. But wouldn't it be great if we just didn't have the problem in the first place? So hooks came around and co-located all of the concern into a single bit of code. So it could be like a use state and the use effect and a couple other things in there. But it could all be in the same snippet of code. And so what do you do when you want to reuse code? You can create a function out of it. And you couldn't do that with our class components because the concern was spread through multiple lifecycle hooks. But with these hooks, you can just take that, stick it into another function. That was brilliant. It made an enormous impact on the ability for us to reuse code, and it drastically reduced the amount of stuff that I need to teach in my React Components Patterns workshop. Things became so much easier when we just went up the problem tree, decided, hey, what if we did things differently, and then went down that direction. Now, there are problems with making those sorts of migrations. We all felt the pain of having to move over to classes, and should we even bother, all of that. But by the end of it all, we're much better off. And I'm really grateful to the React team for creating hooks. It's made my job a lot easier. So now is my favorite part, and I want to talk to you about Remix. How many of you have heard of Remix? How many of you who are raising your hands heard of it because I tweet about it nonstop? Yeah, so most of you. Yeah, I tweet about Remix nonstop because I love it. So full disclosure, because people always want that, there has been a transaction between me and the Remix team. So I had to pay them money to access Remix. So, but that is not going to be the case. They say in a few weeks, Remix will be open source completely and free, and so you will be able to use Remix as well. So let me sufficiently hype you up about this. I don't have a ton of time to go through everything, but I want to just give you a high level, because Remix is the reason that I started thinking about problem elimination in the first place. So the first thing that Remix does that just makes it phenomenal is nested routing. Now, like, one nice thing about this is you no longer have like a route that's like /user, /ID, /contacts or something. Now you have in that route file, whatever framework you're using, you probably have to render your layout route, and that'll include your header and your footer and everything. With Remix, you have nested routing, so each one of those is going to just be the component that cares about the part of the route that this part of the route URL cares about. That's really nice. But to take it even further, like that's just like a nice developer experience sort of thing. But because of nested routing, Remix can do a lot of really awesome optimizations as far as loading your data, invalidating the cache, and loading the right data so it doesn't load more unnecessarily. Lots of really cool things because Remix has nested routing built in. Another thing that I love about Remix is the seamless client and server interaction. So just like Next has the get server-side props, you've also got a loader with Remix. But Remix does a really great job of making that connection very seamless, as I say here. So you've got, it can be fully typed. You can go make all of your requests to database or GraphQL or whatever it is, and then all of that data is just available in your component. And they have really nice declarative error handling. And so as far as your component is concerned, the data is there, and you never have to even worry about error states or loading states, because all of that is declaratively handled for you. So by the time it gets to your component, you don't use effect. Maybe that's all I need to say. Like, whoa, yeah, no, use effect, all right. So, and you don't need a tool like React Query, as much as I love it. If you're not using Remix, you should be using something like React Query. Let me say that. But if you are using Remix, you don't need it. Because React Query solves a really big and awesome problem. Thank you, Tanner, for creating it, and those who are maintaining it now. But wouldn't it be great if we didn't have the problem to begin with? And that's what Remix gives us with its really awesome client-server interaction. The other thing I love about Remix is that it's based on the web. So everything is fetch API stuff, even on the server. You have a request and a response, and if you need to learn something about that, you're not going to the Remix docs, you're going to MDN to learn about how the web APIs work for that. And aside from the transferability of knowledge, you also get the fact that because they're using the web APIs, we can run this in a Cloudflare worker or in a service worker eventually. Cloudflare workers are currently supported. Service workers, eventually, they'll support that. And so just nailing that abstraction has opened a lot of really awesome opportunities with Remix. And what's cool is that you don't really have to change any of your code. Now, if you're going to work in certain environments, some of them, like serverless, you can't have a long connection to a database or something. But as far as the Remix-specific code, none of that needs to change because it's all based on the web, and Remix smooths out everything for you. It's kind of like jQuery for the server. I've never said that before, but it's, yeah, kind of like that. Other thing I love about Remix is it's simple mutation. So all mutations in Remix are, you have a form. And so even like your delete button, the way that we do this is we have like the little trash icon. We click on that, we have an on-click handler that will go do the fetch request or the delete request and whatever to delete the item. With Remix, you just use a very declarative, here's my form, here's the delete icon, and you click that submits the form. And then Remix takes care of all of making the requests, and what if I make another request and we're loading data and Remix will cancel the right one, make sure everything's loading in order and everything. But what's even cooler about it, well, that's pretty cool, but what's also cool about it is that even if JavaScript fails to load, which that does happen sometimes, most people don't like disable JavaScript, but failing to load JavaScript does happen. And even if JavaScript that takes a while to load, which that happens even more. All of your mutations still work because you're using regular forms and they're doing regular posts or regular deletes, and you'll end up with a full page refresh. So like it's not as awesome of an experience, but this is what we call progressive enhancement. And so your app still works even without JavaScript, and it doesn't take a great deal of effort to make that happen because it's just the way that it works. And then also, I just love the CSS story with Remix. Here's the big secret about how CSS works with Remix. It blows my mind how simple this is. So to get CSS on the page, you have a link tag, and you point to the style sheet. And all of us, we're using Webpack and bundling it all, or we're using styled components and having it part of our components, and it's really nice to have that co-location, or whatever it is. But in every app that I've ever used, if you've got regular CSS, it's all going to be bundled, and it's going to be available on every page. In Remix, each route can define the link tags that it wants to have active when that route is active, or wants to have on the page when the route is active. And when you navigate away from that page, then those link tags are removed. And so if I want to have some special CSS that's applied to only this particular route, then I can say, hey, here's the link tag for that. And I say, here's the CSS file that I want on this route. And when I navigate away, Remix removes the link tag. And that's it. That's the whole secret. But here's why it's so cool. It's because that when I'm in that CSS file, I know exactly which routes that CSS file is going to impact. And so normally, at any other company that I've worked at, any other significant project that I've been at, any file, CSS file you were working in, or SAS or whatever, you just knew that this CSS would apply to every single page. And so you were always worried about removing something because something might break. You could, like, as you're developing, of course, you're looking at what's happening here. And so you're worried that you might break something that you're not looking at. But with Remix, you know exactly which pages this is going to be active on. And so you know exactly which ones to look at. And in practical terms, it's normally just on a single route. And so as you're developing it, you can make any change you want to the CSS. You look at the page, and if it looks the way that you want, then you know that your CSS file is good. And you don't have to worry about it impacting other pages on the rest of the app. This is another great example of problem elimination, where we've eliminated the problem of unexpected CSS clashes. It's just phenomenal. Like all of the work that we've been doing for all of these years to try to make CSS easier for us to use, especially as React developers, with CSS and JS and CSS modules and everything in between, has been to help us avoid CSS clashes. And Remix doesn't completely eliminate the problem. You can still, even within a single CSS file, you can have clashes in there. But it makes it predictable. And I love that about Remix. Side note, just skip to the end and use Tailwind for everything, because it's amazing. But it's really nice to know if I wanted some one-off CSS that I could add it to the single route and not worry about it impacting any other page. And I don't need any runtime or any extra build tools or anything. It's all just, it just works. And it's the web. It's fantastic. There's so many more things I want to tell you about Remix, but I just don't have the time, so we're going to wrap this up. And actually, if you do want to know more about Remix, I am more than happy to talk your ear off for the rest of the conference about it. And I've got a billion stickers that I got myself. So again, Remix is not paying me for any of this stuff. I asked them, can I print stickers? And they're like, well, we can't send you stickers. I'll buy them myself because I just am so jazzed about this framework. So a lot of you might be thinking, well, problem elimination just sounds like choosing trade-offs. And yeah, that's what it is. That's what problem elimination is. And so elimination is to eliminate big problems in exchange for smaller ones. And that's the reason why this is like talk-worthy for me is that, I don't know about you, but when I'm involved in a problem, I am not thinking about whether or not that problem needs to be solved, or if I can go back up the problem tree and rethink the problem back up at the top. That's why hooks was so phenomenally awesome. It was because we're all working, how can we solve this code sharing problem down at the bottom of the problem tree? And the React team just went up a couple levels and said, hey, you know what? Maybe we could just take a completely different approach. And it worked, right? We all love it. Most of us do. I do. So, in conclusion, solving problems is great. Please keep solving problems. There are so many problems in the world, and I want to see you all being problem solvers. Eliminating problems is even better. Find different trade-offs and take the thing that's easier. Avoiding problems is even better. So if you can't avoid the problem, then try to eliminate it by changing your approach. And only if that fails, then solve that problem. One last thing before I go to my last slide. I forgot to introduce you all to Cody the koala. So this is Cody. And that's, people often ask me, what's with the koala? So when people ask me that, I know they haven't been to my workshops. Because Cody helps you go through my workshops, all the workshop material. So anyway, I felt bad having this random koala next to me, and I forgot to introduce him. So that's Cody. You can actually get your own, store.epicreact.dev, and get your own, and it's adorable. Kids love it. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kent C. Dodds. Hot seat, please.
Oh, yes.
Oh, yes. We got a lot to talk about.
Oh, okay.
Only solutions, though, no problems.
Okay.
Well, actually, one of our first questions.
Ionic enables web developers to build cross-platform apps with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript frameworks like React, Angular, or Vue. Use Ionic components and hooks to native device APIs to build fast, beautiful apps for mobile, desktop, and web, all in one codebase. Learn more today.
What content do you need today? All blog posts? Just the ones in English? And only a list of their titles and cover images? Or are you building a specific landing page and prefer content mapped to React components? Choose TypeScript SDK with Fluent API or GraphQL and get content fast. Content by Kentico.
As a developer, you need to deliver fast, and you simply don't have the time to constantly think about security. Neuralegion can help. We give you, the developer, comprehensive and fast security testing automation for your entire application on every pull request. With every new pull request, Nexploit will run all the security tests your app needs without false positives. We can integrate directly with your CI/CD pipelines, whatever your environment. So what are you waiting for? Add Nexploit to your project and start doing unit security testing today.
Sanity, a popular choice for Jamstack applications, which stands for JavaScript, APIs, and markup. Sanity is part of the A in the Jamstack. It provides an open source studio where you can model your content with JavaScript and manage it in the browser. Meanwhile, the actual data is stored in the cloud in what's known as a content lake, which can then be queried from a front-end application quickly with its built-in CDN, while supporting features like GraphQL, webhooks, and real-time updates.
Your app just crashed. The phone running it has exploded. It was struck by a hammer manufactured in 2005 by Harry's Hammers. The hammer's head is composed of 75% nickel, 20% steel, and 5% iron. The phone flew into the air at an 86-degree angle and came crashing down at 11 miles per hour.
The wonderful part of Shopify is you work with so many different expertise levels that together you find the right solution at scale. And that's where the real joy of the complexity comes from.
Commerce is evolving, and we're going to evolve with it. And I love that it means that there is always more work we could be doing.
When you're building an application, there's a lot of pressure to keep security vulnerabilities out of your code. But no matter how skilled you are, between your own code, dependencies, and configurations, you can't catch them all on your own. But that's why Sneak's here. We're the secure development platform that can extend the security reach of every developer. With Sneak, you don't have to handle security vulnerabilities on your own. Sneak. Develop fast. Stay secure.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
Ionic enables web developers to build cross-platform apps with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript frameworks like React, Angular, or Vue. Use Ionic components and hooks to native device APIs to build fast, beautiful apps for mobile, desktop, and web, all in one codebase. Learn more today.
What content do you need today? All blog posts? Just the ones in English? And only a list of their titles and cover images? Or are you building a specific landing page and prefer content mapped to React components? Choose TypeScript SDK with Fluent API or GraphQL and get content fast. Content by Kentico.
As a developer, you need to deliver fast, and you simply don't have the time to constantly think about security. Neuralegion can help. We give you, the developer, comprehensive and fast security testing automation for your entire application on every pull request. With every new pull request, Nexploit will run all the security tests your app needs without false positives. We can integrate directly with your CI/CD pipelines, whatever your environment. So what are you waiting for? Add Nexploit to your project and start doing unit security testing today.
Sanity, a popular choice for Jamstack applications, which stands for JavaScript, APIs, and markup. Sanity is part of the A in the Jamstack. It provides an open source studio where you can model your content with JavaScript and manage it in the browser. Meanwhile, the actual data is stored in the cloud in what's known as a content lake, which can then be queried from a front-end application quickly with its built-in CDN, while supporting features like GraphQL, webhooks, and real-time updates.
Your app just crashed. The phone running it has exploded. It was struck by a hammer manufactured in 2005 by Harry's Hammers. The hammer's head is composed of 75% nickel, 20% steel, and 5% iron. The phone flew into the air at an 86-degree angle and came crashing down at 11 miles per hour.
The wonderful part of Shopify is you work with so many different expertise levels that together you find the right solution at scale. And that's where the real joy of the complexity comes from.
Commerce is evolving and we're going to evolve with it. And I love that it means that there is always more work we could be doing.
When you're building an application, there's a lot of pressure to keep security vulnerabilities out of your code. But no matter how skilled you are, between your own code, dependencies, and configurations, you can't catch them all on your own. But that's why Sneak's here. We're the secure development platform that can extend the security reach of every developer. With Sneak, you don't have to handle security vulnerabilities on your own. Sneak. Develop fast. Stay secure.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
Ionic enables web developers to build cross-platform apps with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript frameworks like React, Angular, or Vue. Use Ionic components and hooks to native device APIs to build fast, beautiful apps for mobile, desktop, and web, all in one codebase. Learn more today.
Thank you so much. I really enjoyed that talk. That was amazing, and I love the koala. I think I might get one for myself. I just want to remind everyone about our raffle that we're doing on Twitter for the best photos. So make sure you take photos of yourself enjoying the conference, maybe some of the new people you meet. Take a photo of Ellie as well, and post them on Twitter with the hashtag #ReactAdvanced. And I also want to thank one of our sponsors, Kendo React. Kendo is a professional UI kit on a mission to help you build business apps with React much faster. You can learn more about how you can master the act of React UI with this powerful library. And another big shout out and thank you to our gold sponsor, Sentry. Sentry's application monitoring platform helps developers see what actually matters, solves issues quicker, and learn continuously about their applications from the front end to the back end. And it works with any language and integrates with dozens of other services. So you can get started by visiting sentry.io. And just like Ellie said, in parallel with the next talk, there will be a hybrid discussion room, so online and in person, on micro front ends with Alex and Ruben, who actually spoke earlier. You can join the discussion room in the venue. It's just outside those doors next door, and you can also join remotely on Spatial Chat. But our next guest speaking on stage here on the general track will be Sid Kshethrbal. And he will be talking about walking the line between flexibility and consistency. Now, unfortunately, he couldn't be here with us today, but thankfully, due to the power of technology, we are still able to hear his talk. So can we give a massive round of applause for Sid?
Hey, I'm Sid. I work in the design system team at GitHub, and I want to talk about walking the fine line between flexibility and consistency. So let's start directly with code. I have this alert that I've been looking at other design systems for inspiration, for API ideas, all of that. And I was looking at this alert and trying to build it with Shopify's Polaris and Material UI's component library. So this is kind of how they differ. So with Shopify, they call it a banner. So you render a banner, and then it takes a status, in this case, status critical, and it takes a title. So it takes these props as config, right? So the title doesn't go in the child, it goes on the component as a prop. And then you have the action, and you only say what is the action and what is the content that go inside the action. You don't really get to pick the action per se. And the component takes care of where it's rendered, how it's rendered, what color, the border, all of that. So this is an example of a config API, which is very tightly controlled. And in fact, if you try, I played around with this where I tried to give a style tag, I tried to give it different class names. It doesn't accept any. This is what you get. And then when I tried to build the same thing with Material UI, they had a severity as well. They call it error not critical, which is all the same. But you could give it any icon you want. So I was able to import an icon from the material icons and pass it. I could also give it different styles. So I could customize the border, and for the contents inside, I had to take the alert title, which they export, and take a button and try to make the button look exactly the way I wanted. Plus the space in between, I had to do it with the margin in between the components. So that's just like a tiny example of how the flexibility can be so different between two components. Like if you compare the API of these, the Shopify one is super tightly controlled versus the Material UI one is you can customize basically anything you want. And that kind of brings us to like this line or the spectrum of flexibility where Polaris is probably somewhere here. So it's very opinionated. It's built for Shopify. It's not built for everyone. It has a very strict API, and that leads to predictable and consistent outcomes. When you use that banner, you know exactly what's going to come out. But then it could become rigid and restricting for experimentation or different use cases. Sorry. On the other hand, the Material UI one is probably somewhere on the right edge, maybe even all the way there. And that's because it's open source. It has an extremely flexible API because it has no context of where it will be used. So it needs to be flexible so that you can fit it in the product that you're building. And then, of course, with so much customization, it can become messy and fragmented because, well, the component library doesn't have a lot of design decisions baked in. All of those lie in the product side of things. So taking this, it kind of like, what is right for you? Where should your component library fall into the spectrum of flexibility? And the answer is that it kind of depends, doesn't it? Always. So, but this is what it depends on. It depends on, is your component library built for a brand or is it built for open source, which is like everyone? What's the design culture in the brand that you work for? Is it consolidated with a small group of designers, or is it a bunch of independent teams that operate pretty much on their own? And even what's the maturity of the products that you're working on? Do you have established patterns, or is it still early and it's more experimental, still playing around to find those patterns? So the answer then basically is it depends, right? Thank you for coming to my talk. Bye-bye. But no, I try to use these and try to apply them to this component. This is an action list component inside an overlay, and you'll see this spread across GitHub. There's a lot of variations of this, but this is a pretty involved component. So it has a bunch of variations, and this is some of them. So you see this on a repo page. Just to the side, you see this as options in a drop down. You see these as in the releases panel. This is the releases one. You also see them as trying to select assignees or reviewers. So there's a lot of range in this component. And I was trying to figure out what should the API look like, how controlled or flexible should it be. And let me take you through that journey so that I can quantify what does it depends means. So let's do this API exercise from the start. I'm building this action list. This is the issues page. And quick warning for you. None of these designs are actually production designs. These are all from an exploration. So if it doesn't exactly match the aesthetics of what you see on github.com, that's actually intentional. This is all an exploration. Okay, that out of the way. This is the menu that you see, and you can, it has some styles. I think it has some keyboard interactions. Yep, there you go. So to make this menu, let's see. The simplest menu over here could be you have an action list and you just pass it items. And the items are these options that you render, right? So, and then on select, you do something with it. So you can call your own action depending on the string, but it feels a little weird to do these actions based on just like the string content. Like if you say quote reply, this is what you get in return. So it feels weird to just act on a string. So maybe something like this is better, where it's a config, it's an object, and then you can pass in your on select. So depending on the copy of that, you can also pass it what the selection should be. And that feels decent. So we move on to the next use case, where not all of these have the same actions. So some of these are based on action to, like taking it outside. Some of these are about the content itself, so edit and delete. And this is third, which is, it's a report, it's a moderation thing. So we want to separate them with dividers. And now, what should the divider API look like? So I thought about it and I was thinking, we already have text. Should it be like a secret text, like a very specific text that you give? Like if you give me _divider, then I know how to put a divider. Or maybe it shouldn't do that at all. Maybe it should be a type, right? And all the other ones are type row, and this is type divider. But then, of course, is it small case divider, is it uppercase divider, all of that. So maybe you should import it from the action list. And then it's just a value on the object. So it's action list.divider type. And if you're already doing this, then maybe this is just action list.divider, where, action list divider is an object that is an internal detail that knows how to render the divider. So this feels like a good balance where we're hiding the implementation detail of divider. Nobody needs to know there's a type divider. All you do is put an action list divider there. Feels good. Okay, moving on. Next use case. Some of these are destructive. So delete comment is a destructive thing. We wanted to have a different, scarier style. Could be as simple as adding a variant. So everything is variant default or variant subtle. And this one is variant danger. Seems to fit well. Let's move on. Now, on the right side of the issue, you'll see all of these options. You have labels, you have assignees, you have reviewers. Let's start with labels. So if you look at labels, it kind of is similar. It's an action list with options that you can click. But the difference here is that it has a circle, the label color. So to begin with, I'd say, let's just put all the items here. There's a text, there's an on select, and there's a label color. So because I only have text here, I need something to qualify that there should be a circle. So I'm putting this special smart key here, which is called label color. And if you pass it a hex value, it knows that it has to render a color, render a circle with that color. And it takes care of what should be the margin, what should be the gap between the color and the text. Seems smart. And, so you do it with all of them. And realistically, if this is being used in a product, it would look something like this. You would loop through repo.labels or like a config of labels and pull the label color out of it. Seems smart. Okay. But when we talk about assignees, assignees doesn't have labels, it has avatars. So do we just do repo.collaborators, map through them, and then you have text and onSelect, which is the same. But instead of label color, it becomes avatar. And it knows it has to render a circle, how much gap should there be, and you just pass the user.avatar URL. So seems smart enough. So we have, it could be a label color, or it could be an avatar, right? And the action list component knows how to render both of these. Seems okay. But then you have other things like milestones, which has this icon. You have projects, which has this icon. In fact, if I show you all of these samples, there's a bunch of these. Some of them have icons, some of them don't. Some of them has this indentation. But overall, it looks like most of these are either avatars or they're icons. Some of these are colored icons, but they're still icons. So maybe we just need to know if it's a label or a avatar or an icon. And that probably just works, doesn't it? So for an icon use case, maybe we just import an icon from our icon library and pass it on. So milestones know how to render an icon. But what happens if you give it an avatar and icon both? I'm not saying people are actively trying to do this. They're trying to break something. But it's more like if they're trying to achieve something else, like a selection, and they want to put a check mark, does this feel like a feasible solution? So you import the check icon and you want to show check mark next to the person it's assigned to. And you will end up with something like this in this case, where, you know, there's not enough space for both of them. So they just kind of shift everything. And then you're thinking about, okay, how do I create that margin? How do I get more space? Maybe I can override some margin with CSS. And this API looks like that is a valid direction, even though we don't want you to do that with the component. So this is one of those things where if the API pushes you in a certain direction, it should be the direction that you want. You don't want people to make these decisions, fall into these traps, because they're not trying to break the API. They're just trying to create the selection feature. So coming from that, realize there should only be one prefix. There should only be one visual here, and it can be an avatar. It could be a label. It could be the selection icon, and you import that and you pass that as a prefix element. So in this case, you only get one. You get an avatar. But of course, if you get a prefix element, then you also need to pass it a prop. So you get something like maybe prefix props, where I have to pass the avatar URL, right? And if you think about it, this is like, if you have an element and props, this is a component. So we might as well just call it a component, right? So this is prefix, which accepts any component that you want, and it tries to put it here. Now, definitely more flexible, definitely more in sync with what we need it to do. But the trade-off here is that you could put any component that you want. So this opens up the API more than like just 3 allowed config to put whatever you want. But, you know, if you want an icon, then you can import the icon and, you know, put, what was it? The check icon is what I wanted. You know, you could do something like that. So we don't call it the prefix, we call it leading visual, so that in sync with Figma. Tiny implementation details shouldn't matter. And it kind of works. You can pass it the avatar, you can pass it the label color, you could pass it the milestone icon. So it fits all of these use cases without, you know, really breaking the API. So I like it. Let's move on, make it more complicated, of course. So looking at this, so you see labels, actually assignees, has this, we show the name of the assignee right next to their handle, and it has a different text style, and it shows up inline, versus label over here, you can put a lot more text into it and it shows in the next line. I think this pattern is also there in milestones, in the next line. Projects, it shows the repo or the org in the next line. So I'm just calling it description, right? This is another key. I don't want people to change the text color or anything like that. So I'm just accepting a text field here, which is user.name. And, you know, also works for labels, because it could be, what's the label description? And then if you want it in the next line, then you give it a variant of block. So it could be inline, it could be block, and I call it description variant. So this is still pretty locked up. Like our config API seems to be, there's like one escape hatch and there's like the element and element variant ugliness, but overall it seems to be doing well. So let's keep going with this. So now let's talk about reviewers, because that's a slightly more complicated component. So this is what reviewers look like. And you'd see that in reviewers, you have suggestions at the top and you have everyone else at the bottom. So you have two variations of this. You kind of have groups of folks, which is not something you have in assignees. In assignees, it's just one flat list. But in reviewers, it's grouped. So how do we deal with groups here? Maybe we just pass the group. So, if like the user has recently edited, this is a function, could be anything. Then it goes into suggestions, otherwise it goes into everyone, right? So everyone with that title gets grouped, and we know we have to render the suggestions before the first one. Kind of icky, but could work. Okay, but how do we decide what comes first? Like, does suggestions come first or everyone? This isn't reliable, right? Because if the first one is everyone, then does that come first? That doesn't make sense. So that kind of leads us to a slightly different API where we want group metadata to be on the top so that, you can declare which comes first. And then now that you have these, we don't have to rely on strings anymore. We could make this ID, right? So if it's recently edited, then it should be the 0th element, which is suggestions. So you have the group ID here instead of group. And if otherwise it's like the other case, which is 1, which is of this element, everyone. Seems all right. I also did something else, which is this is filled up instead of being plain. So let me go back to the previous one. This was inline. Inline or subtle, but the next one is actually filled up. And different areas in GitHub use different styles for this. So I think in the reviewers, we definitely use a filled one, but there are other places where we don't, where we use a subtle one. So in this case, we'll kind of have to also say which variant we want. So we want the filled variant for reviewers, not the subtle one. And finally, we want this header, it says request up to 100 reviewers. So I put the header, I put title because that's what group also has, and these are similar APIs. And this is variant subtle and this is not filled up. This is always subtle. So it takes the same props. Looks fine. I'm not super happy with the group metadata and group ID. It's like, you have to create, this is kind of like a side effect of config-based API where you have this group ID, but then you have to create another object because you can't fit that in items. It's not items, it's a different hierarchy. Well, but it scales. So, and finally, we have this, which is, we were only dealing with one sort of description. It was either inline or it was block. But here we have both because we actually want to say what's the reason they have been suggested. So we have inline and block both. And so how do you accommodate that? I guess you do this where instead of description, you have descriptions, plural, and you can give an array where you have two texts and then you have two variants. One is inline, one is block. And I don't know, if you give 3, I guess, then it has to fall into one of these and then the last one wins or something. So you can see like I'm forcing this API to kind of do too much, and it is struggling a bit. Like this API isn't the most intuitive anymore. It started off strong, but not so much anymore. All right, and finally, if we don't want to do this, right? If you want to do something, like there is a point where you say, okay, this component is hard enough, and now we don't want to take care of this in the product, in the component library. This feels like a job for the product, right? Like you have to defer responsibility and say, this is like inversion of responsibility and say, this is very product specific. This is not something happens across GitHub. This only happens on this one screen. So this should lie in the product, and we won't put it in the one that's common for everyone. So for that, you need to enable some sort of way that they can do this. And I imagine it kind of looks something like this, where the item list accepts something like a render item function, right? This is like a render prop function. And then you get all the internal props, and these are props that are useful for all the behavior and hover styles and keyboard navigation. We have a lot of props for this, so we want all of those to get passed down. But then inside it, as long as you pass all the internal props, you can decide however you want to render this. So as long as you use the right primitives, where you use the same avatar that we use and the same text color and text size for this, everything would work out. And this is an approach that a lot of component libraries take, where they have an escape hatch, where if things get too crazy, you are allowed to fork out of it and everything's fine. Not a super big fan of this approach, because it kind of just deferring the responsibility, and I'm a bit scared of what happens inside this internal props if it's applied correctly. And you can end up breaking responsive behavior or accessible behavior if not done correctly, if not composed correctly. So you can end up building components that don't follow the guidelines, even though you've taken all the building blocks of the guidelines. So all that to say that I don't think deferring the responsibility on the product is always the best idea. It's already, that's like the last resort, but I think we can do better here. So here's the other API style. Like if I think we've clearly seen here that this API needs to be a lot more flexible. So it probably doesn't, like the config-based API doesn't really suit it well. We need a more composable API. So on the spectrum, we need to be a slightly more towards the right side. Maybe not all the way to open source style library, but somewhere in between those two. So this is what it would look like with a different API, where I have this action list. And then to render all the items, we used to do this, where we had this array of objects. Instead, you get a different item inside the action list. So which is just a component. So because this is all JavaScript, what you can do is create a component action list, create another component called item, and then attach it, because it's all objects, to the action list. So and then you only export one, which is the parent. So you end up doing things like action list.item, and it maps to the internal item, which is perfect. So you get action list.item. You can put the text inside. You don't need to say text prop anymore, because React already has a way of putting content inside an element. It's called children. So you can use the children, you can just put it inside and pass the onSelect. Seems easy, seems similar, not that different, seems to work well. All right, moving to dividers then. This is the next use case. This is how we did it earlier, where we had a few ways of cryptically telling what is the divider. In this case, I think it can just be a component, right? Because you render the action list divider, and just like item, it's a component, and you can put it wherever you want, and that creates the divider right there. Seems same, not very creative. And then you had this variant. I think I'm going to keep that behavior. Variant as a prop seems to make sense. The default is inline or subtle, and you can pass the variant danger. All right, now this is where it starts getting interesting. So for the labels, selected. For labels, what we were doing was we had this leading visual, right? And so this is what it would look like by default. You would, inside the action list, you would map through labels, and then use the action list item, give it a key, because now it's a loop, we're mapping through it, and then have the onSelect, and then the children is where the label name goes. So we could just put something before this, like we could put the label color component, but then we would be responsible for what is the margin towards the right and stuff. Instead, what you could do is have action list.leading visual as a component, right? So you see what we're doing here. We're creating all of the child components that can be composed together to create this style. And the children know where they should go. Like the styles are already inside the component, so they always end up at the right position. So in this case, leading visual is this area on the left. It knows how much margin to put. It knows that it has to center vertically all the content inside. And then we could put label color. If it's the collaborators list, if it's this list, then we know that, we have to put the avatars inside. And if we have, let's see. Okay, so if we have the milestones and projects, it kind of looks very similar. So moving on to description, because that seems like the very next. Again, does the description go here? Like, do I say user.name? But then I also know it has to have a different style. So maybe I'd use actionlist.description. In the previous API, it was just a variable here. In this, it's a component, and you say actionlist.description. And you see, as we're laying these down, they all know their place in the row of this component. So they all take up that space, which is already decided. And you could use a stack, you could use a grid for this in the action list, and each one could have its own grid position. So it's basically a layout component at this point. And you could put anything inside description, which is a bit scary, because in the previous API, you could say this is only a text. It cannot be anything else. Over here, you have children. So can children be something else? Not necessary. You can actually, oh, I skipped the slide. Okay, let me come back to that point. But labels, remember, they have to be block variants. Well, we already have a description. So we have a place where we can put that prop, which would be variant block. So that's done. Now coming back to the thing I was saying about type, you can actually make description or make children be typed, right? There's a way to do that, which is you say, using TypeScript in this case, but you could do it with prop types as well, where the description type, the variant can be inline or block.
Hey folks, there was so much cool content in that talk, so much. It's actually going on for 40 minutes and we only have time for 20 minutes. So what I want you to do is, if you're watching online and you want to finish this off, you can go on and watch the rest of the talk. But what we have now is we actually have Sid joining us live, and we are going to pick up with some of the questions. Now, I know some of those questions may be answered later on in the talk, but we can have Sid answer them for us directly now. How are you doing, Sid? So happy that you can join us. This is like the classic being left on mute.
Yeah, I did.
Ionic enables web developers to build cross-platform apps with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript frameworks like React, Angular, or Vue. Use Ionic components and hooks to native device APIs to build fast, beautiful apps for mobile, desktop, and web, all in one codebase. Learn more today.
What content do you need today? All blog posts? Just the ones in English? And only a list of their titles and cover images? Or are you building a specific landing page and prefer content mapped to React components? Choose TypeScript SDK with Fluent API or GraphQL and get content fast. Content by Kentico.
As a developer, you need to deliver fast, and you simply don't have the time to constantly think about security. Neuralegion can help. We give you, the developer, comprehensive and fast security testing automation for your entire application on every pull request. With every new pull request, Nexploit will run all the security tests your app needs without false positives. We can integrate directly with your CI/CD pipelines, whatever your environment. So what are you waiting for? Add Nexploit to your project and start doing unit security testing today.
Sanity, a popular choice for Jamstack applications, which stands for JavaScript, APIs, and markup. Sanity is part of the A in the Jamstack. It provides an open source studio where you can model your content with JavaScript and manage it in the browser. Meanwhile, the actual data is stored in the cloud in what's known as a content lake, which can then be queried from a front-end application quickly with its built-in CDN, while supporting features like GraphQL, webhooks, and real-time updates.
Your app just crashed. The phone running it has exploded. It was struck by a hammer manufactured in 2005 by Harry's Hammers. The hammer's head is composed of 75% nickel, 20% steel, and 5% iron. The phone flew into the air at an 86-degree angle and came crashing down at 11 miles per hour.
The wonderful part of Shopify is you work with so many different expertise levels that together you find the right solution at scale. And that's where the real joy of the complexity comes from.
Commerce is evolving and we're going to evolve with it. And I love that it means that there is always more work we could be doing.
When you're building an application, there's a lot of pressure to keep security vulnerabilities out of your code. But no matter how skilled you are, between your own code, dependencies, and configurations, you can't catch them all on your own. But that's why Sneak's here. We're the secure development platform that can extend the security reach of every developer. With Sneak, you don't have to handle security vulnerabilities on your own. Sneak. Develop fast. Stay secure.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
Ionic enables web developers to build cross-platform apps with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript frameworks like React, Angular, or Vue. Use Ionic components and hooks to native device APIs to build fast,
feel like me and someone else. There we go. False positive application and API security scanner runs across your pipeline,
on every build and pull request. So definitely check them out. We also have Source Graph. It's a universal code search tool that enables developers to find, fix, and better understand all of their code, any host, any repo, any language. I was talking to the folks at the desk there, and they're so awesome. I can't wait to hear from them. And I'm going to bring Ellie on, who's going to get ready for the next talk. Not me, no. I will invite the next speaker. Let's give a big round of applause for Andreas.
Hello. Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for having me. You cannot imagine how excited I am to be here today. It's fine that the slide is black. It's all good. Hello, everyone, as well to everyone who's watching remotely. I hope you're enjoying the conference. Before I'm going to introduce myself, I want to show you some small snippets of code and ask you one simple question. Does this look like fun to you? When we take a look at this, it looks innocent enough. So we push it to production, run our code, and run into this beautiful runtime error. Uncaught reference error, root is not defined. Of course, those runtime errors always show us the little line where the error happened in our code. So easy enough, we can spot that we just made a small little typo there. So, of course, we fixed the typo, call it a day, push the code to production, go into the weekend, and, of course, Saturday morning, the client calls and tells us, it's still not working. We ran into another runtime error. Errors like these are exactly the reason why TypeScript has risen in popularity over the last couple of years. Because, of course, the main promise is those type of problems and errors will never appear at runtime if you're working with TypeScript. So you're going to your tech lead and convince him to migrate your complete code base all the way to TypeScript. Because maybe it's an older project, we're still working with class components, and we're even using legacy APIs like the legacy string refs. So as you can see, this is already TypeScript code, but they're still the same runtime error. Here we are passing a string ref down there to the div to get a reference to the HTML node, and at the string root, and we access this at the top with this.refs.root, but again with the same typo. So as you can see, only because we are using TypeScript, it does not guarantee that we will not run in any runtime errors. It depends on the framework, it depends on the APIs that we are using, how safe we really are. And this is exactly the topic of my talk that I'm going to give to you now. How typed is React really, and how does it compare to other frameworks? But first, I'm going to introduce myself, because I guess most of you won't know me. My name is Andreas, and I'm from Dresden in Germany, and I'm a development lead at a small agency. And something around 2016, we started off migrating our first project to TypeScript, and since then, we have been great fans. So every new project that we are starting, no way we are starting with JavaScript, it has to be TypeScript, or else we are out. And I guess many of you, or some of you, are sharing a similar journey. And this rise in popularity has led many of the popular frameworks to add a sentence like this to their documentation. We offer first-class TypeScript support. TypeScript is working out of the box. The TypeScript is a first-class citizen in our framework. Funnily enough, maybe you saw it already. Yesterday, they released the newest version of the React documentation as an early beta. And I searched the docs, and so far, nothing like that is in the beta documentation. But we will see. Maybe it will be added at a later point in time. When we take a look at the popular frameworks, a lot has changed over the last previous years. First of all, Vue.js, when they announced Vue 3.0, they announced that they have completely rewritten the framework based on TypeScript, and they are able to offer a much better experience than with the earlier versions of Vue. Angular as well, even if they started with TypeScript all those years ago, they started actually so early with TypeScript that TypeScript was not yet powerful enough to model all those dynamic features that the framework needs to offer its users. Sadly, on the React front, things have been a bit stagnating. But this is not a problem at all, because from the beginning, when TypeScript made the decision to directly support JSX or TSX, we never had any problems with the TypeScript support. So on that front, even if not much has changed, we can still get the benefits of TypeScript in our language. In the following, I want to take a look at different areas of the framework that can be supported by the framework. At first, we're going to take a look at the basics. So within one component, you have this logic part where you call functions, you define variables, and you pass these logic parts to the template, and this template is then accessing those variables. But this is only the basics. So it's the lowest level of TypeScript support that a framework can offer. the minimum requirement to really be able to help us as developers is when the boundaries between components are typed as well. So the inputs, the data that is flowing into our components, and the output, the events that flow out of it, they have to be type safe as well to really bring us any benefits. But let's start with the basics. First, maybe we are not even working with TypeScript, maybe we're still working with JavaScript. TypeScript can already help us in our framework of choice. Here, maybe we installed the React type definitions into our project. So when we type react.use, we get an autocomplete, we get suggestions of which functions we want to use right there. Later, we migrate our project, and then we're still in the logic part of our component, but already here, the TypeScript can support us and help us and show us errors when we made a small little typo or used a function that does not exist. When we then want to use this data, this logic in our templates, TypeScript again wants to help us. So here we defined some number, and we want to use it in the UI, in the template part. And here as well, TypeScript can help us and give us the right suggestions. And as you see on the right, when we access the function that does not exist, again, we see the error in the editor. One very important part is that we don't only want to see the error in our editor, because when we write code, maybe we are too fast for TypeScript in the background when it's compiling. Sometimes it takes a bit. Maybe you already closed your file, pushed to production, or pushed to your pipeline. And then we want to be able to crash the pipeline if we still have type errors in our project. So the framework has to offer a possibility so that we can run the type checks with a command line tool. Luckily, because TypeScript directly supports JSX, we can just run TSC, the TypeScript compiler, and have the errors crash the build pipeline. In the next step, it can get a bit more complex when we want to use more features that TypeScript is offering us. Like right here, we have our component that receives as a prop a value x, which is either a number or a string. So of course, we cannot be sure which we got in our use case. So when we directly call the toFixed function on x, TypeScript can offer us this helpful error and tell us it's all good that toFixed exists on a number, but on the type string, the function toFixed does not exist. So TypeScript forces us to first check if the variable x really is a number, and only then can we access the functions that exist on numbers. This is a feature that has only been added to the other frameworks quite late, actually. For example, here we are seeing the equivalent Vue.js code. We have basically the same thing, defining a property that is either a number or a string, and we're using it in the template. And we're getting exactly the same error as earlier, because Vue.js they found a possibility to compile the templates into real TypeScript code and have the same kinds of errors that we get natively by the TypeScript compiler in React. Now we have the basics down, so we can define the logic of our components in a type-safe manner. We can access this logic in our templates and have TypeScript help us all the way. Now let's jump into the boundaries between components. Like right here, we have our component B, which receives as an input a value x as a number, and it provides an output, which is again a number. When we're now using that component on the right, of course, we want to make sure that we are using this component correctly. So right here, we are passing in a string instead of a number. TypeScript can help us there. Same thing with the outputs. We defined that setX is always called with a number, so there again, we get the help from TypeScript. A very interesting thing is that these kinds of errors are not supported in all major frameworks. For us React developers, it's quite natural that if we define two properties, x and setx, then we have to provide these when using the component, but this is not a given in all other frameworks. Now we have the basics down, and as I said earlier, especially since the latest changes in the other frameworks, they have really caught up with React on that regard. But there are still some cherries on top that React is offering us that the others can't or cannot quite easily give us as developers. First of all, the great thing about React is that components are just functions. It's, as the documentation says, it's just JavaScript. It's beautifully simply. Like right here, we have our button component. Maybe it's even from a library where we have typed props. The problem is maybe this library does not export this interface as an explicit type, but it only exports the component. But because in TypeScript, in React, the components are simple functions, we can use TypeScript helpers to access the shape of this argument. We can just use the parameters type, extract the interface, and extract the type of the button function, and the parameters type will return to us a list of all parameters that our function expects. So right here in our example, a React component always receives one argument, the props object, so we use index 0 to extract the props of our button component. So just because the library author decided to not directly export the type of the button component, we can still access it with parameters. However, right now, this only works with function components, but luckily, the React type definitions export a helper type called component props that we can use to access the props of function components, of class components, and of the built-in HTML elements. So for example, right here, we are extracting all properties that the native HTML element is allowed to receive. This is very useful to define very thin wrappers around other components. For example, right here, we want a small wrapper around the HTML button component where we are able to pass in another property, an icon. So we are just extracting all properties from the HTML button element and joining with the intersection operator, joining some new properties, like here, the optional icon prop. In our component, we can then just destructure our props, pass in the icon and use it in our component some way or another, and pass in the rest props down to the button. And the nice thing is that if for some reason HTML adds another property to the HTML button, this still works and is still completely type-safe. So we don't have to repeat all props that are present on the HTML button, but can just take the props from the HTML button and join them into our prop types. We can also leverage this pattern to exchange components in our applications in a type-safe way. So here, for example, we have this customizable application. There we are defining as an argument we want to receive any component that fulfills the interface of our button component. This way, we could build a framework where the buttons are themable, exchangeable, have different behavior, and users of our framework can just supply their own button component, which will be used everywhere in the application. And we still have this in a type-safe way. So they have to make sure that their button component complies with the interface of this button props element. Next, we want to take a look at another great feature that we receive by having the components being only functions. Maybe you heard the talk earlier about virtualization. Virtualization is the technique where you don't want to render all elements in a list, but only the elements that are currently visible on the screen. And here, we are building a small dummy component that is doing exactly that. We define the interface here with receiving an item count and an item height. This makes calculation quite easy, which elements are currently visible in the viewport. And we pass in a render item, render prop, which we can use to define how each element is being rendered in the UI. Of course, we then have to make some calculations to calculate which elements are currently visible. We're going to skip that for now. And then we are just iterating over the visible indices and call the render prop. When using this component, it looks currently something like that. So we fetch some data, it's a person array in our use case, and we want to use our virtualized list to render those persons to the UI. Here, because we defined that the index of render item will always pass out a number, we are working in a type-safe way. So we're accessing an index on the persons list and accessing the field name or age. The problem is that maybe we don't always have a list available. Maybe it's a lazy loading list where we just fetch the data on scroll. It's an infinite loading list, for example. So maybe we don't have an array where we have all persons available. So optimally, we want the API to look like this. Render item now gives us a person object. And on a person, we can access name and age and no other fields because only these two exist. The problem is, when thinking about this naively, we might think that we now have to develop a virtualized list for persons, a list component for cars, a list component for pets, etc. And of course, this cannot be the right solution. So maybe at first, we are changing the interface of our virtualized list component to receive unknowns or any props. This way, when using this component, you can pass in a list of persons, a list of cats, a list of animals, and it will work. The problem is, on the output side of things, render item will pass us an item element of the type unknown. So we cannot use it to access the fields age and name because unknown does not have any fields. So now we would need some kind of a contract that we can use to connect these two unknown properties. And for this, we can use TypeScript generics. So we define this titem generic type variable that we can then use to define that items is of any type with titem array. And when used with the type person, for example, then we want render item to give us back a person again. So when using this component, we can pass in a list of persons, and TypeScript will know that we instantiated the component with the person type, and we will receive the person object in the render item function. When we hover over this JSX element, we get this tooltip where we can see that TypeScript correctly inferred the type of our component. This way, we can build a component that can be used with different kinds of types, so with persons, cats, cars, whatever, and while still being completely type safe when using this component. Another quite popular pattern that is using this feature is the asprop. Maybe you've used it in styled components or in Motion, where you can pass in another component in the asprop and want to pass in new properties to this new generic component. So like right here, we have this link component, which normally renders just an A tag, maybe in the UI. But right now, we want to render it as a button element, and we want to be able to pass in an additional icon. And here, again, we can make use of the TypeScript generics and define our component like that. You can see maybe one of the problems when working with TypeScript a lot. The component code, the library code, starts to look quite complex, but we are achieving a very nice usability for the users of our component. Like right here, for example, we define the type variable tComponent. We add this constraint that it has to be a component type. And then we can say that our link component will receive the asprop, where we can pass in any component. And it can receive all props that this passed component wants to receive in the UI. So now I hope that you could see that yes, TypeScript support is good, and all frameworks have the basics down of this TypeScript support, but TypeScript support is more than only defining the types inside of our logic of our component, inside of our templates, also on the boundaries between components, but also there are lots and lots of additional use cases where we can leverage TypeScript in our React projects. I want to say thank you for listening to my talk. I hope that you have some quite exciting questions for me right now. I wish you a lot of fun at the remaining conference and want to say thank you.
Thank you so much. Would you like to grab a seat? We've got a couple of questions, and I'm pretty sure that more questions will be rolling in as we go along. So one of the first ones, and I kind of like this one because I guess it goes against everything that TypeScript is supposed to offer. Is there ever a good excuse for using the any type in your project?
Yeah, there absolutely is. So the only thing that you really never, ever must do in your projects is letting an any out of a component. So it's absolutely okay to use an any within one function, within one module, because maybe the types, you're building a lookup object, for example, where you don't yet know all the fields that will be present on this lookup object, then just slap an any on that, add the fields later, but make sure that the return type of your function is typed correctly. But within a small module, you can just add an any, maybe write a unit test to be absolutely sure. But it's absolutely no problem to use it within a module, but never let it out of your model, because then it will spread like wildfire.
Never let any out,
yeah.
Definitely. Next question, when would you use React Node over JSX Elements as a return type?
So personally, we almost always use React Node because it's a bit more flexible. So a React Node is basically everything that is renderable by React. So not only a JSX element, but also null, undefined, true, false, strings, numbers, and whatever. So just a bit more flexible.
Nice. And another question, what do you think is the weakest or hardest part of working with React and TypeScript?
I think the hardest part is the error messages that TypeScript give you. Especially maybe one of you have experience there when you're working with GraphQL and write a code generator for your GraphQL types. You receive this massive typed objects that, yes, they exactly show you what type of fields you receive from the backend. But when one field is missing there in your, maybe you pass it to a component, one field is missing, the error message is just, it's so huge, and new developers or even intermediate developers really struggle with identifying where really the error is in this type message. And this can get really quite confusing, and this is something that still needs improvement, as I say.
Always room for improvement. And kind of going back to the question earlier about any, which do you prefer to use, any or unknown? If you absolutely have to, obviously you're never going to let it get out of the component.
So I'd say within one module, element, function, whatever, I'd say it's fine to use any, because then you're just free to do whatever you want with that variable. If you have a case where you're expecting some kind of a variable from outside, so you're writing your own console log function, maybe, and there users can just supply any value they want, I'd use an unknown, because then I can't accidentally use any fields on this data, because I won't know what data is getting passed in. For example, if I write a log function that just says JSON.stringify, then it really doesn't matter, so I just write unknown there and can be sure that I won't access any fields that don't exist.
I think it's also good because it's really actually thinking about all of these things from the design phase and not making any assumptions.
Absolutely.
Now, you spoke at the beginning about oftentimes there are many people moving from JavaScript over to TypeScript. And how do you recommend approaching TypeScript to a team that is new to use it or has never used it before?
So I think Mark Erickson from React, from the Redux team, always makes this distinction about being an application level developer and a library developer. And using TypeScript at the application level is really quite comfortable, because you get the autocomplete. You almost never have to specify the types yourself. TypeScript can infer many types. It only gets really complex when writing your own libraries. So maybe I'd say for a team that is mostly of new TypeScript developers, I'd say use existing libraries like React Query, like a form library that already has strong TypeScript support, so that you won't have to write those library typings for yourself at first. But you can always do that later, of course.
And TypeScript is becoming much more widespread, right? But obviously, there's always new people who are getting started it. What are the best resources to go to for people who are coming from, what are the best resources for people to go from basic TypeScript skills to start using some of those advanced patterns that you talked about?
So I'd say one really good place are the TypeScript and React cheat sheets that Sean Wang has published on GitHub. And other than that, I always recommend, Kenzie Dodds has written a blog post, sync state, derive state and don't sync it, or something like that. And I think this is something that you can really bring into your thinking about types as well. Because when you have a type for the type of data that is returned by your API, for example, and you want to map this type to form fields, which have a changed field, touched field, dirty field, whatever, then you have to recognize that this new shape is completely dependent on this input shape, and that you can somehow probably map this input type to this expected output type. And once you recognize that, then you can start looking for solutions of how you can achieve this mapping and learn these more complex patterns on the way, because that's how you learn new things, by solving problems.
Thank you so much. That's all the time we have for questions today, but I can see there are so many more questions. Walk up over and ask him some of your questions during the break that we have after. And also remember, there will be a spatial room where you can also join in virtually and have a chat. Can we all give a massive round of applause for Andres?
Thanks a lot for having me.
All right, folks, now there will be a 30-minute break, and after this break, we'll be having the lightning talks right here on the general track stage. I'll see you soon.
Ionic enables web developers to build cross-platform apps with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript frameworks like React, Angular, or Vue. Use Ionic components and hooks to native device APIs to build fast, beautiful apps for mobile, desktop, and web, all in one codebase. Learn more today.
What content do you need today? All blog posts? Just the ones in English? And only a list of their titles and cover images? Or are you building a specific landing page and prefer content mapped to React components? Choose TypeScript SDK with Fluent API or GraphQL and get content fast. Content by Kentico.
As a developer, you need to deliver fast, and you simply don't have the time to constantly think about security. Neuralegion can help. We give you, the developer, comprehensive and fast security testing automation for your entire application on every pull request. With every new pull request, Nexploit will run all the security tests your app needs without false positives. We can integrate directly with your CI/CD pipelines, whatever your environment. So what are you waiting for? Add Nexploit to your project and start doing unit security testing today.
Sanity, a popular choice for Jamstack applications, which stands for JavaScript, APIs, and markup. Sanity is part of the A in the Jamstack. It provides an open source studio where you can model your content with JavaScript and manage it in the browser. Meanwhile, the actual data is stored in the cloud in what's known as a content lake, which can then be queried from a front-end application quickly with its built-in CDN, while supporting features like GraphQL, webhooks, and real-time updates.
Your app just crashed. The phone running it has exploded. It was struck by a hammer manufactured in 2005 by Harry's Hammers. The hammer's head is composed of 75% nickel, 20% steel, and 5% iron. The phone flew into the air at an 86-degree angle and came crashing down at 11 miles per hour.
The wonderful part of Shopify is you work with so many different expertise levels that together you find the right solution at scale. And that's where the real joy of the complexity comes from.
Commerce is evolving and we're going to evolve with it. And I love that it means that there is always more work we could be doing.
When you're building an application, there's a lot of pressure to keep security vulnerabilities out of your code. But no matter how skilled you are, between your own code, dependencies, and configurations, you can't catch them all on your own. But that's why Sneak's here. We're the secure development platform that can extend the security reach of every developer. With Sneak, you don't have to handle security vulnerabilities on your own. Sneak. Develop fast. Stay secure.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
Ionic enables web developers to build cross-platform apps with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript frameworks like React, Angular, or Vue. Use Ionic components and hooks to native device APIs to build fast, beautiful apps for mobile, desktop, and web, all in one codebase.
And we are live. Welcome back. And we are live. Welcome back. Yes, I know. I'm Chatbox Coder here, talking way too much. Got my suit on today. I thought I'd dress up for the occasion because I'm so excited that I get to be in person at a conference again. Now, I know some of you maybe weren't with me before, so let me just say welcome. I am going behind the scenes, talking to all the different people and doing some of the things that you get to do when you're in person. Now, you folks also get to do something that I don't get to do. You have the spatial chat. And this is kind of like the spatial chat, but if you would like to have a tour guide through what's going on here in person at React Advanced London in 2021, follow me. Now, I'm just going to be going around. We might meet you. Let's see. Using talks will be some live, some lightning talks actually, and these lightning talks will be there for you to get involved in. I'm really looking forward to it. We've actually got some friends of mine that will be doing the lightning talks. Speaking of friends, I've got an amazing friend who's been with me all day that I want to introduce you to once again. Hi, Ellie. But also, one thing, we have been on stage taking all of the credit for someone behind the scenes who's been doing so much amazing work. And I feel like they make us look so cool and easy. So I feel like they need to get shouted out on the screen. Hello, how are you? Do you want to give a wave to everyone watching? Genuinely, she's been making the whole experience amazing. All of you folks who are having an amazing experience, say thank you, say thank you. She deserves all the love, all the love. All right, let's go into the big canteen room hangout place where everyone is. And yeah, it's so cool. Speaking, we've actually got one of the speakers who's he was just on the general track. He gave an amazing talk. And it was really, really cool. Now, if you want to go and check out that talk, you can actually go and check it out in spatial chat as well, just in case. Or you can stay and hang out with me as I walk around the conference. So many different people. Now, I think I did introduce you to the sponsors last time I was on here. I'm going to go back and say hello to these sponsors one more time because I don't want you to miss out, just in case you were new and you weren't here before. So we'll go back through the sponsors. We had the awesome Zero Height, building the leading design ops platform. Why don't we have the team say hello? Want to say hello? Hi. Nice. And then we also had the wonderful SourceGraph sponsoring this event. We got the SourceGraph folks over here. They're actually really cool. One of them will be giving a lightning talk that I am really, really looking forward to checking out. And then we have the amazing folks at Ionic. Now, Ionic has one of like the most unique pieces of swag I've ever seen. They've got headbands. I want a headband. I feel like I'm gonna steal one, grab one, and take it with me next time I'm going to the gym. And then we also had Top Tool as well. So you're on way too street, folks. So if you've ever wanted to freelance, you should definitely check them out. They make it so easy for you to get started freelancing. Make it easy. You need to get that money. Go get that money. All right. I'm just going to keep going around, see if I can bump into more people who want to talk about their amazing experience. And you know, one of the things that I love about doing this is you never know who you're going to bump into. Like, I actually saw someone from work that I haven't seen in 2 years. Like, in 2 years, we work for the same company. I've not seen him. Bumped into him in the audience. It's been amazing. But let me take you backstage. Here, we are going to go into the speakers room. Now, I'm going to be quiet in the speakers room because people are focused. People are finishing up their slides. They are doing all they can to make sure that the talks that they present to you are amazing. Now, remember, there's not just going to be talks today. There's also going to be some virtual talks on Monday. So you should definitely stick around on Monday and check them out. There was an amazing speaker who's going to be speaking on Monday who used to work in the space industry. Asked her how it was working. She was like, she was surprised that planes didn't fall out of the sky. Doesn't fill me with confidence for my next holiday. We've got more and more speakers. Do you want to say hi to the people on the stream? Nice, all right. I'll let you get prepared for your next book. But let me keep going around and we'll see if there are any more other people that we can find. Let's see. All right, let me go and find someone who can say hi. Now, I would like you all to go into the community chat and drop what your favorite tools are. Now, one thing as well that you may have missed out on is we actually have this job board. Big letters, let me get this job board. Now, even if you're online, you can go to reactadvanced.com, I think it's /jobs, and you can actually see all of these amazing jobs. Some of them are React jobs, different types of jobs. And remember, Total, one of the sponsors, you can go over to the Total website, you can get signed up. If maybe you don't want to work for just one person, you want to freelance, you want to change up the different gigs. Now, I'm going to go and head over to the Pro Track and check in with the MCs over there. Now, they've been doing such an amazing job with so many of the talks and the different things going on. Another jump board, I didn't realize we had to. And they've been doing an amazing job. Let me go and check in on them on the Pro Track. So we'll see what's going on in the Pro Track. Oh, I always get freaked out because I'm on train. Hey, yeah, how are you doing? How are you enjoying the conference? You want to join in? Enjoying it? Nice. Got your coffee. Yeah, very coffee. Very coffee. That is a great description. All right, let's see what's going on here. We got people who want to come and say hello. You want to come say hello on the street? On the street? Nice. Oh, you know what? We both got cameras. You're taking a photo. Take a photo. Take a photo. Digital photo. Yes. Take a couple of weeks. What's your name, by the way? You want to introduce yourself?
My name is Sergey.
Nice.
I'm a developer at Shopify.
Shopify. Awesome. Nice. Have you been speaking or have you been enjoying the conference? Awesome. Awesome. What's the Instagram? It's not Instagram. It's all the people who are joining from home, so they're joining us right now. What have you been enjoying from the conference so far?
Actually being in person.
Oh, I mean, like, yes. I can fist bump
It's so
someone.
awkward, but it feels so nice.
I know it's like every time I'm like, do we handshake? Do we hug? What do we
Do
do?
the awkward elbow thing that nobody.
Gosh, this needs to stay in 2020 and not come back.
Elbows. See you later.
All right, thank you so much. Nice to meet you. Something I love about this audience, the fact that like I've never met him before, and he's so cool. And also, go around in spatial chat. Look, just because you're at home doesn't mean you can't meet people. There are so many different people that you can just have a conversation with. Say hi, get to know them, get to know someone new. And you know what? Look, you might be able to meet someone from a completely different country, from a completely different place, and you never know who the next cool person is that you're going to meet around the corner. All right, let's get back to the main one. Now, there's so much going on. I don't even know where to focus, but I'm going to keep running around. And there's also another group of people. There have been amazing volunteers at this event throughout this entire time. I just want to shout them out because they've been doing such a good job. Do you want to give a wave to the stream? Nice. They've been doing such a good job making sure that everything works together, everything goes by smoothly. And genuinely, without them, I don't think it would be such an enjoyable conference. All right, how much time have we got? We've got a little bit of time before the next talks. Let's see if I can find some more surprises, more people to talk to. All right, give me a second. Let me roll with me, folks. Roll with me. Roll with me. We're going to go hunting for friends, hunting for people to talk to. Literally just walking around until I bump into a friendly face. Someone new, someone that you can have a conversation with. And you know what? I want to do something interactive. Why don't we go around and we're going to ask different people what some of their favorite talks have been and what some of their highlights have been from the conference. But before I do that, I'm going to pause and I'm going to grab some cake because I'm sorry you folks at home can't enjoy this, but there is these delicious loaves and I want to make sure that I have some of them. So good. Anyway, you're at home, wherever you are, don't forget, stay hydrated, grab a drink, and know that there's so much amazing content and you don't want to leave your seat You don't want to move from in front of your screen, and that's totally fine. But grab a drink, grab a snack, and enjoy. I feel like you're going to be able to have popcorn without disturbing any of the speakers. Remember, head over to the spatial chat where you can meet with some of the speakers. Oh, I see a friend. Now I'm going to put this friend on blast in a moment. Are you saying hello? But anyway, let's continue. There we go. I got distracted by the amazing cake. Now, I'm not going to go back into the speaker's room because last time I went in there, it actually got pretty, what's the word I'm looking for? They're just really focused, and I want them to be in the best space, best mind space to be able to give you talks. I'm going to go out for some fresh air. Just stand outside. It has been so cool. I'm loving the space and I'm loving being outdoors. It's a beautiful day out in London. And I think one thing that I've really enjoyed, so let me just go through some of those talks in my head. We've had so many amazing talks. What was on that track at that time, but it was so cool. And it's available on demand, actually. You can go and check it out now. It was a full 40-minute talk, and there was so much content. Now, let me check the time because it is nearly time for me to go get ready to present the next set of talks. Now, what we've got coming up, we've got three, I think it's three. I may be wrong, I don't have my notes with me, but we've got a couple of lightning talks. So many of them are amazing. One of my, I'm going to say my friend because they are an amazing human being. Rachel Neighbors will be giving a talk. We've also got Prosper who will be giving a talk. I'm really looking forward to the talk by Prosper and a couple of other talks as well. Super exciting. But come on with me. Let's go around. Let's keep going on this journey around the base, finding more and more people to talk to. Let me just quickly get through the store and talk around. Now, I know the technical folks are actually listening on this chat, and I'm coming for you because I think you deserve some of the love too. This is the thing that I love about events, right? Whenever I go to events, it's not always just the people on stage that I'm inspired by. I'm inspired by also the people behind the scenes, the people who are doing the tech, the runners who are making sure that the speakers feel comfortable. Great conferences like this are brought together by groups of amazing people. And there have been so many amazing people at and talk. You know what? I'm gonna go and say hello and say thank you. Because without them, none of this would be here. None of this would be here. And we're also testing some of the speakers as well. I just look and like the tech table is empty. I think they saw me coming and decided to pass and skip. We've got a couple of different people as well in this room. Now, not only are there swag, let me check out some of these things on this table. We got stickers, got a little badge. I've got my little badge already. We got a couple of other things as well. Now, you see it on the screen? Well, one thing I love is you can't really see it for you, but we've actually got these screens which show us the tweets that people have been tweeting throughout the day. And anyone who tweets with the hashtag #ReactAdvanced Conference, most of your tweets have actually been appearing on screen. So if you're watching from home, I would like you to let me know that you're watching. So send a tweet talking about the walk around behind the scenes. And if you are enjoying it, tweet me and let me know. Tweet, tag me in your tweet at @ChatUpCoder. Use the hashtag #ReactAdvanced so that we can all just share our experiences. Let's keep the camera pointed at my face. There we go. All right, back downstairs. One of the good things about doing this particular role, walking around, is I am getting my steps in for the day. More than enough of my steps in for the day. But I'm gonna pause. All right. Now I'm seeing people making their way back to the general track, which means I am probably going to need to disappear very, very soon, say goodbye, and go and present on stage for the next set of talks. But folks, it has genuinely been such a pleasure chatting with you. I'm about to disappear, so when I finally do disappear, I'm just actually going to rush up to the general track room, which I just left. Shouldn't have left. I'm going to quickly go up there so I can be there on time for the next session to start. Now remember, the next sessions are going to be amazing. You can also jump into the pro track as well. You can jump into the pro track. There's going to be other sessions going on as well. All of this. Ooh, all these steps. Man, I'm out of shape. All right, folks, it has been a pleasure. I'm going to have to disappear now. I'm going to have to put this down. And I will see you in a couple of minutes. Thank you so much. Nathaniel will be out in just a couple of minutes. Once I find the right person to hand this camera to, give me a... You know what? All of these people, these are all the tech people making everything work. A massive thank you to all of them. Wherever they are, a big thank you to them. They've been doing such a good job. All right. Now, time for me to head off, time for me to disappear, but just enjoy the conference. Remember to get involved. Go to Discord, go into the hashtag community channel and have a conversation. Meet somebody, go into the spatial chat, find some of the speakers. I also know we have discussion rooms. Maybe if there's still a discussion room, I don't remember the agenda off the top of my head. Join one of those discussion rooms. And now we're going to have a couple of videos from our sponsors before we come back here together and join in for the lightning talks that we have coming up next. All right, folks, it is time for me to disappear. Goodbye. See you later.
All in one code base. Learn more today.
What content do you need today? All blog posts? Just the ones in English? And only a list of their titles and cover images? Or are you building a specific landing page and prefer content mapped to React components? Choose TypeScript SDK with Fluent API or GraphQL and get content fast. Content by Kentico.
As a developer, you need to deliver fast, and you simply don't have the time to constantly think about security. Neuralegion can help. We give you, the developer, comprehensive and fast security testing automation for your entire application on every pull request. With every new pull request, Nexploit will run all the security tests your app needs without false positives. We can integrate directly with your CI/CD pipelines, whatever your environment. So what are you waiting for? Add Nexploit to your project and start doing unit security testing today.
Sanity, a popular choice for Jamstack applications, which stands for JavaScript, APIs, and markup. Sanity is part of the A in the Jamstack. It provides an open source studio where you can model your content with JavaScript and manage it in the browser. Meanwhile, the actual data is stored in the cloud in what's known as a content lake, which can then be queried from a front-end application quickly with its built-in CDN, while supporting features like GraphQL, webhooks, and real-time updates.
Your app just crashed. The phone running it has exploded. It was struck by a hammer manufactured in 2005 by Harry's Hammers. The hammer's head is composed of 75% nickel, 20% steel, and 5% iron. The phone flew into the air at an 86-degree angle and came crashing down at 11 miles per hour.
The wonderful part of Shopify is you work with so many different expertise levels that together you find the right solution at scale. And that's where the real joy of the complexity comes from.
Commerce is evolving and we're going to evolve with it. And I love that it means that there is always more work we could be doing.
When you're building an application, there's a lot of pressure to keep security vulnerabilities out of your code. But no matter how skilled you are, between your own code, dependencies, and configurations, you can't catch them all on your own. But that's why Sneak's here. We're the secure development platform that can extend the security reach of every developer. With Sneak, you don't have to handle security vulnerabilities on your own. Sneak. Develop fast. Stay secure.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
still give 7 minutes. Put 6 minutes. So I think that
one of the videos is 8 minutes and 50 seconds.
that's fine.
I checked with Daria, but
Yeah.
after the last one, I'm gonna double check with you.
Yeah, it's fine. It's not twice as long as
No.
it should be, right?
No.
So,
The one's like 5, so.
yeah, it's fine. Yeah.
Should I accept?
Yeah. Are we ready to go?
Are you ready?
I think it was like,
Sorry, I forgot to close the session.
Good to go?
I believe so.
That wasn't convincing. I will go. Hey folks, welcome back. I just want to check in and make sure we're all up to date with our CSS, our CLAP standardization system. So can we have a 6? Can we have a 6? A 7? An 8? A 9? All right, cool. All right, okay. You're going to need to keep those hands warm because we've got quite a lot of talks coming up next. And in a second, my clicker will start working and going through the slides. But before we do that, I want to shout out the speakers that we have coming up. Shout out the sponsors that have made this event possible. That's the word I'm looking for. So we've got this gold sponsor, StackHawk, which helps developers find security vulnerabilities in their JS apps and their APIs. And using the platform, you can run application security tests with every single pull request. So visit www.stackhawk.com to learn more. And we have Shopify. Shopify's engineers are building the best commerce platform for anyone to start and scale a business. Follow at Shopify Eng on Twitter to learn how they're making React and React Native development faster. Now, alongside the next set of talks, there is in parallel, there will be a hybrid discussion room just in that door, behind that door, next door, on design systems with Sid, who just gave an amazing talk earlier. So you can join in person, or if you're remote, you can join on spatial chat. But you're going to need to keep your hands warm because we've got a set of lightning talks from these wonderful speakers coming up next. So every single time they change over, I need you to give a big 10 of S clap. So let's do that now. Number 10, a massive round of applause for these first speakers.
Does it work now? All right. Hi, everybody. I'm very glad to be here. It's been almost 2 years I did this, so I'm really excited to see everybody. So I'm giving a lightning talk on supercharging developer productivity with advanced code search. Oh, okay. Technical problems? Anyways, I'm not surprised. We have technical problems in every technical talk, so I guess. Hopefully, this comes up soon. So while we wait, if you're with your phone or your laptop, you can open sourcegraph.com. Yeah, just pick up your phone or your laptop, open sourcegraph.com, because I'll be talking about how to supercharge your productivity with code search. How many of you, every developer here does code search, I assume. Awesome. All right. How many of us use VS Code? Everybody? Sublime? Oh, shit. I use Sublime. Oh, my goodness. I feel so old. Anyways, this has gone off again. Does it keep shaking? Yeah, sorry about that, guys. This is about to be an amazing talk. That's why we're having so many problems. Awesome. All right, so if you're on sourcegraph.com, just follow me. So I'm Prosper Otemoyiwa. I work as a developer advocate at SourceGraph. And we have an agenda. So every developer in the world spends a huge amount of time reading than writing code. In fact, if you use GitHub a lot, you discover that even when you're not with your laptop, you're on GitHub, you're trying to get notifications for pull requests, comments, and every other thing you're doing with code, right? So if you spend more time reading than writing, then you should have the tools that allow you to search for code very easily. So we have a tool called SourceGraph, sourcegraph.com. So that's why I said you should open your phones. If you open your phones and go to sourcegraph.com, I like to call sourcegraph.com the Google of code search. So this is how it looks like. If your interface does not look like that, you're not on SourceGraph, please. So just cross-check, right? So with SourceGraph, this is the value we have offered to developers. SourceGraph has currently indexed over 2.1 million open source repositories across GitHub and GitLab. So right now, you can search code on SourceGraph, and it gives you data from GitHub and GitLab, right? And you can also search private code across several repositories. With SourceGraph, the same way you can do local search on your local IDEs, you can have precise code intelligence on sourcegraph.com. And then with SourceGraph, there's a feature we have called batch changes. Instead of opening several pull requests to different repos, with batch changes, you can have a file, and then it can make several pull requests for you, instead of you having to do that yourself. So it's called batch changes. And then we have two features called code monitoring and code insights. But for this talk, I'm just going to be talking more about the search. All right, so like I said, SourceGraph can be called the Google of code search. It's literally a search engine that allows you to search all of open source code and all of your private code, right? So what are the code search patterns we have with SourceGraph? There are 3 types of search you can do right now: literal, regular expression, and structural. So let's go to literal. I know many of us are very familiar with the suspect component, right? So if you're onboarding a new developer or you get onboarded to a code base and you're trying to see occurrences of a particular class, symbol, or definition, you can literally copy the code base and paste it into SourceGraph, and then it goes ahead to search for you. So right now, this is me placing the suspense components in SourceGraph, and it searches all of the open source code it has indexed across GitHub and GitLab, and returns me examples and results of people that are using suspense across this entire GitHub and GitLab. So now you can see the responses. You can scroll down. On the left-hand side, you can see all the filters and operators that you can add. So you can search through divs. You can search through the time difference. You can also search through the committers of the code. And you can have access to how people are using certain APIs. Another API that you can talk about in React.js too is the unstable batch updates. So you want to know how many people are using unstable batch updates in the wild. How many people are really using it, and how are they using this particular API method? With SourceGraph, all you need to do is just paste it in. It searches, so if you look at the arrow, it searches within the React.js organization. It searches all of the repos within the organization, and it brings you out results of every usage of unstable batch updates. So from within the React code itself, and within every other example within the React organization, you can just get results. Now let's go to regular expression. How many of us are very familiar with regular expression? I know we probably don't use it every day, but with SourceGraph, it allows you to flex your Moses with regular expressions. So if you understand what you're trying to look for, you're trying to look for something within a file, for example. So here, I was trying to look for how people are using some of the latest versions of React by using regular expression to search via the package.json of several repositories. So I pasted this into the SourceGraph search engine. I toggled on the regular expression mode, and these were the results it gives me. So with these results, you can see, and you can narrow down to get the results of how many people or how many projects are dependent on a particular version of React. So some of us here are open source maintainers, some of us here are open source authors. You really want to get an idea of how many people are using your open source package, or how many people are using certain versions, maybe because you need to deprecate certain methods, or maybe because there's a new architectural change you need to work on. So with this, you can easily scroll and then see how people are using it: Webpack, Remix Run, Visualizer. You can see how many people are really dependent on a particular version of your project. So this is an example of me searching through branches, right? I was searching through the SourceGraph organization repository, the SourceGraph organization with tons of repos in it, and then specifying with a regular expression to search within every branch that has mchap within the name of the branch. So this goes into all of the branches that has mchap within it, and then searches for Ubuntu latest. With that, it returns all the code base for me, right? Now, this is just open source code. When you connect all your private repositories to as well, and if you sign up and connect your private repositories, it's the same result it gets you. It just searches within the scope of all the repositories that you've connected to SourceGraph. And then third, we have the structural search. I think this is one of my best type of search. With structural search, you can literally take blocks of code. So you can take if conditions, try catch, a full block of code, and paste it into the Google search engine, into the SourceGraph search engine, and then it's going to give you the results you're looking for. So this is me, searching through the Google organization on GitHub and looking for this block of code, if not path.length, and you have the 3 dots, right? So it goes ahead and look for all the types of code that fulfills this particular condition and returns them to me. So now I can see all of the projects and all of the code bases, all of the files that have this within them, and then I can keep narrowing my search, right? There are so many keywords that you can use. In fact, we have a boot out there with a cheat sheet, so I encourage you after this talk or when you're free to come out to our booth and get the cheat sheets. There's a lot of things to learn there. So why you actually need SourceGraph? Developer velocity. As your team is growing, you want, as you build more features, you want your developers to move very fast. So with SourceGraph, if you have all your repositories connected to SourceGraph, it allows them to search stuff, right? Some people will get into a company, and within the first week, they're already committing code. That's because they understand, they can easily get the code base, right? For some people, it takes 3 weeks because you have to go through different repositories. You don't know what you're doing. With SourceGraph, everything is in one place, and it allows your developers to get onboarded quickly to the code base. And then with refactoring, there is no case of I left this behind, I forgot. I know you have tests. Yeah, that's very good. But when you have shared systems, for example, you have a shared design system that you're using across different repositories, sometimes you forget that a particular component or something is used in this other part of the code base or in another repository. With SourceGraph, once you paste that in, it brings out all the references from all the different repos, no matter how many repos, 100, 200, 1,000, connected to it, and you get all those references and you move fast. Now, a recap of the search parameters. Again, there are different keywords you can use with SourceGraph, right? This is just a very good illustration of some of those keywords, right? You have the repo keyword that allows you to search within a particular repo or within an organization of repos. Then you also have the @branch, where you can just specify the branch to limit and narrow the search. You also have the type symbol. With type symbol, what happens is instead of returning, the code with the function call, it just returns the definition of the class or the definition of the function with type symbol. So with file 2, you can limit it and say, hey, I want you to just search within the tsconfig files, or I want you to search within the package.json files. And then within it, with type commit, you can say, hey, I want you to search within a particular commit or within a dev. Then you can specify the lang, for example. If somebody is trying to learn about Lambda functions in Python, you can type in Lambda and narrow your search to lang Python, and it's going to give you all the ways Lambda function has been used in the wild or within your private code base. Now, if you want to learn more about code search, I implore you to visit learn.sourcegraph.com. Learn.sourcegraph.com is our entire suite of learning tutorials for everything that has to do with regular expression search, structural search, literal search, and every other thing, batch changes that you can do with code search. And then we have more resources, docs.sourcegraph.com. We have an active presence on Dev2. We have our blog. We also organize what we call Dev2 Time. So Dev2 Time happens bi-weekly. So if you go to our YouTube channel and search for Dev2 Time, you can see the amazing setups of developers, different developer workspaces. And then you can search our podcast as well. So all these resources, you can use it to learn more about code search and about SourceGraph. So thank you very much. And then you can follow me on Twitter and on GitHub and ask me as many questions as you want. Thank you.
All right. Hello, everyone. I'm Mike Hartington. We've already had a full day of a lot of technical topics. Let's take a break from that and talk about ideas and abstractions. So, as someone who came from like a non-engineering background, I was taught that an abstraction is this thing that builds on top of another thing. Simplest example is we have this low-level library or low-level API, and we just have all these kind of rough implementations of how to get things done. This could be assembly, this could be C for you, this could be a raw DOM API. Well, people come together, they've realized that that is not going to be very productive. They're going to be stuck having to maintain the nuances of a low-level API, so they go ahead and they create an abstraction. They build on top of it, they provide either some kind of utility or some kind of library that can sit on top of that low-level API and give you a better time developing. People come along later, they realize that that's a pretty good starting point. Let's go ahead and make something more. Let's make this a little bit more easier. Let's remove this method because it's not really used that often. There's a lot of footguns in there. Let's give you something that's going to be simpler, easier to understand, and let you get to build whatever you want. So on and so forth. We sit with this level of abstractions where we either look at them as being very, very low level or very high level, and the spectrum of very high level to low level, and this hierarchical spectrum is how we typically look at it. Now, with this hierarchical approach, we also have to consider that whatever is at the high level might also include more code, whether that's runtime or just in general as a library. It might include limited feature set, but still handle edge cases. So the smaller the abstraction, the closer that it is to the lower level, maybe not. In addition, the abstraction also could provide escape hatches to the low level. In perfect example, not in JavaScript, but in Python, you can import C modules. You can write some C, import it into your program, and have access when you need that escape hatch. Lua offers the same thing. There could be JavaScript libraries that instead of returning their own custom object, they return a valid JavaScript object, whether it's a date or something more. So these are the ways I was taught to think of abstractions, and as time has kind of gone on, I've realized that there's another way. We could think of them as a spectrum. Now, it's not just about how far removed from that low-level API are we operating on, but where is this code going to live? What's its execution target? Is it going to be the browser, server? Are we going to be doing cloud functions? Perfect example, Node, Deno, and the browser. Is this code going to operate in both the browser and Node? Maybe. Is it going to operate in Node and Deno? Probably not. How that code operates and how that code is approached is just another level of an abstraction. If we use a library that operates really well in the browser, chances are it could run in Deno, but we don't know. So how far removed is it from that target? One that I'm really familiar with is the idea of cross-platform. We have one side the web, and we have the one side native. Now, depending on where you are, where your team sits, you could be picking abstractions that are 1 degree removed from pure native. Or you could be picking abstractions that are 1 degree removed from just pure web. It doesn't matter if don't look at them as if they're better or worse. Look at them as just being opposite ends of the spectrum. This is stuff that we think about daily at Ionic, where we think we have our abstractions sitting right at the middle. We give you access to the web, but we also give you access to native. So is that a middle ground? Is that better? Is that worse? The answer is kind of up to you, but it's just a different way of looking at what that code is. It's not necessarily better or worse. It's just going to give you the options. So understanding that code and abstractions are less about the performance impact, the actual size, the level of remove from low level. It's really about your code, performance size, and where is it going to live. We could have code that works in all of our devices right now, but in a few years, is it going to be able to work there? Are there going to be more platforms where this code can't run because it's using the wrong abstraction? So as a team, evaluate what abstractions you're using, what their portability is, and also how far removed are they from the low level. Those, I'm not discounting the hierarchy. I'm just saying evaluate more on the spectrum. And with that, thank you.
All right, that guy, I don't know his name, but with the epic music and his headset, and he's up here and like, we've got a flicker. We got to fix the flicker. Where's comms? Bring comms online now. Oh, it's amazing. So I feel like, wow, this is a pretty intense operation. Okay, it's a little awkward. I'm totally crashing these lightning talks, and I've disrupted the chain of events that should play out. I don't even know how long I'm supposed to be talking, so if I go on too long, and I am in my old age telling far too many stories, you are welcome to just start shouting, "We're very bored, please get off the stage now." I will do that, but I will try not to take up too darn much space today. Hi there, I'm Rachel Neighbors, documentation manager for React and React Native, and Relay, who is also a part of the React family, although you may not have heard of it, at GraphQL. Anyway, that's for a future talk. And today, I've come to chat with you a little bit about something that, well, a couple of things. First off, I don't know if you noticed, but we just kind of had a whole year of dead air. Like, I mean, what was that? My concept of time has completely gone out the door, hence why I might run a little long. But there was actually something I wanted to share with you before the pandemic wiped out all the talks and all the conferences. And that is what I'm here to talk with you today about: documentation as your second source of truth. And there's a little project back in 2019 with React Native, and I want to tell you a little bit about it. But first, docs. Your first source of truth is your source, of course. Your first source is your source, of course, of course. Your first source of truth is your source code, of course. But very few code bases can be read through in 1 hour. I remember the era of jQuery, where you could learn JavaScript and jQuery by literally reading the jQuery source code. If only we were so lucky today. So your first source of truth might be your source code, but you're going to need a second source of truth. The next best thing is your documentation that shows how all these different pieces work together and how people can implement them and work with them and build things, et cetera. Because otherwise, you don't have time to read all the source. That is not the right animation. Oh well, carrying on. We're getting back into the groove here. I'm surprised that the MCs have still got it, even though they've been off the air for like a year. Like, dang. Let's see if I've still got some too. So when I first joined the React team, I had the task of taking React Native, seen a lot of React Native folks here today, and its documentation site, and making the docs rock even more. It was a fun project. User testing. I used to be a UXer back in the day, so I start all the projects I get assigned with like, let's talk to real people. And these conversations revealed that, we needed more refresher material on React. Learners wanted more visual content. We lacked in-depth content on some specific specialized topics. Our high-traffic component and API documentation needed a little update. And, people kept saying, we want more interactive code. When can I run these examples? I'm not going to set up an Android SDK. I'm an iOS developer. Come on. All right. We also learned a little bit more about our audience, some things we didn't know before. For instance, 41% of React Native developers, they come from a mobile background. Like, some folks, they didn't have any background in anything before they came, or even web. These were very interesting people to talk with. And it also made us realize that, probably should build in things like literal context switchers to speak to people from different backgrounds. Before, we were just like, you probably know React. Here's React for your mobile device, which was cool, except for people who were already developing for mobile and did not know what React was. So nice, took care of that. We added these really cool interactive examples everywhere to get people up and running, a React refresher to reintroduce folks to React really quickly, which kind of inspired a future project we'll get to in a moment. And because the docs, they weren't automatically generated, that meant driving an entire community drive to update the documentation, which was a lot of fun, because people really want to get engaged in their favorite project. But sometimes these projects are so far matured, there's no more low-hanging fruit, but there's still a way to participate in contributing to documentation. So we got everything back up to date. We brought in some experts as guest writers to patch up places where we needed some deep dives, added colorful illustrations that turned out to be very popular. And since rebooting React Native's documentation with the new content, we saw a 70% increase in, thumbs up metrics across the board on the page. That was really nice. Felt great. So bad documentation can lead to bad developer experiences. It makes it hard for devs to get from good to great. And it makes it even harder for them to teach others, to spread the word about the thing that they love and that they've found. For instance, big communities need great docs. 86% of React developers, they've learned using the documentation at reactjs.org. That's kind of incredible. React.js has been investing in its documentation since day one. And people often say that the docs were where they first got into UI development in the first place. So you'd think, with that kind of power, you should spend a lot of time on your documentation, investing in your second source of truth, to empower your community to build out an entire ecosystem of reliable, up-to-date content, to teach each other, to dive deep, to build on top of what you've made, and to trust that what they're teaching is true and correct, and something they can build a career or a community or a training course or a boot camp off of. That's scaling knowledge. And we're putting these lessons from before the pandemic, the things that we have learned from React Native and from the React community and what worked with the React.js docs, we've been putting them to action over the past, well, since the before times. And today, we want to share with you a little sneak peek of what we've been working on. This is super, super beta, but if you go to beta.reactjs.org, you can see the latest iteration of the React documentation. We'd love to know what you think about it. There's places on the site for you to leave feedback, and we really hope that we hope to hear from you. If you like it, that's awesome. If you don't like it, tell us why. We are waiting for your feedback. Thank you, and welcome back.
Hi everyone. I'm really grateful to join React Advanced today for presenting you my sound design project. I'm Claudia Bressi and I'm a senior front-end and mobile developer. I live near Venice in Italy and I work for a consultant agency in Milan, where we build applications using React and React Native for mobile. I'm really passionate about both music and computer science, and since I was a child, I started learning piano, and also I've started using the computer in my father's office. At present time, I still love playing instruments like electronic keyboard and guitar, listen to my favorite playlists, and love going to gigs and festivals. That's why I try to combine a front-end project with music. Let's talk about the project. The main goal is to visualize music using React library. And the overall application can handle any type of audio file, for example MP3 or WAV files, and as a result we generate a visual component for each sound spectrum. Let's dive deeper in the project details. The code is React and TypeScript in order to have easier maintainability. For handling a global state throughout the application, I've set up Redux Toolkit that boosts up writing boilerplate code. Then, for animating components, I've opted for Framer Motion library, which is a quite modern and straightforward package. Then on global UI components, like buttons, inputs, and typography, I've chosen the well-known Material UI, which probably many of you already use in your React applications. The Web Audio API is an amazing library that lets you deal with audio data. It gives us developers thousands of methods to analyze, filtering, and visualizing sounds. Also, there are multiple available options to add 3D special effects, panning, multi-channel splitting, and much more. For this project, we mainly use two interfaces. The analyzer node, which let us handle with specific audio information, as for frequencies, and the audio worklet, that let us developers add new modules to be executed off the main thread. High-level speaking, every time you work with Web Audio API, the generated result will be a direct acyclic graph, where each node is either an audio source, a filter effect, or a destination target. Through the Web Audio API, visualization are achieved by assessing audio parameters ranging over time. These variables are gain, pitch, and frequencies most of the times. The Web Audio API has indeed the already mentioned analyzer node that leave unaltered the audio signal passing through it. Instead, it outputs audio data that can be passed to a visualization technology, such as HTML canvas, or in our case, React functional components. An expected fun fact is the browser compatibility. And as you can see, Internet Explorer is not supported at all. Luckily, for us developers, this browser will be retired next year on June 15. In order to improve our project, I've built up some custom hooks to improve modularity and reuse throughout the codebase. Use frequency, extract any frequency value from the audio file. Use waveform, gets the full sound spectrum in terms of time domain data. Use pitch, reads the current sound pitch value. And finally, use gain, pull out volume from input. Having a rich data visualization is fundamental, and to do this, I split up in 4 areas. For giving specific shape, I've used the pitch audio parameter. For coloring components, I've applied the use frequency custom hook, while for animating the UI, I've opted for Framer Motion API, and I've used the audio HTML tag for providing the user playback functionality on the already uploaded audio files. Having tools is a crucial part in code development to let us inspect and troubleshooting our code. Audio on Chrome is a useful Chrome plugin for debugging any audio project. Then we have Web Audio DevTools extension that comes handy for inspecting the generated audio graph. As next step, I would improve the whole project, enable it to perform as a progressive web application, thus having a universal accessible tool. I would also enhance the features by adding some machine learning algorithms, server-side rendering, and the ability to use workers for performance optimizations. Finally, I leave with you some reflections. React is a great library to express web development in a creative way. So, I suggest you to try and experiment as much as possible in your personal project. In particular, coding with audio data and the Web Audio API, which is very simple to apply. If you'll ever try to code on this topic, please share your thoughts using the hashtag I've created below. It would be awesome to see your creation. So yeah, thanks for listening. I hope you found this topic interesting and enjoy the rest of the conference. Bye!
Hello, I'm Alex. I'm here to talk about full stack React and TRPC. I've been making websites for a really long time and been working with React since 2016 or so. I've also worked a bit as an iOS developer and whatnot. And today I'm here to talk about APIs. I know this is a front-end conference, but just bear with me. You'll realize it's not that hard. So to break it down, let's start with the question, what is an API? So in the context of HTTP, very simplified, an API is just a way of calling functions on another computer. And the way we make and use APIs today might look something like this. We start with an API contract or schema because we want to have some guarantee that our API is actually returning what we want it to return. And then we might do some code generation in order to help our backend logic on what it needs to return. Then once we've done our backend, we write an API query on our front end, which then might have some code generation attached to it to generate a nice use query hook that we can use at the end. So I think there's quite a few steps to doing an API today. And the reason for this, as I see it, is that we have decoupled our backend and front end completely, or rather that we have made them disjointed. But what if our backend and front end didn't have to be decoupled? There are tools today where we can write the same sort of language on the front end and back end and mobile. And one of those tools is TypeScript. So TypeScript is a good language which you can use everywhere. And I've been working hard over the last 10 months to create some set of tools to simplify the sort of API development with your React apps. And yeah, I'm here to introduce TRPC. TRPC is a toolkit for making end-to-end type-safe API in a very easy manner. I'm just going to dig in to show you how it looks like. So when you write a TRPC backend, you start something like this. You have a router where you nest all your queries. And here is a query called hello. So we call this a procedure in TRPC. You can also view it as an endpoint. And all that this function does is that it returns some data. And when we then use this in our front end, we get straight away auto-completion of all our API endpoints, and we get the data inferred from your function in the backend to your front end. And this doesn't rely on code generation. It's just a bit of an abuse on the TypeScript compiler. And it's a thin wrapper around React query. And what you see here works exactly the same in React Native. And if you want to, you can incrementally adopt TRPC to your project, or you cannot use it at all if you don't want to. So let's see a bit more complex example. Here we have a backend that is actually talking to a database. So you can see here that we have a post by ID query, and that takes some input data through a validator, and you can see that the types of that validator is inferred straight away to the front end. And then at the end, you can see that we are talking to our database through an ORM called Prisma, and that gets some data back that is also then inferred straight away on the front end. So I started working on this open source project to scratch my own itch around January. And since then, it's gotten quite a lot of traction and a lot of companies are using it in production already. It's really well tested and I would really love you to check it out. It's used right now for everything from COVID vaccination bookings to insurance companies to grocery delivery apps. Obviously, this is lightning talk, so I won't be able to cover all the features of TRPCs. To mention a few of what you can do is that I have mutation helpers, the similar way that we have the use query stuff that I just showed you. We can do painless SSR, and we can do a lot of other stuff as well. I'd love to hear from you. If you love or hate TRPC, you can reach me on Twitter at alex.js or by email on alex@trpc.io. It was, yeah, thank you.
All right. Is my mic on? Yes, it is. Hey, remember me from the morning or the other track or whatever?
I was told that I need to hype you up, but I don't know how to do that because you seem like a really sad bunch, and honestly, I think you're beyond repair. So I'm just going to go ahead and start introducing the next speaker. I wanted to come here on this stage specifically for this because the next speaker, Andy Richardson, who we'll hopefully get on the screen there at some point, if somebody has a clicker. There we go. Does not look anything like that, by the way. You'll see soon. Andy is my very dear friend and my old colleague. I used to work with Andy some years ago, and he's here to talk about forums and how forums don't need to suck. And Andy was thinking about forums years ago. 3 years ago, I think, when I worked with him. So I can guarantee you that this boy has thought more about forms in React than any of you in this room, unless there are people from Formic or other libraries here. So I wanted to make sure that we give a warm welcome to Andy. Andy has a colorful past. He's worked at Formidable. He's worked at Serverless. Right now, he's working at GraphCDN, where he's also a core maintainer of Urkel. And just a general upstanding lad, a Nando's fan, a northern boy, and just a lovable rascal. And I can't be more proud to get him on stage. Andy, give it up for Andy Richardson.
Cheers, man. I appreciate it. Damn, what an intro. Thanks, Yanni. So like Yanni said, my name's Andy Richardson. I'm going to be talking about some forms today. I am a software engineer currently at GraphCDN. We do some pretty cool stuff with edge caching on GraphQL endpoints, so if you're into that kind of thing, definitely check it out. And you can find me online, search Andy Richardson. I'll probably pop up. Cool. My boss said that I didn't make a big enough statement about GraphCDN, so there you go, Max. If you want to find out more as well, he actually did a talk earlier today, this morning, about GraphCDN and what we do, so definitely give that a peek. But without further ado, forms. So first thing I want you to do is just think about a good form experience. So we've all been on bad form experiences, very confusing, all over the place. But when we think about good form experiences, we probably think about a simple journey, a guided experience so we know where to go throughout the form, and also something that's responsive and fast to use. I think the worst case scenario is having to go back in a form because you've made a mistake early on. So if we put that into like an ideal flow, almost like a user journey, we're thinking about populating a field, getting told if you messed up, ideally as soon as possible, and then some kind of progression. And a progression can be moving to the next field, it can be the next page in the form if it's a multiple page form, or it could be the final progression, which is a submission. And this is what it looks like currently in React when we make forms, which is very, very different. Rather than having these progressive fields, which are the primary thing we think about, instead we have forms are the primary thing we think about, and we shove everything in a form early on. And it's kind of strange, because that's not what we really do with React. Usually if we have things that happen over a series of pages or so on, we wouldn't put all that logic in one place. But with forms at the moment, we do. So this got me thinking, is there a way that we can make a form where we don't need to put the schema all in one place? We don't need to put the onSubmit statement all in one place. And what if we do that dynamically as we're moving forward, as the user's going through fields and so on? So that's exactly what I wanted to try. And about a year and a half ago, I started a project called Fielder with the goal to try something like this. And I want to run you through the pieces and also show you some examples and see what you folks think. And the end goal isn't really to get people to use Fielder. It's just so that the next project I go on, I don't have to deal with terrible forms because you all have, I don't know, pushed forward a new library that fixes this problem. This is a proposed solution, but whatever library applies it doesn't really matter too much. So the pieces. So if we want to create a great form, and we don't want to have to hoist everything to the top of the form, first thing we have is the form. But the big difference here is that this is very, very dumb. So this is just an amalgamation of state, and this will be high up in the component tree. And once we declare it, we forget about it. The next thing is the field, and this is our first-class citizen. So here we mount the field, we give it some validation, we give it an initial value, and that's basically how we design our forms with fields, as opposed to with just one big form. And then finally, we've got progression. And you might think of this as an on-submit, and it is definitely an on-submit, but it can also be a on-progress. So if you think about a wizard, if any of you are familiar with that, a form where you've got multiple pages and you're stepping through, we usually want to guard that just as much as we want to guard that final submit statement. Because there's nothing worse, like we said, than having to go back in a form and fix something somewhere else. So we want to guard that and prevent progression from happening. So yeah, there's an example, but also we can also have like some kind of progression which isn't a submit. Cool. All right, I'm going to show you some examples. So we'll get hands-on with code, and let's see what we can make with those three things. So first off, hopefully you can see this. Yeah, it's big enough. So we've got a username field, and we want to populate it with a value. And if the user changes that field or tries to submit and there isn't any value there, we want to show some kind of error. So presentational components out the way, that's a completely different talk. The first thing we're going to do, declare our field, pretty straightforward. And then we add our validation. And in this case, because we don't care about the particular event that we're validating on, we're just going to check the value, and if it's not there, we throw an error. And then, as you can see further down, we present that error when it occurs. And then finally, we just want to guard that, so we want to make sure that that validation is satisfied before we allow any kind of submission. Cool. So now let's mix it up a bit. Let's take what we have already, and let's add in some async validation. So sometimes this can be quite tricky. I think with Formic, you would have to do an onSubmit, which checks, does async validation, and then write your own errors or something like that. But in our case, this is the only change. So because everything is located with a field, the field just gets told, hey, there's a submit event, and the validation function gets called. And then we just go, OK, well, if it's a submit validation, let's return a promise, which checks if the username is taken. If it is, then we throw an error. If not, we return, and then the handle submit call will continue and submit. And then, yeah, in this case as well, the only difference now is we just want to show that we're checking that username is taken. So those are two still fairly basic examples, and they don't really demonstrate why having things coupled to fields as opposed to forms are really valuable. I think branching is when that starts to change. If you've ever tried to do a form, which is technically more than one form, and you need to split depending on user values, you've probably gotten really frustrated with most form libraries. And that's because we're expected to hoist all that conditional logic up into the form when we declare the form. But then we also have that conditional logic in our routing as well, and it becomes a bit of a mess and very hard to maintain. So this first example of a form, the user provides a region, and then if they choose the UK, they get asked to put in their favorite tea. If it is if they hit the US, then they get asked to put in their favorite coffee. So now let's look at an example of that. First, we're just going to make that little micro component that does the region selection. Nothing too exciting. We've got a field that takes region, and we populate the value. And then we're going to call an onComplete. Don't worry about that for now. We'll come back to that, but that's just some kind of thing to move forward onto the next step of the form. Now, in our UK form, because we only want to validate if we take that branched route, we don't need to worry about hoisting it and then doing lots of conditional logic. Instead, we just mount our fields and add our validation. And similarly, with the US form, the exact same thing. And the cool thing about this is that because we're doing our validation at render time and our submit at render time when we're going down that route as opposed to prematurely, we don't really need to add any conditional logic, because if we take the UK form route, then we're never going to render that field anyway, so the validation won't apply. So it's a lot more straightforward. And the final step is now just having that root component that just composites this. So handles rendering those different steps and then ordering them in the way that's necessary. So you can see here we render our region select on the first step. That will then call onComplete. And then we move to the second step. And this is where we start doing our branching. And this is the only branching we do. So if you think about that initial example with Formic, you've got your onSubmit, which will have to branch if you're changing different endpoints to call. And also with your validation, you'll also have to have that conditional logic in your validation. And then when you render, you'll also have to do that branching logic again. Because we're handling submission and validation low in the DOM, in the component tree, we don't really need to branch anywhere other than when we're rendering. So yeah, and that's kind of the secret, really. I think that this is one of those things that would have made things a lot easier. And I think it's just, we've gone as a community down this route of having forms as this big entity. And I think that maybe it could be a lot simpler if we treat them as more dynamic. So you can basically forget about this. And you can forget about this, all this branching on schemas and on submits. And instead, you can just branch when you're rendering and just declare validation as you would if you weren't branching. So yeah, that's about it, really. If there was a summarization for this, it's not necessarily checkout fielder, although I definitely recommend it if you think this is interesting. But it's more so that let's see if we can get forms going more through this direction, because I think it has a lot of potential. Thanks.
Thank you, Andy. Now, if you please precede me to the Q&A lounge. We have some hard-hitting questions for you.
Follow me.
Oh, yes. Would you like some water?
Oh, man, I'd love some water.
We didn't bring beer, I think.
Ionic enables web developers to build cross-platform apps with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript frameworks like React, Angular, or Vue. Use Ionic components and hooks to native device APIs to build fast, beautiful apps for mobile, desktop, and web, all in one codebase. Learn more today.
What content do you need today? All blog posts? Just the ones in English? And only a list of their titles and cover images? Or are you building a specific landing page and prefer content mapped to React components? Choose TypeScript SDK with Fluent API or GraphQL and get content fast. Content by Kentico.
As a developer, you need to deliver fast, and you simply don't have the time to constantly think about security. Neuralegion can help. We give you, the developer, comprehensive and fast security testing automation for your entire application on every pull request. With every new pull request, Nexploit will run all the security tests your app needs without false positives. We can integrate directly with your CI/CD pipelines, whatever your environment. So what are you waiting for? Add Nexploit to your project and start doing unit security testing today.
Sanity, a popular choice for Jamstack applications, which stands for JavaScript, APIs, and Markup. Sanity is part of the A in the Jamstack. It provides an open source studio where you can model your content with JavaScript and manage it in the browser. Meanwhile, the actual data is stored in the cloud in what's known as a content lake, which can then be queried from a front-end application quickly with its built-in CDN, while supporting features like GraphQL, webhooks, and real-time updates.
Your app just crashed. The phone running it has exploded. It was struck by a hammer manufactured in 2005 by Harry's Hammers. The hammer's head is composed of 75% nickel, 20% steel, and 5% iron. The phone flew into the air at an 86-degree angle and came crashing down at 11 miles per hour.
The wonderful part of Shopify is you work with so many different expertise levels that together you find the right solution at scale. And that's where the real joy of the complexity comes from.
Commerce is evolving and we're going to evolve with it. And I love that it means that there is always more work we could be doing.
When you're building an application, there's a lot of pressure to keep security vulnerabilities out of your code. But no matter how skilled you are, between your own code, dependencies, and configurations, you can't catch them all on your own. But that's why Sneak's here. We're the secure development platform that can extend the security reach of every developer. With Sneak, you don't have to handle security vulnerabilities on your own. Sneak. Develop fast. Stay secure.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
Ionic enables web developers to build cross-platform apps with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript frameworks like React, Angular, or Vue. Use Ionic components and hooks to native device APIs to build fast, beautiful apps for mobile, desktop, and web, all in one codebase. Learn more today.
What content do you need today? All blog posts? Just the ones in English? And only a list of their titles and cover images? Or are you building a specific landing page and prefer content mapped to React components? Choose TypeScript SDK with Fluent API or GraphQL and get content fast. Content by Kentico.
As a developer, you need to deliver fast, and you simply don't have the time to constantly think about security. Neuralegion can help. We give you, the developer, comprehensive and fast security testing automation for your entire application on every pull request. With every new pull request, Nexploit will run all the security tests your app needs without false positives. We can integrate directly with your CI/CD pipelines, whatever your environment. So what are you waiting for? Add Nexploit to your project and start doing unit security testing today.
Sanity, a popular choice for Jamstack applications, which stands for JavaScript, APIs, and markup. Sanity is part of the A in the Jamstack. It provides an open source studio where you can model your content with JavaScript and manage it in the browser. Meanwhile, the actual data is stored in the cloud in what's known as a content lake, which can then be queried from a front-end application quickly with its built-in CDN, while supporting features like GraphQL, webhooks, and real-time updates.
Your app just crashed. The phone running it has exploded. It was struck by a hammer manufactured in 2005 by Harry's Hammers. The hammer's head is composed of 75% nickel, 20% steel, and 5% iron. The phone flew into the air at an 86-degree angle and came crashing down at 11 miles per hour.
The wonderful part of Shopify is you work with so many different expertise levels that together you find the right solution at scale. And that's where the real joy of the complexity comes from.
Commerce is evolving and we're going to evolve with it. And I love that it means that there is always more work we could be doing.
When you're building an application, there's a lot of pressure to keep security vulnerabilities out of your code. But no matter how skilled you are, between your own code, dependencies, and configurations, you can't catch them all on your own. But that's why Sneak's here. We're the secure development platform that can extend the security reach of every developer. With Sneak, you don't have to handle security vulnerabilities on your own. Sneak. Develop fast. Stay secure.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
To introduce this next talk, to really round out the day. And I want us to close the in-person bit and encourage the at-home people to get excited for the midpoint with an 11. Are you ready? Welcome Maggie Appleton to the stage with an 11.
Thank you. Hi. I'm really glad I can't really see you all because of the blinding light. That's really useful, but this is going to go well. Good. So, yes, we're up. This talk is called A Picture Worth 1,000 Programs, and it's going to be about making pictures, and specifically about making pictures of programs, and hopefully about making pictures worth 1,000 programs, as the traditional saying goes. So before we dive in, I want to quickly introduce myself and let you know why I'm actually up here on stage talking to you about pictorial programs. So my name is Maggie. I'm a designer, art director, illustrator, metaphor nerd, and tangentially, I also build things with React. I spent the last 5 years working as the art director at Egghead.io, which is an educational platform for web developers. But as of next week, I will be moving on to a new role, leading design at Hash.ai. But I've spent my whole career so far creating visual representations of programs. During my time at Egghead, I made hundreds of cover illustrations for the courses we taught. Each of these would start with an abstract programming concept, and I had to find a way to visually represent that in a single image. I learned to rely very heavily on visual metaphors for these, so styling with CSS became painting a house, and organizing types in TypeScript became suits in a deck of cards. I've also made a lot of illustrated diagrams over the years to explain topics like how JavaScript prototype inheritance works, or what happens when you flatten an array. One that became quite popular was a visual essay on what APIs are and how they work, which was told through small robotic waiters that bring you the data you ask for. And the goal of all these illustrations is to make complex technical topics relatable and easier to understand, which is a theme you're going to hear a lot about in this talk. I also recently collaborated on a project called Just JavaScript with Dan Abramov, who some people might have heard of. It's a JavaScript course that teaches the core mental models of the language through visual diagrams and animations. So we worked together to develop this whole visual language that was a bit more formal than some of the other illustrations I showed. And every piece of syntax is correlated to a specific visual shape. And we use the system to explain concepts like assigning properties or object mutation. And I'm not running through all this work to show off. I just wanted to give you some context around the kind of programming visuals I've made in the past, so you have a sense for what I mean when I say pictures of programming. So in this process of transforming programming concepts into visual images hundreds of times, I've been forced to think a lot about the way we represent and communicate complex programming ideas. And I've come to believe that visual representations have a lot to offer us here in the land of code. In this talk, I'm going to show you how visuals can make programming concepts less abstract, easier to understand, and more accessible to more people. I'm also going to show you why visuals are so special, and it turns out to be relatively simple. And it's because visuals bring invisible, abstract programming concepts down into the embodied world. The embodied world is where you and I live. Everyone watching this talk has a body, and you use it to interact with physical objects around you and move through space and experience events over time. Everything you know about the world is mediated through your body, and this fact is so fundamental that we sometimes completely forget it. And programming concepts are abstract ideas that do not live here in the embodied world with us. They're imaginary objects and functions that exist in the liminal space that feels like it doesn't obey the same laws of physics as we do. And we can only interact with them through this disembodied experience of typing linear text characters into a code editor. This is precisely what makes programming so difficult. We're trying to reason about and work with things we cannot see or touch, when we are creatures who are evolutionarily adapted to function in a highly visual, spatial, and physical world. And I think that visuals are a big part of bridging that gap between our embodied human world and the disembodied machine world that we're trying to program in. So here's the plan. We're going to explore this topic through 3 questions. We're first going to ask what's wrong with text. Then we'll explore what can visuals do that text can't. And finally, we'll go on a very brief history tour to find out, haven't we already tried this? After all, there are no new ideas under the sun, and many, many people in the past have explored ways to make programming more visual. We're going to look at what's already been tried and what opportunities still lie ahead. So first, what's wrong with text? This is an important question to ask because everything we do in programming is expressed in text. Every single app you've ever worked on looks like this, right? It's text arranged in lines going from left to right and top to bottom. Here's every documentation website you've ever used. Here's every blog post you've ever read. All of our current programming languages, tools, interfaces, and documentation are overwhelmingly text-centric. You sometimes get diagrams here and there, but it's really slim pickings. If I had to guess about the balance of text to visuals in our industry, I bet we're at 98% text to 2% visuals. This is not based on an official survey, and I couldn't find anyone who has done an official survey, so this is just based off my personal experience in the web development community. But if you take a minute and think over all the code and documentation that you interact with on a daily basis, I'm betting you're going to land on a similar estimate. If we look at the history of programming, it's fairly clear how we ended up in a text-heavy world. This is a computer circa 1970. You'll notice the lack of screen. You had a keyboard and a stack of punch cards, and the only thing you could do was type linear text to create programs. This design constraint meant that all our early programming languages were text-based. And once you establish text as the primary paradigm of a field, it becomes really hard to break away from, especially in an industry where we rely so heavily on lower-level abstractions created by all the programmers who came before us. There are also plenty of logical reasons why we rely so heavily on text in programming. Written words and syntax are an ideal medium for expressing abstract logic. It's quick to create, it's flexible, and it's easy to move between applications through copy and paste without worrying about compatibility. You can pack a dense amount of information into a very small space, and you can be very specific about what you mean, which obviously matters when we're talking to computers who have no sense of nuance. So far, text has been working great for us in programming. But some of text's greatest strengths are also its greatest weaknesses. The abstract nature of text is what removes it from our embodied experiences in space and time. When we code, we're writing a set of hypothetical instructions to run on someone else's machine at some point in the future in a time and place that we'll never know about. This level of abstraction removes the physical, spatial, and embodied qualities that humans rely upon to understand the world around us. This can be good in some ways, right? If we want to write a function like fetch user data, we don't have to define the size, shape, or color of it. It's just a simple function floating in machine land. If you already know what this function is and how it works and where it's located, this level of brevity is great. But imagine someone new to programming who has never written a function to fetch user data and has no pre-existing mental model of how it might work. One of the easiest and most effective ways to make it comprehensible to them is to explain it in familiar terms by using physical qualities they already understand, like size, shape, color, and spatial relationships, which might give us something like this to help explain what a fetch user data function does. The visual doesn't have to be crazy complex or beautiful. Boxes and arrows work great. We're certainly allowed to use text labels to make the imagery clear. It's just that visuals like this allow us to use our pre-existing embodied knowledge to show how programs work in a way that linear text can't. So I've just started to hint at the question we're going to look at in part 2, which is what can visuals offer us that we can't get from linear text? I think visuals reveal 3 aspects of programming that we're unable to see in linear text. They reveal fundamental metaphors embedded in our programming languages. They reveal spatial mappings that we use to reason about how our programs are structured and how data moves through them. And they reveal how our programs and data behave over time. These things are all implicit in the programs we write, but they're not shown explicitly in the medium of linear text. So let's start with metaphors. Just to make sure we're all on the same page, let's establish that metaphors are thinking tools that allow us to understand one thing in terms of another. So let's say we have thing A here, which we understand, and thing B, which we don't. And in order to help us understand thing B and get a general idea of what it's like and what it can do, we map the qualities of thing A onto it. If we say corruption is a disease, we understand that corruption spreads, is difficult to overcome, and if left unchecked, can kill. Similarly, we often say, life is a journey. There are many paths our lives might take. They vary in length, and they all have a beginning and a final destination. Now, when I talk about metaphor in the context of programming, I don't mean the creative, fanciful metaphors that you find in poetry, like taking the road less traveled and wandering lonely as a cloud. Those are called figurative or poetic metaphor, and they're the sort we're often warned not to use in technical tutorials, since elaborate, poorly chosen metaphors can be more confusing than helpful. I'm talking about a much more fundamental type of metaphor that lies at the heart of all abstract thinking, including programming. And these are called cognitive metaphors, since they enable cognition on a much deeper level. These cognitive metaphors are based in our embodied experiences of the world. We have all these non-physical things we need to communicate to each other, like emotions and thoughts and ideas and programming concepts. And in order to understand them and talk about them, we use our experience of the physical world around us as a metaphor. If we look at the way we talk about abstract things, this becomes obvious. We talk about ideas in terms of light when we say, that's a really bright idea, or that really illuminated the problem. We talk about emotions like they're objects. We'll say, he hid his jealousy, or she doesn't handle anger very well. We can also use force and motion metaphors to describe experiences. We can say, I found your talk moving, or your talk really touched me. Or we could talk about programming in terms of temperature, like we have hot reloading in React, or the JavaScript landscape is really heating up. So this isn't a theory I've just come up with. These principles come from the field of cognitive metaphor and embodied cognition. They were first developed in the 1980s by George Lakoff and Mark Johnson, who have since written numerous books on this topic, and it's become a major area of research in cognitive science. These 2 books, Philosophy in the Flesh and Metaphors We Live By, are 2 of the major texts if you're interested and want to dive deeper, but I can't go too deep into it here. It's like a whole thing you could do a PhD on. And just like every other abstract topic that we can't see or touch, programming relies heavily on these physical embodied metaphors. And we have to, because programming itself is a game of abstractions, right? We write a JavaScript file, and what we're really doing is telling a microchip to flip a bunch of logic gates using tiny electrical pulses. Programming tiny logic gates is tedious and difficult for humans. So we've developed a stack of elaborate metaphors that make it faster and easier. Some people might prefer to call these abstractions, but for the purposes of this talk, assume metaphors and abstractions are roughly the same thing, and we can debate the differences on Twitter later. We simplify our binary code into machine code, which we simplify into higher-level languages like JavaScript, which we simplify into GUIs. And at every step of this process, we're trying to make the abstract machine world resemble our tangible human world. Because the closer we move towards intuitive embodied knowledge in the upper right-hand side of the scale, the easier it becomes for us to understand what's happening in a system. Components in React are a great example of these embodied metaphors in action. So components are essentially containers. They hold sets of UI elements for us. So a card component might have an image and a button and a paragraph inside it. Now, the CPU that's eventually going to render this component on the screen knows nothing about containers. It only knows machine code and how to make the right pixels light up. The container is a metaphor we humans need in order to manage and organize the code we write. The only reason you know what a container is because as a child, you dumped sand into a bucket and then you dumped it back out again. And through this physical world where you're doing embodied experience and learning, it taught you that containers hold things. They have insides and outsides. They have boundaries. All of these concepts are essential and necessary for you to understand how components work in React. So let's take another one. In React, we structure our components in a hierarchical tree where everything is connected back to a single root component. You know what a tree is from seeing thousands of trees, and you get that they have many branches that spread out from a single root, an understanding that allows you to work with component trees in React. The tree metaphor is also kind of a double metaphor since it's based on the idea of a family tree. We have parent and child components that inherit props in the way children inherit qualities from their parents. And these concepts that we're borrowing from the human world allow us to interact with machines in a way that is easy and natural for us. And you can probably see where I'm going with this. Since your understanding of React is based on your pre-existing knowledge of the physical world around you, it would be helpful if we could make that explicit in the ways we represent and explain React. And visual mediums allow us to do this. You could certainly read about React component structures and passing down props, then form a mental image in your mind based on your understanding of physical trees and family inheritance, and then apply that knowledge to writing linear code, all without ever seeing it explicitly visualized. But that's called making it harder than it has to be. So let's move on to the next visual quality, space. As humans with bodies, we inherently understand a large array of spatial concepts like up, down, left, right, in, out, big, small. And we use these metaphors, just like we use physical concepts to understand programs, we also use spatial concepts to talk about the structure and behavior of programs. If you think about the way we talk about the internet, there are very clear physical directions to it. We upload data to the cloud above us and download files to our desktops. We look through a browser window. We browse web pages moving from left to right. So pages you visited in the past are to the left, and pages you're going to in the future are in the right. This format is also based on our Western cultural mapping of time to space. We think that the past is on the left and the future is on the right, but not every culture does that. Specifically in React, we use our understanding of vertical directions to think about how data moves. React has a hierarchical order to components, and parent components are above children, and they pass data downwards, which means we also have gravity in React land. The idea of prop drilling is another one that suggests drilling downwards, so you have to pass data deep into your tree, so it also has depth. And when we talk about side effects, we're using our understanding that there is a center and a periphery where things happen on the side. So when we run a function like a set timeout inside a useEffect hook, we understand it's accessing something outside our central component. I could go on with these. Our apps have front and back ends, use shallow merge objects. I mean, you get the point here. We use spatial principles from our embodied experience of the world to talk about and understand React. And when we create visuals that show these spatial principles explicitly, it clarifies what we're already doing in our heads. And our final element here is change over time. When we're working in a linear text editor, time is essentially invisible. We're looking at a static representation that describes a whole array of future events that may or may not happen, depending on what button a user clicks or whether our data request resolves. We're forced to use our imaginations to predict what's going to happen in all those potential futures, rather than being able to see it in some form. Our current best technique for trying to see how things change over time is console logging data along the way. But console logging feels like trying to get a program to send signals up to the surface of a dark ocean where everything is being executed out of sight. We can't see anything happening down there, and we just have to keep asking for clues about how the data is changing, which doesn't feel like the best developer experience. This is again where visuals might come in handy, because they allow us to see multiple points in time within a single frame. They let us compare things side by side in a way that we can't with linear text. They essentially allow us to play spot the difference. Let's look at the syntax of the useEffect hook as an example of this. So here's 4 different versions of the useEffect hook, which are each going to behave differently when they execute in the browser. The first has no dependency array. The second has an empty one. The third has the value count as a dependency, and the fourth also has count as a dependency, and it runs a cleanup function. By just looking at these 4 versions of syntax, do you have any way of knowing how this function is going to run once it loads into the browser? Specifically, do you know how often it's going to be called and when? Given the demographics of this audience, I bet you do. But it's because you've memorized the syntactical meaning here, rather than knowing because the answer is visible in our syntax. What we need to do here is compare 4 things that behave differently over time. So the best way to do that is to visually show what changes over time. I've made a simple set of diagrams that try to show the difference between these 4 on a timeline. So here's our first version with no dependency in the array. Oh, sorry, with no dependency array. The useEffect function is called on every render, regardless of whether our count variable updates or not. Here's our second version, where the dependency array is empty, so the useEffect function is only called on the initial render, and we still don't care what the count variable is doing. In our third version, with count in the dependency array, useEffect is called only when count updates, which then triggers a re-render. And in our final version, useEffect is called on count updates, and then it runs a cleanup function after. Even if we remove the labels on these, this simple visual representation of how useEffect behaves over time gives us a much better understanding of how it works than the linear syntax is able to. So part 3, haven't we already tried this? Obviously, I am not the first person to realize that visual mediums enable us to understand and reason in ways that are worth exploring in programming. The primary way people have tried to incorporate visuals into programming in the past is by sticking graphical user interfaces onto IDEs. These efforts all fall under the umbrella of what gets called visual programming. There have been many, many past attempts at this, with varying degrees of success. I'm going to quickly whip through a few examples so you get a sense of what's already been tried. The very first visual programming language was Ivan Sutherland's Sketchpad in 1963. This is Grail from 1968, where we put text into boxes for the first time. This is Pygmalion from 1975 that built on that box and arrow model. This is LabVIEW, which came out in 1986 and is used for systems engineering, and we got a lot more intense about boxes at this stage. Here's a more modern example. This is Blueprint in Unreal Engine, which is used for 3D game development. This is Max MSP, which is widely used for building audio-visual experiences. Similarly, here's Touch Designer, also for interactive multimedia. This is Origami Studio, which is a prototyping tool built by Facebook. And you'll notice the nodes and wires design pattern is very popular in a lot of these. So there's lots of promising stuff in these examples, but visual programming is still relatively niche. We've also discovered a bunch of really wicked design challenges that are hard to solve. These systems don't scale well. They sometimes use ambiguous symbols and unfamiliar interface patterns. They try to turn everything into a box, which takes up way too much space on the screen. And it can lead to literal spaghetti code. This is a Figma prototype gone very wrong. These issues have led to a lot of skepticism over the feasibility of visual programming. And being an advocate for it often feels like being Gretchen in Mean Girls. Visual programming certainly isn't dead, though. Funnily enough, the new no and low code movement really looks like visual programming under a new name. Many of the interface patterns that visual programming helped develop, like nodes and wires or direct manipulation, are visible in tools like Integromat and Zapier and Webflow. But rather than trying to build Turing-complete visual programming languages that can reach industrial scales, we've tactically moved on to developing visual interfaces for specific use cases in programming with sensible constraints. I'm a huge fan of the visual programming agenda and finding ways to add more visual affordances into the current developer tools. And there are lots of really smart, impressive people working on the problem. But in many ways, it's taking the harder out. Building a true visual programming medium will require overcoming a ton of design and culture and engineering challenges. And frankly, it's going to take a while. But there are easier ways to advance this effort in the short term. We can simply sprinkle some visuals into our existing textual world, which means adding more diagrams and illustrations into blog posts, documentation, and learning materials. And if we're feeling brave, building plugins for our editors and developer tools that visualize very small scoped elements of our programs. This is essentially the low-tech paper prototype version of building a fully fledged visual programming interface. So to wrap this up, here's the thing I want you to take away from this talk. We need more visuals that reveal metaphors, spatial meaning, and change over time to make programming easier for everyone. It will make it easier for you, since you are an embodied human who needs to learn complex, abstract programming concepts in order to do your job well. It will make it easier for all the people who don't currently know how to program but are trying to learn. And it makes it easier for people who aren't developers but need to understand what we do, like product managers and designers who can't read all the jargon in our text-heavy documentation. So, what's a developer to do? I'm sure you are a humble but skilled React developer and want to help advance this goal. First, I highly suggest looking into the history of visual programming and some of the past attempts in this field. There's a lot of good previous art to learn from. If you are a current or future creator of tools for other developers, you should consider ways to build visual affordances into your libraries, plugins, apps, or frameworks. And finally, you should use and advocate for visual explanations in documentation and tutorials. That might mean making them for your own blog posts or collaborating with designers if you work on larger projects with a lot of documentation. So we can set the bar low for now. We're trying to budge this fake statistic up to like 10%. So that was a lot of information packed into one talk. This was definitely a taster session more than a complete meal. So I've put together a list of some things you can Google to learn more about this topic. And these will be up on my website at maggieappleton.com/programmingpictures. George Lakoff and Mark Johnson are the ones that worked on cognitive metaphors. Barbara Tversky's work on embodied cognition is great. Literally everything Brett Victor has ever made is worth your time. And there are some really great resources on the futureofcoding.org. They're sort of a visual programming enthusiast community. And the book Visual Explanations by Edward Tufte is really great for practical advice on creating visuals. So thank you very much for listening. I will post these on my website at maggieappleton.com, where I have also more writing on metaphors and visual programming and that kind of stuff. And you can tweet me at Mappletons.
Amazing. Thank you, Maggie. Please, hot seat. Join me in the office.
Ionic enables web developers to build cross-platform apps with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript frameworks like React, Angular, or Vue. Use Ionic components and hooks to native device APIs to build fast, beautiful apps for mobile, desktop, and web, all in one codebase. Learn more today.
What content do you need today? All blog posts? Just the ones in English? And only a list of their titles and cover images? Or are you building a specific landing page and prefer content mapped to React components? Choose TypeScript SDK with Fluent API or GraphQL and get content fast. Content by Kentico.
As a developer, you need to deliver fast, and you simply don't have the time to constantly think about security. Neuralegion can help. We give you, the developer, comprehensive and fast security testing automation for your entire application on every pull request. With every new pull request, Nexploit will run all the security tests your app needs without false positives. We can integrate directly with your CI/CD pipelines, whatever your environment. So what are you waiting for? Add Nexploit to your project and start doing unit security testing today.
Sanity, a popular choice for Jamstack applications, which stands for JavaScript, APIs, and markup. Sanity is part of the A in the Jamstack. It provides an open source studio where you can model your content with JavaScript and manage it in the browser. Meanwhile, the actual data is stored in the cloud in what's known as a content lake, which can then be queried from a front-end application quickly with its built-in CDN, while supporting features like GraphQL, webhooks, and real-time updates.
Your app just crashed. The phone running it has exploded. It was struck by a hammer manufactured in 2005 by Harry's Hammers. The hammer's head is composed of 75% nickel, 20% steel, and 5% iron. The phone flew into the air at an 86-degree angle and came crashing down at 11 miles per hour.
The wonderful part of Shopify is you work with so many different expertise levels that together you find the right solution at scale. And that's where the real joy of the complexity comes from.
Commerce is evolving and we're going to evolve with it. And I love that it means that there's always more work we could be doing.
When you're building an application, there's a lot of pressure to keep security vulnerabilities out of your code. But no matter how skilled you are, between your own code, dependencies, and configurations, you can't catch them all on your own. But that's why Sneak's here. We're the secure development platform that can extend the security reach of every developer. With Sneak, you don't have to handle security vulnerabilities on your own. Sneak. Develop fast. Stay secure.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
When you want to get off that darkest ground, the gravity pulls you straight down. Earth from a bird's eye view. You should grow feathers and see this too. When you want to get off the darkest ground, the gravity pulls you straight down.
Ionic enables web developers to build cross-platform apps with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript frameworks like React, Angular, or Vue. Use Ionic components and hooks to native device APIs to build fast, beautiful apps for mobile, desktop, and web, all in one codebase. Learn more today.
What content do you need today? All blog posts? Just the ones in English? And only a list of their titles and cover images? Or are you building a specific landing page and prefer content mapped to React components? Choose TypeScript SDK with Fluent API or GraphQL and get content fast. Content by Kentico.
As a developer, you need to deliver fast, and you simply don't have the time to constantly think about security. Neuralegion can help. We give you, the developer, comprehensive and fast security testing automation for your entire application on every pull request. With every new pull request, Nexploit will run all the security tests your app needs without false positives. We can integrate directly with your CI/CD pipelines, whatever your environment. So what are you waiting for? Add Nexploit to your project and start doing unit security testing today.
Sanity, a popular choice for Jamstack applications, which stands for JavaScript, APIs, and markup. Sanity is part of the A in the Jamstack. It provides an open source studio where you can model your content with JavaScript and manage it in the browser. Meanwhile, the actual data is stored in the cloud in what's known as a content lake, which can then be queried from a front-end application quickly with its built-in CDN, while supporting features like GraphQL, webhooks, and real-time updates.
Your app just crashed. The phone running it has exploded. It was struck by a hammer manufactured in 2005 by Harry's Hammers. The hammer's head is composed of 75% nickel, 20% steel, and 5% iron. The phone flew into the air at an 86-degree angle and came crashing down at 11 miles per hour.
The wonderful part of Shopify is you work with so many different expertise levels that together you find the right solution at scale. And that's where the real joy of the complexity comes from.
Commerce is evolving and we're going to evolve with it. And I love that it means that there is always more work we could be doing.
When you're building an application, there's a lot of pressure to keep security vulnerabilities out of your code. But no matter how skilled you are, between your own code, dependencies, and configurations, you can't catch them all on your own. But that's why Sneak's here. We're the secure development platform that can extend the security reach of every developer. With Sneak, you don't have to handle security vulnerabilities on your own. Sneak. Develop fast. Stay secure.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
Fill me out with your smile. Now the sunshine brings the light. Fill me out with a flame. I will let you in this game. Take me out when I'm down. 'Cause with you I'm safe and sound. 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 I'm safe and sound.
Ionic enables web developers to build cross-platform apps with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript frameworks like React, Angular, or Vue. Use Ionic components and hooks to native device APIs to build fast, beautiful apps for mobile, desktop, and web, all in one codebase. Learn more today.
What content do you need today? All blog posts? Just the ones in English? And only a list of their titles and cover images? Or are you building a specific landing page and prefer content mapped to React components? Choose TypeScript SDK with Fluent API or GraphQL and get content fast. Content by Kentico.
As a developer, you need to deliver fast, and you simply don't have the time to constantly think about security. Neuralegion can help. We give you, the developer, comprehensive and fast security testing automation for your entire application on every pull request. With every new pull request, Nexploit will run all the security tests your app needs without false positives. We can integrate directly with your CI/CD pipelines, whatever your environment. So what are you waiting for? Add Nexploit to your project and start doing unit security testing today.
Sanity, a popular choice for Jamstack applications, which stands for JavaScript, APIs, and Markup. Sanity is part of the A in the Jamstack. It provides an open source studio where you can model your content with JavaScript and manage it in the browser. Meanwhile, the actual data is stored in the cloud in what's known as a content lake, which can then be queried from a front-end application quickly with its built-in CDN while supporting.
It's been a while. It's been 2 years since I've been up on a stage. I'm not sure if I can get this right. My name is Sunil Pai. I work at Cloudflare on the workers team. I used to be on the React team. They got rid of me pretty quickly. And we have React stuff to talk about, but before I do that, I do want to start by saying that I've missed you all so much. This is so weird. I met a bunch of people at the speakers' dinner yesterday. And it's nice swapping stories, doing the same awkward hugs. There's the bro hug, there's the two-handed hug, there's the fist bump, there's the weird elbow thing, and I think it's time to retire that. But things have changed for me. As you can see, I get way better haircuts now. I dress a little nicer, and especially for the occasion, shout out to Tom Dale. Hope I'm doing you proud. I've been eating better, I've been exercising better. The last 2 years, there's not been much else to do. But the thing that I am most proud of, and I am sharing it with all my personal friends here, is 2 days ago, I finished 500 days smoke-free. I quit smoking, which is just huge. I'm so happy. I'm very proud of it. Like, this is the thing that I've been telling everyone. I'm super happy about it. But it does leave me with one complication. This has been my GitHub avatar for the last, I want to say, like 10 years, like ever since I've had one. And it's cool. I used like Photoshop back in the day when I had a pirated copy. But it doesn't really represent me anymore. But a friend of mine did suggest a minor modification, and I will be uploading it later today. I think it's pretty good. This was actually made by Siddharth Kshetrapal, thanks to him, and he's not here today because his visa got screwed. Sucks, but look forward to his talk as well. But I think that's a good modification, and that's my story so far. Cool, let's get to the talk. So 3 things you should know about the talk that I'm doing right now. It's kind of boring. We'll be talking about a couple of APIs, but if all goes well, you probably won't have to use it. Things will just happen. And that's nice. That's kind of a nice thing about React. Like, all the improvements are slightly incremental. Nobody really has to do any massive rewrites. You can leave old code as it is. This talk is a beta talk. Much like the actual APIs and the fact that React 18 is on the horizon, but you know that there's going to be about a year, 2 years of experimentation usually when these things come out. Much like that, this talk itself is also in beta. This is the first time that I've put it together, what we're talking about. And it also means that maybe over the next year, I'll be improving the talk. So if you spot any mistakes, sorry about that, but it'll get better. But this talk itself is in beta. This talk is also about the future. I don't usually do API talks. I'd like talking about like the work I've done. But this, I think, is exciting enough that and it's part of the React release that no one's really noticing. Everyone's talking about the cool hotness, which is server components and concurrent and all that. But I feel like this actually is way more defining for all the things we're going to be doing in the future. OK? So those are the 3 things. Let's jump straight into it. Standard interview question for all web developers, right? How does the internet work? And when they ask you that question, really the question is, hey, let's say you typed in reactadvanced.com into your browser. What happens? And there are a number of ways to talk about it. You can go into it in a lot of detail. You can talk about it at a broader level. I'm going to be talking about it as a conversation between a browser and the actual website. OK? Like, let's dive into it. So this is an Internet Explorer. So the E stands for Internet. Classic, that's the only browser that I've known. And it's talking to a new search engine I've invented called Google.com. Quite convenient that they're both an E, I think. And you ask it a question, right? Like, hey, what can you tell me about the Amazon rainforest? You actually type in Amazon rainforest in search. And search engine says, OK, hold up. I got you. I'll let you know. And it goes back to its services. And it says, hey, team, all y'all, what do we have for Pi that we can tell them about the Amazon rainforest? So maybe there's a photos team that says, OK, here are all these photos I have about the Amazon rainforest. Take this. The search engine's like, OK, cool. That's fine. That works. There's a flight service. Imagine that, a search engine giving you flight tickets. I think that would be a killer service. Nobody else is doing it, of course. And it says, hey, maybe Pi would like to fly to the Amazon rainforest this weekend. Here are tickets. Of course, I think it starts in December. It's going to be a little while away, but here are tickets for them. There's news about the Amazon rainforest, because it's not in a great state right now. It's being burned to the ground and being razed. And there's news about it if you want to read it and get more depressed about the state of the world. But of course, there's a little video service as well, and it says, hey, here are some videos. If you'd like a 7-hour stream of just lush greenery, we got that too. Awesome. So then the search engine comes back and says, OK, I got stuff for you. Here it is. Let me present it to you. Oh, I forgot there are going to be 8 ads before you get to any of the content. It says, OK, fine. Here are a bunch of ads, possibly from another site that sounds like the Amazon rainforest. And here's a bunch of content. Not bad. So this is how it works, right? You start a conversation with a server. It gets a bunch of data, presents it in HTML as a website. So if we had to implement this in React as a React component, what would it look like? Well, you'd make a component. Let's call it an app component. You all can see the code, right? It's fine. We can see the slides later. You'll make an app component, which has a header, a footer, and you'll write 5 components for your ads, images, videos, news, flights, which takes a bunch of data and renders it. Like, you'll pass it into something. So even the data itself, like, you'll fetch the data before you actually render the component, right? Like, you'll like, hey, give me all the ads for Amazon rainforest. Give me all the images. Give me the videos. Get all of it, and then render to string. This is what happens on the server. Usually a meta framework like a Gatsby or a Next.js takes care of this for you. But you say render to string, get the data, and render it into it. Sure? OK? This is how it works. It's not great. There are some trade-offs with this model that you might have noticed. So one is that you can't really co-locate like the request, like say get data with the actual component that asks for it, particularly on the server. You could probably do this on the client side, but on the server, because it's like a one-shot thing, you can't put them together. You have to get all the data first and like render it, or you have to do like other stuff. It blocks the whole page on the data. Can you imagine? Like, you won't be able to see any of the photos until all the videos have also been fetched. Or if one of them is slower, the other ones are blocked. Like, it needs to get all the data before it actually renders it down, which is why you end up doing hacks, right? Like, it's great. There's a whole ecosystem of libraries and frameworks out there that, like your Next.js or your Gatsby, and fetching libraries like Apollo and Relay, and a whole bunch of GraphQL stuff. But let's admit to ourselves, like, it is kind of hacky that you have to build something separate that's not inside React itself to do these things. In the beginning, it was fine because it involved experimentation, but now you have to stitch up a whole thing and use a meta framework to do it. It's just a little ew, like it's not perfect, right? Like, you feel a little uncomfortable with this situation. You always have to like make trade-offs. Do you do all your compilation when you like build the page? What if it's like a site with like 100,000 pages? Do you have to do it like dynamically? It's kind of weird. But this is the state in like 2021, right? Like, it's kind of fine. I mean, many multi-million-dollar startups and companies have been made around this API, and other things, of course. But sure, of course, it's the website that got you the money. I don't think we should be fine with this. We can do better. I mean, this is a community that is built on experimentation and innovation. So let's take a little bit of a, let's keep that aside for a minute and talk about a feature that the internet has. It's an idea called streaming. The idea is that you should be able to send data down as soon as it's ready, even before you have everything else. I don't want to get into too many technical details about it. If you're interested, you can Google chunked transfer encoding for HTTP 1.1, and there's something else for HTTP 2. There's a whole bunch of specs. But I'll try to explain it as simply as I can, OK? So let's take the same website and like turn it on the side, OK? Like, imagine that it's coming from that side to that side. No, yeah, that side to that side, right? In your one-shot method, you'd send it all in one go. But in a streaming method, you would like stretch it out like chewing gum and send out the bits as soon as they come. So like, you'd be able to send a header immediately, then the ads as soon as they're ready, and then the photos, flights, news, videos, and then finally the footer. So what would it look like as a user when you start loading the site, right? So you'd start off with the header. You wait a bit, and then the ads pop in. Wait a little more, and the photos pop in, and the flights, and the news, and the videos, and then the footer. That's better. At the very least, you're not blocking like just the header being loaded for waiting for stuff like content to load, which is fine. And to be fair, I think Google actually does do like streaming, but we can't really do this in React Client so far, of course, because it's still a one-shot. We can do better. Anyone who knows me knows that this is my mantra. The nice thing about being a UX engineer is that there's no upper boundary on how good you can make user experience, right? Like you can just keep making it better and better. Anyway, so that was streaming. So let's keep that idea to the side. This is a React conference after all. A couple of years ago, there was an experimental feature that was launched at ReactConf 2019. Holy shit, that's 2 years ago. That's a while. Anyway, they announced a feature called suspense, right? You could use, you could mark components as react.lazy, and it would load it asynchronously, and you could use suspense to mark like a spinner. There's also data fetching. The problem is that that never really worked with render to string or server rendering and stuff. So some people use it for like client-side apps, and it's nice. And it's a good model. So we'll just quickly dive into it and see what it looks like, right? Like, so in this model, for the same page flow that we just discussed, you would have, let's say, an ads component that fetches some data inside it and then like renders that data. Quick thing to note is that there's bit of a glitch in the matrix. You notice that there's no await statement. And the way React does this is kind of funky. If you're interested in diving into the details, it like throws a promise, or it doesn't matter to a developer as you're using it. You just write it like it's synchronous code, and you can use it. By the way, I've been using GitHub Copilot, so I did this. And right after this, I wrote function images, and it filled in all the code for me. You all been using GitHub Copilot? It's kind of scary good. It's AI for your code. It fills in your code. Anyway, so you would also have an images component that just takes the search term, figures out what images are there for it, and like spits out the HTML that, well, the DOM tree that would work for it. Similarly for videos and for the ads and so on. And then what you would do is you'd revisit your app component, and you'd wrap all of this with a suspense component, and you'd give it a fallback, right? Let's say a spinner. And the nice thing about the experience for this, when it's a client-side app, is that you will have a spinner that waits for all the data to load and then finally renders it. So the experience would be, hey, you'd render a header and a footer and a big spinny spinner in the middle. I should choose a better one. It's not quite, it's fine for now. You can ship it, right? So it waits for it, it fetches all the data, and as soon as that's done, it renders the content. That's not bad. But we can do even better. That's the mantra for today, right? Let's say that you can also like mark each of those components with like a suspense boundary. And let's say for the sake of discussion here, each of them have the same spinner. You wrap all them up. And then the loading experience for it is, hey, like it starts off with like 5 spinners. Maybe the flights loads first. Not bad. Then after that, maybe the ads load. Then maybe close to each other, the news and the videos load. And then right after that, the photos load. That's not bad, too. Like, at least as content comes, it doesn't wait for everything. As content comes in, it renders in. But still not so great. Like, you want to load it at least in kind of order, even if the data resolves. We can do better. One of my favorite components, by the way, is a component called suspense list. Mark that out with the green boundaries. You can see the code later, but let's know that you can actually group together suspense components. And you can say, hey, reveal these as in a forward order. You can also make it backwards. You can make it all together. It's a lot of fun. Feel free to try it out. Anyway, so you can say, hey, make sure that the ads load first. At least they render first, even if the data for the others loads later. So just so we're clear, the data for all of them is happening at the same time, but it just makes sure that the first one is rendered. And then I group the other 4 inside another suspense list, nested suspense list. That's cool. And say that I want those forwards as well. OK, so what does the experience for that look like? Again, we start off with about 5 spinners. There might be data, so the ads load in. Some content might have actually loaded for the others, but we have marked that it needs to load in this order. The photos load. Then let's say the next one loads really quickly. So you have flights and news. And then like the videos load. That's a much better user experience. But the problem, of course, here is that this is now a fully client-side rendered app, right? So we have this trade-off. We have these 2 trade-offs. One, we can either generate all the HTML on the server side, but you have this janky programming model, and you have to like make sure you have hacks or like a whole bunch of optimizations doesn't really gel well with the React model. Or you can do it completely client-side and have Ostensibly a better user experience once all the JavaScript loads, but like load performance is worse. It takes a long time for the JavaScript to load, and then the requests have to go from the browser. So you got to do one or the other, right? The mantra, we can do better. So this is the one API that I've been talking about. It takes render to string, which we've been using for the last 5 years, and it's been fine. And it replaces it with render to readable stream. Right? So we can now do streaming rendering with React. And I just want to recap like how good this is, OK? All right, so let's just recap. OK, so we're going to look at the same thing that we looked at right before this. Traditional streaming looks like this. It stretches it out like chewing gum or like a rubber band, I guess, whatever, and starts loading things one after the other. So the header would load, then the ads would load, photos, and like with all these blank spaces, which is fine, but it's loading, right? And videos, and the footer. So this is what we could get if we had used traditional streaming, which we can't, just so we're clear, but if we could, and possibly how Google already does it. But with render to readable stream, you can start off with the spinners. Wait a little bit, the ads load, the photos, the flights, the news, the videos. And here's the kicker. That entire experience happens before any of your JavaScript loads. This entire experience is happening down the HTML. You can have a superior user experience without JavaScript on your page. So how does it actually do this? It's kind of cool. I have like one slide to show you this, but really you should dive into it after this talk, all right? So what it does is it sends that shell ahead, and it knows that because that's the component model that we've done. But as soon as the page is over, it starts sneaking in little hidden divs with the content inside it. It's fancy as well. It's not fancy as hell. It's actually like quite a hack. It works really well, even for like SEO and stuff. And as soon as each of these bits like load in, there's like one line of not even one line of JavaScript. It's like one function call that just says, hey, take this div and replace the spinner like with this content. There's no React on the page, no nothing. You could even remove it, and you still get the same experience. So that's pretty dope, I think. And this is like pretty fundamental to the rest of the React, the innovation that we'll probably see over the next year. Like server components, the new hotness, built on this tech. Any ideas that you have for like new CSS and JS libraries? Because it's been a while since we have had a new one. Might as well make 12 more over the next year. You might want to make sure that it works well with the streaming rendering model. You could, data fetching now like becomes way more interesting, right? Because now instead of like the hydration step being like one blob of data that you like just inject in there, and you can do it piece by piece if you want. Lots of fun stuff. Anyway, so just to recap. So the new server rendering features that we have, once you replace render to string with just one line, which is render to readable stream, suspense just works. This is a huge deal. It's not worked for the last 2 years, so which is why a lot of people haven't even used it in React apps, but now it just works. React.lazy, all that. You get to do loading patterns. Again, without JavaScript, without your JavaScript bundle on the page, just works. Like you can use suspense list and suspense boundaries. Very cool. This is my favorite thing. The spinners work actually without the JavaScript bundle on the page and in an order that you can decide, which is, honestly, I feel like all frameworks should steal this idea. And of course, they steal from React all the time and say, oh, we're already better. Then again, they do ship before React does, which is like years sometimes. Do you see why they didn't want me on the team anymore? But then there's like a bonus feature, and I actually didn't like include it in here because I didn't think I'd have time. So the page can actually start racing your JavaScript bundle with the server streaming. So in the beginning, when you start up, it starts streaming down all this HTML, right? But it can also start loading the JavaScript. Usually, the first time you're visiting the page, the JavaScript bundle might take like a little longer to load. But the second time you visit the page, it's cached, which means the JavaScript bundle loads immediately. At this point, React tells the page, this is not a server-rendered page anymore. It's now a client-side app. And it like immediately takes over, so it can load even faster than the server-rendered page. Wild feature. Just love it. So it can actually raise client and server-side. Very cool. So these are all like cool features, but there are trade-offs, right? That's the other thing I say. Like, none of this stuff is actually free. What you really need to do now is you need to run like your own server runtime. Some of you folks might have been just using something like a Create React app or something that was client-side only. But if you want these performance benefits and a better programming model, just happier users really, you now need to invest into a server runtime. So you have two major choices to do this. One is Node.js. Love Node. It took me from a toy JavaScript UX developer, and it made me effectively a full-stack developer. Love it. Didn't even have to change much. It was just plain JavaScript. Shout out to Browserify and stuff. It was pretty great days about 10 years ago. But what you do is you either have to rent hardware, a VPS, or one of those things with hosts like Heroku, DigitalOcean. I don't know. I haven't done it in years. I assume there are others on the market. Relax, it's just a dry cough. I'm fine. Yeah, so you pick one of these machines, and you then have to set it up. You have to set up process monitors. The moment it dies, you need to do a restart and monitoring. It's fine, I guess. I'm excited about stuff like Fly.io. Fly.io tries to basically give you heavy metal on the edge. Picks a bunch of cities, and you can pick it and deploy your code onto it. Shout out to Kent. He deployed his site onto it, and it's really fast, really great service. And they're doing some very cool stuff. They seem to have hired a bunch of interesting people. But it still isn't trivial. You still kind of have to deal with your server. Or you do what's called serverless computing, right? Which is your AWS Lambda or your Vercel, which is fine. But the problem is that they don't actually support streaming. The API ostensibly does, but what it does is kind of buffers it, and only once it's done does it send the content down the pipe, which kind of ruins the effect that you want, right? You want it to load early. So that's choice one, which you could do today. I bet some of you have your stuff up on Node. It's not a bad choice. Also, Node isn't really built for the Lambda use case, which is the server-side use case. It takes something 200 ms, last I checked. I don't know. I could be wrong about these numbers. It takes about 100 to 200 milliseconds just to start up. You can look for cold start time, and you'll see people talking about it, I guess. But choice two is this new breed of serverless computing that's happening across the world. Cloudflare, my employer, has something called Workers. Fastly has something called Edge at Compute. If anyone has used it, let me know. It's very hard to use it right now, but I hear great things about it. The new kid on the block is, of course, Deno. They have something called Deno Deploy. Shopify has something very interesting, which is they have their own runtime and framework for deploying Shopify-specific components, and I think someone's speaking about it later in the conference. I'm super looking forward to it. Very exciting work. Gatsby, I think, now runs. Gatsby used to be a static site generator, but they're not so much, but they're not openly admitting it, and they run something called Gatsby Cloud, which is cool, by the way. It's called DSG, very cool tech. I think Siddharth is here. He'll be talking about it later. And there are going to be more. There will be a lot more people who will be, I expect more people to try this out. And there are some usual patterns with it. So I would like to talk about Cloudflare Workers because, I picked them. They pay me for this. It's kind of nice. So Cloudflare Workers, right? It's a standard-based runtime. You can do stuff like fetch, regular request response, a whole bunch of web standard APIs. No DOM APIs, but you don't need that on the server side so much. You have React there, of course. Which is nice. The code is super simple. You don't have to spin up and say a port. No, you just export a function called fetch that responds to a request and returns a response. Super nice. It's across 250 cities across the world. 250 cities also, it's a small number and a big number. It's the biggest network, I think, right now. And they have deals with something like 10,000 partners or some shit like that. The employees aren't told where in the cities the actual data center is, by the way. So we like joking amongst ourselves that it's either underneath the tube or it's in the air traffic tower in Heathrow, because that's where you get best reception. It's either that or the BT tower. We're not sure. Anyway, but massive network across the world. And the numbers are kind of wild. Well, because they have such a great network, they're within about 20 milliseconds of 80% of the connected world. And within 50 milliseconds of 95% of the internet connected world. And I'll show you how fast that is. I want you all to try something with me, okay? All right? I want you to blink as fast as you can, okay? Try to count how fast you can do it per second. Okay, ready? I'm like the blinking meme dude, right? Anyway, so I can do about like 3 to 5 times a second. But Cloudflare can do about 10 to 50 requests in the same amount of time, which means that if you like actually write your site well, you can load your whole website in like a second, maybe 2. It's really fast. It's like scary how fast it is. And what I really like about stuff like Workers and the other runtimes is that they all have like 0 startup time. There's none of this cold start time or anything like it. It just starts up. You can start it, React starts up, take some data, throw it down the thing. But it's not just good enough to have a runtime that runs your JavaScript. You also need some kind of persistence, because if you have databases, I don't know, halfway across the world, still not great. So Workers also provides a little key value store, which is just, hey, for this key, store this data, and then like you can fetch it where you want, which is also replicated across the entire network, which means the runtime and like the data is, well, on the top of BDTAR. And we also have like the sci-fi thing called durable objects, which is just the coolest thing I've heard of. They're literally JavaScript objects that can move from data center to data center depending on who's asking for it. It's wild. What that means is, let's say and you can like use it for like WebSockets and synchronization and stuff, which means that let's say I'm talking to a friend in, let's say San Francisco. I don't know anything about American geography, but let's say that New York is between London and San Francisco. Maybe. Let's say, somewhere midway. It's probably somewhere in the, I don't know. But so the durable object that we use to like establish a WebSocket connection between each other could potentially like migrate to New York so that we get the best data to talk amongst each other. And then let's say a third person joins us from China, in which case like maybe the object figures out the centroid of these 3 locations. It's all very sci-fi. I can't like, this is like, we're trying to figure out what the database story around it here is, but this is like very novel invention, and we're like dying to see like what people like build with it. But, and there's like so much more. And when I say so much more, I mean like Cloudflare has a deep portfolio of services, and you should totally go check it out. But there are also so many cool things we're building that I'm not allowed to tell you yet. What you do is you buy me a beer right after the conference, and then like I'll start talking a little bit. But I can't do it on screen. Hey, hi, boss manager. Anyway, so you can go explore more at workers.cloudflare.com. There's like a startup. There's a CLI you use, and you can like just start writing JavaScript, and it works. It'll be getting better soon. But the vision really for Workers, and I assume all these other runtimes, right, is I want to stop calling it serverless. What I really like to imagine it as is like, it's one server that envelopes the world like a buckyball with like your database also around it. Anyone taking a photo of this? I look like a maniac, I'm sure. So you can envelop the entire world in like this mesh. Right now it's 250 cities. It could be thousands in the future. We might give you some hardware that you can just chuck behind your washing machine, and then you could FTP into it and like set your website up just like the 90s. It'll be great. Anyway, so edge networks like this are such a good fit for the React streaming model. Do you see? Like it's instantaneous. Like we can give experiences that are way better than anyone's had in the past 30 years. Wow, the web is getting old. So while there is going to be an incremental story where we improve all these things, what I really think is going to happen is that this is a big reset moment for React. Of course, all the popular libraries will still work with the existing model. The team itself is collaborating with CSS and JS library authors, data fetching library authors, and it'll work well. But I think there's potential for us to do like more. Like, for example, Node really doesn't run on these networks, which means Next.js doesn't really run on it. I don't know, Next.js might make, the Vercel folks might make some changes there. But it sure would be nice if we started exploring, saying, hey, if we had to build something from scratch, which used streaming as a rendering model, server components for data fetching, way more lightweight libraries, and the ability to talk to APIs like durable objects and KV stores, what could we do? I want to leave you on that note. I want you to start thinking about what this means for React and the ecosystem. A lot of the complaints about React have been like bigger bundles, and over-engineering and JavaScript fatigue. But maybe this is a moment for us to start removing the fatigue, to like simplifying the stack, to start removing the parts that we have needed just to be able to have a competent stack. And maybe we could have like a different story. I don't know. I'm going to try. I expect everyone else to, because I don't usually ship my libraries anymore. But there are folks out there who will look at me and be like, yeah, fine, challenge accepted. And I totally would like to see that. There are some links. Well, you can just literally Google React 18 working group, and you can find a bunch of details about what I was talking about today, how to upgrade to the new API, guides for library authors for how to upgrade their authors, how you could possibly build a new JavaScript runtime if the next big serverless entrepreneur is in the crowd here somewhere or watching this in the future. There's a whole list of, like, Sebastian from the team wrote down a list of things that you can do to make it better. Yeah, I look forward to it. I'm super excited about this very simple API that I don't expect many people to use by hand, but I expect will be redefining the experience for React in the future. My name is Sunil. You can find me at 3.1 on Twitter, which is the worst thing to spell out to somebody on the phone when you want to tell them what your email address is. Yes, it's 3.1, all words, no numbers, no dots. You can reach out to me there. I'm happy to talk to you after this. And I'm looking forward to talking to all of you at the conference and grabbing a beer after this. Thank you so much.
All blog posts, just the ones in English, and only a list of their titles and cover images? Or are you building a specific landing page and prefer content mapped to React components? Choose TypeScript SDK with Fluent API or GraphQL and get content fast. Content by Kentico.
As a developer, you need to deliver fast, and you simply don't have the time to constantly think about security. Neuralegion can help. We give you, the developer, comprehensive and fast security testing automation for your entire application on every pull request. With every new pull request, Nexploit will run all the security tests your app needs without false positives. We can integrate directly with your CI/CD pipelines, whatever your environment. So what are you waiting for? Add Nexploit to your project and start doing unit security testing today.
Sanity, a popular choice for Jamstack applications, which stands for JavaScript, APIs, and markup. Sanity is part of the A in the Jamstack. It provides an open source studio where you can model your content with JavaScript and manage it in the browser. Meanwhile, the actual data is stored in the cloud in what's known as a content lake, which can then be queried from a front-end application quickly with its built-in CDN, while supporting features like GraphQL, webhooks, and real-time updates.
Your app just crashed. The phone running it has exploded. It was struck by a hammer manufactured in 2005 by Harry's Hammers. The hammer's head is composed of 75% nickel, 20% steel, and 5% iron. The phone flew into the air at an 86-degree angle and came crashing down at 11 miles per hour.
The wonderful part of Shopify is you work with so many different expertise levels that together you find the right solution at scale. And that's where the real joy of the complexity comes from.
Commerce is evolving, and we're going to evolve with it. And I love that it means that there is always more work we could be doing.
When you're building an application, there's a lot of pressure to keep security vulnerabilities out of your code. But no matter how skilled you are, between your own code, dependencies, and configurations, you can't catch them all on your own. But that's why Sneak's here. We're the secure development platform that can extend the security reach of every developer. With Sneak, you don't have to handle security vulnerabilities on your own. Sneak. Develop fast. Stay secure.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
Ionic enables web developers to build cross-platform apps with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript frameworks like React, Angular, or Vue. Use Ionic components and hooks to native device APIs to build fast, beautiful apps for mobile, desktop, and web, all in one codebase. Learn more today.
What content do you need today? All blog posts? Just the ones in English? And only a list of their titles and cover images? Or are you building a specific landing page and prefer content mapped to React components? Choose TypeScript SDK with Fluent API or GraphQL and get content fast. Content by Kentico.
As a developer, you need to deliver fast, and you simply don't have the time to constantly think about security. Neuralegion can help. We give you, the developer, comprehensive and fast security testing automation for your entire application on every pull request. With every new pull request, Nexploit will run all the security tests your app needs without false positives. We can integrate directly with your CI/CD pipelines, whatever your environment. So what are you waiting for? Add Nexploit to your project and start doing unit security testing today.
Sanity, a popular choice for Jamstack applications, which stands for JavaScript, APIs, and markup. Sanity is part of the A in the Jamstack. It provides an open source studio where you can model your content with JavaScript and manage it in the browser. Meanwhile, the actual data is stored in the cloud in what's known as a content lake, which can then be queried from a front-end application quickly with its built-in CDN, while supporting features like GraphQL, webhooks, and real-time updates.
Your app just crashed. The phone running it has exploded. It was struck by a hammer manufactured in 2005 by Harry's Hammers. The hammer's head is composed of 75% nickel, 20% steel, and 5% iron. The phone flew into the air at an 86-degree angle and came crashing down at 11 miles per hour.
The wonderful part of Shopify is you work with so many different expertise levels that together you find the right solution at scale. And that's where the real joy of the complexity comes from.
Commerce is evolving and we're going to evolve with it. And I love that it means that there is always more work we could be doing.
When you're building an application, there's a lot of pressure to keep security vulnerabilities out of your code. But no matter how skilled you are, between your own code, dependencies, and configurations, you can't catch them all on your own. But that's why Sneak's here. We're the secure development platform that can extend the security reach of every developer. With Sneak, you don't have to handle security vulnerabilities on your own. Sneak. Develop fast. Stay secure.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
A little polite. We are in London after all, the Brits. Our next speaker is Miss Sarah Vieira. Sarah is visiting us from Germany. She's going to talk to us about Blender today, which is really cool. We've been seeing Sarah's Blender journey during the pandemic online. and it's been very exciting. So let's do like a little 5, medium 5, 7, a 10. All right, welcome, Sarah.
Good morning, everyone. I want to say that I have the sniffles, but I got tested, and it's not COVID, so the worst you're going to get is a cold. Which, I mean, take what you get, right? Okay, so that was not funny, and I apologize. I mean, I think I heard like 2 laughs. Thank you. I don't know who that was. I can't see any of you, which is nice. Okay, so yeah, as Ellie said, my name is Todavía, which Ellie is one of the only people that can actually pronounce my name correctly, which I appreciate. Usually just something like Vieira, something like that, which I don't know. But yeah, so welcome to my talk. I know it's 10 a.m., and we're going to be looking at Blender, which is a thing that a lot of you have not seen. And if you have seen a lot of years ago, I promise you that it looks better. It looked really bad, and that's why no one used it. So I started doing Blender in the mid-pandemic or something. I don't know, like when everyone started doing their hobbies, basically. And so this is one of the things that I make. Can you see my mouse? Yeah. So this is one of the things. Also, I brought a mouse, because I'm that person now. This is one of the things that I made. And what we're going to try to do today here together as a family, all together in an actual conference, is that we're going to try to bring this little boy, which I will gender as a boy, apparently, to the web and try to put it on a website. OK, so who am I? My name is Sarah. Sada, whatever you call me, I don't care. I work as a front-end developer at a company called Remote, which is very confusing to tell to people when they're like, where do you work? And I was like, I work at Remote. And they're like, I know you work remote, but where do you work? And it just keeps going back and forth until one of us gives up, and it's like, OK, fine, I don't care anymore. But yeah, so Remote is a company that helps companies hire remote workers with the normal, vacation time, and you're not a contractor, basically, which is quite nice. Yeah, so we're hiring. Tell them I sent you. Actually, don't. That sounds like a terrible. Do not tell them I sent you. And I love to do stuff in 3D. I started using Blender, like I said, in the middle of the pandemic, and I kind of fell in love with it. So all these things that you saw, I made them with my own hands. And I have a Windows computer. If anyone's going to ask, can I use Blender on a Mac? You can, but it's painful as hell. It makes sounds that you didn't know a computer can make. And you think you know because of NPM, but trust me, you don't. So this talk, wow, it's been so long since I've done a talk that I was like, what's the name of this? Talk is going to be divided into 2 parts. The first part, we're going to go to Blender and just export the little fella. And then the second part, we're going to jump into the web. OK, so if you've never heard of Blender, Blender is a free and open source 3D software. The reason there's an asterisk on 3D is because it actually does other stuff. It does 2D. It also does video editing. But the 2D aspect is not bad, but everything else is it's mostly known for its 3D aspect. And yeah, it's free and open source. You can also write plugins and procedural stuff in Python. If you know Python, I don't. So there you go. So let's go. I'm going to open up Blender. And this is how it looks now. So if you have used it before, it looked worse. So much worse. Who in here has ever opened Blender? Before version 2.8. OK, so no one has seen how bad it was. So you don't understand how good it looks now. You're like, this doesn't even look that good. No, you don't understand. I beg you to Google online Blender 2.7 UI. OK, so this is my little mug. And there are mostly 3 views here in Blender. So this one is the one that I have right now. Is just for you to see the meshes, which are the little, a cube, a ball, whatever it is, and everything you have in the scene. And then there are 2 render views. And there's something called Eevee, and there's something called cycles. Eevee is the same thing, not the same thing, but the same idea as 3JS. So it's not physically good. It's just it kind of imitates light and how light should bounce, but it figures it out by I don't know, AI and Python. It's probably not AI, it's just a bunch of if statements. I mean, what is AI? A bunch of if statements. And so this thing is new, which makes it completely doable to use it on a Mac, because it doesn't actually do all of that stuff. So if I switch to Eevee here, and it takes a while, and I come to the camera, this is how it looks in Eevee. So you can see that if I move it, like the light kind of like does this like shadowy, weird thing. And that's because it's calculating it in real time. If you think about game engines like Unity or Unreal or something like that, it does the same thing but worse. There you go. I don't know if anyone has seen Unreal 5, but it's way worse than Unreal 5. Let's not even go there. So yeah, Eevee. Eevee, this cycles is the one that makes your computer go psst. I don't know if that was too loud. So this is cycles. And you're going to be OK. So yeah, this is cycles. And what cycles does is, like, imagine every beam of light in this room. It literally calculates where it bounces and where it refracts and everything for each single one of those lights. And every light has like 1,000 points of light. So it needs a really good graphics card or any graphics card. And yeah, so MacBook is a no-no. So yeah, this is the more realistic one, but it's not the one we're going to use. So yeah, let's go back to Eevee so my computer doesn't die. And I wanted to mostly just explain this. And I wanted to show you something as well in here. So like, imagine that you want to change a color or something. So there is this little tab here, and I have it at orange, and let's make it like blue or something. So this blend file, if you want to play with it, it's completely free, open source, CC0, whatever. And you can just download it, do whatever you want. Please don't draw anything weird on him, because he looks so happy. But apart from that, yeah, whatever. OK, so one very important thing is to know how, let's say you downloaded a model from the internet, like Sketchfab, the internet. And you want to export it somewhere. So the first thing is that any mesh can have several meshes in it. So like you see, this has a circle, which I have no idea what it is. And it has another circle. There you go. That makes sense, because I named my stuff, right? I should have named it. But there is a button. If you click on the right side, sorry, I get issues with right from left. And I have a license. So think about that for a bit. And you select a hierarchy. This means that it will select everything in it. So if I click G to move it, you can see that it moves everything in it. OK, cool. So let's export it. So File, and you can click Export. And for the web, you should use GLTF. GLTF is a format that's mostly used for the web. OK, cool. That's it. So I'm already in the thing. So Blender to the web. Let me go to public. So there are three types. So there's a binary, and there's a GLTF file. People will tell you to use the binary because it's slightly smaller. I would as well. But the other one is just pure JSON, and this is a talk, so I'm going to use the other one because I love JSON. So GLTF embed is a JSON file. Like, it's a very scary, terrible JSON file, but it's a JSON file. And something very important that you should always click is Apply Modifiers. And there was something else. Include selected objects, because otherwise it's going to literally put your entire scene, which is not what we want. So I'm going to call it the boy, and I'm going to turn on compression. OK, export GLTF. Let's see what happens, right? Like, OK, so I have this, and let's open this file. And as you can see, it's a very scary JSON file. So like, this part is because it's an image, like a texture, and it's just, you know, no one is ever going to read this. But let's pretend that it all makes sense, right? And this is going to compress it more. OK, let's say open dot. It should have been in public. It did the thing. OK, so, right. Where is it? It's 1.2 megabytes. And this one, right now, where is that? Is 406 kilobytes. So it just like compresses everything really big. Really a lot. So the first step of this is that we need to transform this GLTF into JSX. And we can do that using an online tool. Or you can do that using the command line. But since I have internet, I'm going to use the online tool. So I'm going to drop it here. Why did I open my entire thing again? This was not a good idea. OK, so open. It's like, no, it's all my pirated movies. You can't pirate stuff in Germany, by the way. They will come at you. Like, literally, they will go to your house. It has not happened to me. Yet. So here is the little fella, right? And here we have a very small set of code that you can't read, but I promise you will be able to read it in the you know what I mean, VS Code. There we go. So let me copy this, And the first thing I'm going to do is paste it over here. So this is the site, and we have this little coffee mug, which we don't care about. We're going to kill it with fire. And we're going to put the little funky person here. Oh, now he's a person. Wow, OK. He got upgraded to person. That's great. So there are 3 things that you need to install, which I pre-installed, which is, so you need to add React, come here. 3, React 3 Fiber, and React 3 Dre. So Fiber is the, it's the, oh God, I forgot the name for the React thing that does like React Native thing, which is the, OK, React 3, you need that. And then you have React 3 Dry, which is a set of helpers that help you with a lot of stuff, because they're helpers. They're good like that. OK, so I have a model, and it's a component, and I can't export a default, so I'm just going to, I don't know why I keep doing like live coding in talks, because I hate myself. Oh, OK. So now we should get an error. One day, is it compiling? Corresponding disk node. What? Don't do live coding, kids. I've never seen that error, and I've seen a lot of errors when it comes to 3JS. Like a lot of them. I don't know what this means. Cannot find, does not label on disk, does not recommend. OK, so this is probably an issue with the fact that 3 probably got updated since I last used it, and now it is just open in GitHub. So let's figure this out together. Open file and remote. And let's come here, and let's go to the main. See, I was smart enough to at least push this. So that's a good thing. OK, let's copy this, paste it in here. That was not a paste. Sorry, this is a German keyboard. Jesus Christ. A lot of stuff happened there that I don't know what it meant. But yeah, welcome to German keyboards. OK, so let me run yarn again. And all we can do is really just hope for the best. OK, we did not. And all right, the mouse has buttons that do things. Will you work? For the love of God. It's doing this to me, and I apologize for wasting everyone's time. But trust me, this is way worse for me than it is for you. Mainly when it's something that you don't know how to fix, that it's like cannot read proper. Oh, no, that's fine. Like you just put one of those like. So yeah, how is everyone doing? Do you ever just like you do something that you haven't done in a long time? You're like, I wonder why I haven't done that in a long time, and then you do it, right? And then life is pain, and you're like, oh, I remember now. Like when you haven't. Oh, thank God. In case of a doubt. It's yarn. I mean, NPM, it's the same. Doesn't matter. OK, so you still don't get. God, I need a moment there. OK, so you still don't get anything. And that's because to render anything in React 3 Fiber, we need a canvas, right? So let's import the canvas from React 3 Fiber. And this is telling React and everything that like everything inside of here is not DOM. It's like WebGL, basically. Right? And let me close this canvas. And now, like, it should show us a really sad version of it, which, like, it's like, so. This is supposed to happen, by the way. I'm just very awkward. So what is happening right now is that everything that happens in 3D needs light. So if there is no light, like real life, right? If there's no light, you're going to hit your foot on something, and you're going to step on a Lego, and you're going to cry. Not that this has happened to me. Yeah, and what don't we have? Thank you. I'm sorry, I need interaction right now. So I'm going to open up my little things, and I'm going to add 2 lights here. So one of them is an ambient light, and an ambient light has no shadow. And to think of an ambient, actually an ambient light doesn't make any sense in real life. But it's like there's just a point of light that spreads evenly everywhere and makes no shadow. And a spotlight is like these things that are ruining my eyes right now. So that casts a shadow. So right now, you can see that we have a little bit, not a little bit, but we have some lights and we have a little bit of shadow, right? Okay, that looks cool, but does it look cool enough? No. So what we want to use here is something called a stage. And a stage is something that React 3 Dre has to just display your 3D model, right? So I'm going to use this, and I'm going to close it here. And I'm actually going to import this from a component that I made, which is about the same thing, but I added some props to it. And I already made a PR. A component, stage. There we go. So what a stage does is that it just makes everything look better instantly because it creates a little like a stage, like the lights in your face, like literally this, right? Cool, 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 cool. So there's a bunch of environments as well, which you can check. If I delete this, I think it's going to show me the type definitions. It is not, but there's something called like Dawn, for example. And this basically downloads images from the web to just put an environment on it. I tried them all. The one that looked like better was night. So this is looking good, right? Like we have the little nugget boy there. But what if we animate him? I know. I know. OK, so we can do this together as a family. OK, good. So as you can see, this ref here is marked to a use ref, so it means that we have access to the entire group. Think of a group like a div or a G in SVG, so it just groups the thing, right? And then when you move it, it moves everything inside of it. That's why when you're in Blender, you make things parent of things, and then everything is everything is everything. There you go. Good talk, right? Okay, so one thing that we need to do is to import something called useFrame, and I'll explain what it does. And I could console.log it, but I'm not gonna because it's gonna kill my computer. So what useFrame does, it did not import it, did it? It did, okay, cool. What useFrame is that when this doesn't work like the normal DOM. So thank God, every time you look at it for every second, there are 60 frames. I mean, depending on your computer, obviously. But there are supposed to be 60 frames. So this runs on every single frame. There's just nothing happening right now because nothing is happening right now, right? So let's come here, and let's just get the position and rotation of the element. And okay, let me just explain the position. So the position X is this, Y is this, and Z is the one up at your face. So if I want to just move it up slightly, I can just add 0.1 or 0.01. And it's going to slightly float up to nothingness, and it's going to disappear eventually. So every frame, it's moving it 0.1 up. And there is also like mathematical functions like math.sin and stuff like that do stuff like this. But I made a couple of functions because, there we go. OK, I copied this thing twice. OK, let me just use this now. I don't need the mouse anymore. It did its job. And I'm going to import this wobble function, and I will show you what it is. Let me import it. Import wobble from back. No, it's not back. It's here. It's here with all of us. Utils, animations. There we go. God, I've been broken by the music scene in Berlin. This is the music I sing now. So now it wobbles. Look at that. Thank you, whoever made that sound. So what is math.sin? Math.sin is that thing, I failed this part of math, and I thought I would never need it in my life. And then I was like, you know what, I should do 3D. And he was like, so now you need like tangents and sins, and I was like, fuck. Okay, so if I can explain this to you, everything's gonna be fine. So a math.sin is something that does something like this. It goes from a number from -1 to 1. And what you need to pass to it is something that keeps on moving. And in this case, we're using state.elapsed time, state.clock.elapsed time, which says how much time has passed since you've actually started rendering the scene. And so it just does this. And then you can multiply it by something or divide it by something. This 1,000 is just a random number. This has no point in here. I could remove it and do something else. And then I'm multiplying by math.pi. I could multiply it by 10, and then it will just be faster. But then it will like go down too much. So yeah, the rest is just experimentation. All right? Okay, cool. So that's cool. It wobbles. That's cute. Isn't it cute? It's the cutest thing, and it works. So then I'm dividing it by a lot. But you don't have to do that. So then I wanted to do the exact same thing on the rotation, and now it does this, because it's like, thank you. I think that was a different person. Thank you. I think the one came from here, and the other one came from over there. I don't know. I can't see any of you, so you're fine. You can do whatever you want. And I want to do something else, which is like, what if it looked at you, right? Because that's not creepy at all. Imagine like you're just drinking your coffee and your mug's like, what are you doing? Okay, so let me reload, because sometimes like when you, like HMR, sorry, English is not my main language. I'm just going to use that for the rest of my life. The position gets screwed up. So now, it uses the mouse to tell what it is, and it looks at you, right, on the X and the Y. And what this uses is that it takes the state of the mouse, the position of the mouse on the X and the rotation, right? And lerp, so let's go to the math of high school again, where I failed. It uses two numbers and tries to go between them in a very slow and steady motion. And this comes from 3JS, which is quite cool. So yeah, that's basically what we wanted to do. So now we have this. Let me just make it bigger so that we can see it. And I need to find this to close it. And there we go. So now if you open this page, there's a little one here. And as you can see, all the shadows and everything, they change with the position, which means that it's rendering in real time, which is quite cool. And this was about, what, 56 lines of code. So it's doable. It's just something that we're not used to, right? And everything that we're not used to is hard. I know, Docker. I still don't understand Docker. Yeah, let's not talk about it. I still don't know exactly what Kubernetes does either. Yeah. So yeah, that's what I have. I am 2 minutes out of time. So you can download the blend file, the project, whatever you want from that URL, which is not complete. So it's github.com/my name. Which has two I's. Don't forget the second I there. That's a common mistake. Blender to the web. I will not judge you if you did. It's a very common thing. Like, why does it even have two I's? It's really dumb. I am Nikita FTW on Twitter with 2 Ks because I like to confuse everyone. And I recently made an Instagram, and I called it the Evil Nugget. And you can follow me there for all the stuff that I do in 3D if you think they're cute or cool or whatever. And yeah, I survived. And the pandemic and this talk. So I feel like just that deserves a round of applause.
Amazing. Can we step into my office, please?
Okay, cool. Which one? Which side?
Oh, whichever one you like.
Okay. Oh, I get to
Have
choose.
a sit, stay a while. You can ask questions on Slido at sli.do. The code is 2225. But I think we might have a couple in the pipeline already. Yeah, okay. So for those of us with Macs, are there render farms or equivalent we can offload to?
There are a lot of, wait, sorry, I'm just going to go back to my computer, because there's a free one, actually.
Free one?
There is a free render farm from Blender. So Blender, free render farm. Hope I don't get spam. This is actually free. So a lot of people, basically what they do is they download an app, which I do have it on my Windows, which is a very beefy gaming computer that has, all the lights and stuff. It lights up the entire fucking house. But yeah, so you can use this. It's free. If you don't want to use this one, you can Google Blender render farm or 3D render farm, and there's so many of them. Yeah, there's a lot of them.
I don't know if you want to do this, maybe not live. Could you make it spin slowly?
Spin what, like this? Yeah, you can just add the... I'm just gonna... you could have said that while I was here.
Yeah.
Let's see if I can do it. I mean, who knows? I mean, I'm already embarrassed myself, so it's fine.
So
I know, it's very British to say please. In Germany, they would be like, it's your job.
Make it spin.
You have to make it spin.
Do it.
Okay, so rotation that Y, which I think it's this one, and it's literally the same thing. So you can do this. No, that's no. German.
So how is Germany? Huh?
I'm just gonna copy it from here. That's how it is. 0.01. And it spins.
While you're there,
yeah.
Do you have, and I know this is a hard question,
yeah,
a favorite nugget?
A favorite nugget?
A favorite thing you've made? A favorite character?
Oh, a favorite thing that I've ever made in Blender?
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe.
Do you love all of them equally?
No, God fuck no. I've made a lot of cursed stuff, girl. Some stuff that you're like, God, that's worse than code.
That's cute.
Thank you. I think my favorite one is this one.
Aww.
Which there is no video, but there's also a video of him just waking up, and I think this was the favorite thing that I've ever made.
Incredible. Thank you, Sarah, for your talk. Give it up for Sarah, everyone.
Whoop. That was such a good talk. I really enjoyed it, especially the cuteness of it all. I just want to talk about the Slido because, remember, we are giving away free T-shirts to the best questions. Now, luckily, I don't have to pick. It'll be the speakers that will pick the next questions. But just to make sure we know who the T-shirt needs to go to, if you're remote and you're watching this, put your Discord username next to your question so that we know who to go to give the T-shirt, and we can contact you later. But if you're in person asking a question on the Slido and your question gets picked for the best question, just come over to the front where the MCs are and we'll get your T-shirt to you. But I want to say a big thank you to our sponsor, TopeTool. They connect cloud engineers, full stack engineers, DevOps experts, data scientists, and in-demand software developers with top global companies, allowing them to design their schedule, get paid on time, upskill, and work from anywhere in the world. TopeTool is the world's largest remote company and represents the top 3% of freelance talent. So definitely check them out. But without further ado, I'm going to get off stage and start by introducing Michelle Weststraight, our next speaker. They are a trainer, speaker, and above all, an open source developer. They're currently hacking at Facebook and they are on a quest to make programming as natural as possible. They're a big fan of React, JavaScript, and TypeScript. So can we give a big round of applause to Michelle?
Michelle is using my computer, so I need to put my finger on it. Oh, actually, I didn't.
Let's give it a second. There we go. This is like Zoom. I'm on mute all the time as well, right? And while he's giving this talk, there will also be a discussion in the next room with Nader about blockchain, I believe it was, off the top of my head. So if you're interested, you can go and check that out. That's just next door.
Ooh, scary. I don't. It works. Good morning, everyone. My name is Michelle Weststraight. I work at Facebook, I think, because it might have another name today. But it's good to be here, and it's very good to see all your faces without also seeing your bedroom and your laundry and your empty bowl of porridge. So thanks for having me. I'm working currently on a project called Flipper, which is an open source debugging platform which is used primarily by mobile developers. And I'm going to talk about how to optimize rendering of really big tables. And in this talk, I'll feature a little bit about Flipper. I'll find an actual useful application of Bitcoins, and I will show you an open source library. So first of all, there's a tool called ADB, which is used for debugging mobile applications. And if you run, for example, ADB log, it just generates a lot of data. It can easily generate up to 100 lines per second or something. And so we're working on Flipper, a tool that allows you to inspect layout in a mobile device, see the network requests of your React Native application, and so forth and so on. However, we're going to focus in this talk on one specific feature, which is the logs. And the logs, they basically show the very same output as you just saw from A to B, except that we parse it so they can sort and filter. Now, the original implementation we had isn't very fluent. It stutters a bit, it doesn't really keep up, and especially if you apply some filters, it kind of slows down. And also, it doesn't properly wrap lines, which is really annoying if you use logs. So we figured that this is kind of too slow, and actually what we detected, even in production builds, if the filter is slightly complicated and you have 100,000 log lines in there already, then a single render pass of our React component could easily eat up to 250 milliseconds. So you end up with 4 frames per second, which is really annoying. And so we figured we needed a better implementation, and we built one. And so this is the new version, which is much more smooth, but actually keeps up with the data that arrives over ADB. And even if you're filtering, it does barely affect performance. And we made the user interaction a lot better as well. So we have links that are highlighted, lines wrap automatically if you resize the window, that kind of stuff. So we made it a lot richer. We even added things like being able to sort on any column you want. And so how did this affect performance? And it turns out the performance of the new implementation was 10 times faster. And we saw that inside Facebook, we measure what the performance is, how many frames we drop, what the CPU load is for our users. And we saw basically a 10 times frame drop and a much slower usage of CPU. And if you look at the profile in Chrome, we can actually explain that. And so the left two sections are basically the old situation, where there's a lot of CPU going on, and most of it is yellow. And yellow means this is running JavaScript code, our code of Flipper. And in the new situation, there's still a lot of CPU usage, but it's spent differently. It's no longer spent on the yellow part, no longer on the scripting. No, it's doing a lot of layouting and styling. And it means that it's cranking out much more frames per second. So, in short, purple is good, yellow is bad. And so, how did we do that? And to explain it a little bit, I'm going to show you a small demo application which streams a lot of Bitcoin transactions so that we at least put all those wasted CPU cycles to good use. And I'm not as gracious as Sarah, so I just pre-recorded it. Anyway, so let's start with the basis. What do? We set up a WebSocket connection to Coinbase, and we start listening for 3 different exchange rates. And for every new message we arrive, we call a callback. And the data basically looks a little bit like this, just a exchange with a certain rate. And so what happens here is that we're not really rendering at all. Sorry, I'm messing this up. So what Sarah can do with live coding, I can do with a video. Isn't that amazing? And so the idea here is that we don't render anything yet. And if you start streaming, you will see that we basically are receiving 1,000 items per second. CPU isn't doing anything because we don't do anything with it. But this is our baseline. So conceptually, this is what is happening. So let's throw React into the mix. So we have our little base component, and we start to introduce some state in which we store all the rows that arrive. We also start with a base set of 10,000 rows to have something at least. And every time a new row arrives, we update the state, allocate a new array, and put it in there. And then if there's a filter active, we apply that to the data set. And similarly, if the user wants to sort transactions by price, we apply a sorting function. So then we map over all the rows, and we render them out one by one. So if you run this, oh, I think the presentation is broken when moving it over to a laptop. Anyway, that's what happens if you change at the last moment. So if you render this, it renders pretty OK, as long as the data is static. But as soon as we start to filter, it really starts to slow down. Right? We have now 5 frames per second, and CPU at the bottom is maxing out. And if we start to enable the stream, we actually are able to process like 3 new records per second, and that's because we're rendering all those 10,000 rows over and over again. This is really slow, not a good idea. The obvious thing which we do in these kind of situations is apply virtualization. At this point, there's usually some people who are like, why are you rendering 10,000 rows in the first place? That's not a good user experience. Why show so much data? In my experience, that's usually a kind of a lame excuse to avoid a hard problem. And it's very simple to prove. Take the terminal. A decade ago, it used to have like a fixed amount of scrollback lines, like maybe 1,000. And what every engineer out there does is like, he puts it to unlimited, right? We want to have all those lines at our fingertips when we do an npm install. We want to scroll back very quickly, search, filter. And I'm pretty sure that like most engineers would quit their job if someone suggested that the terminal should be paginated. And the same holds for many dashboards that like show a lot of commercial data, graphs, rows that updates with real-time stock information. Having thousands of data points with hundreds of updates per second isn't really that strange at all. So the typical thing to do at this point is to apply virtualization. There's a bunch of good libraries out there for React, React Window, Virtuoso, but the best one I found is React Virtual by Tanner Lindsay. And it's really good. Basically, the usage is pretty simple. It provides you a hook, but it also supports row wrapping. And the idea is that you call this use virtual hook, you give it the amount of data you want to render, and a container which is used for size calculations. And then it gives you back a bunch of items to map over, and for each of them, you apply some styling. It's a bunch of style, but it's really straightforward to build this. So let's put this one to the test. So again, on a static data set, it scrolls very fluently. And the interesting thing is, like, once we start streaming in the data, we can now, instead of 3, 4 items, we can we can receive a couple of 100 items before we start to slow down. Now, filtering is still expensive. Like, once you apply the filtering and sorting, you see really the amount of the items you can process in the meantime drop down. And we're nicely maxing out the CPU as well. So React Virtual solves the problem for us if we have a static data set and we need to be able to scroll really fast. That's the problem it solves. However, this doesn't solve our problem. Because that's not the only part that's expensive, the rendering. It's also the data processing. If every time we receive a new item, we have to map over the whole data set, filter it again, and if there's sorting active, also have to resort the data set, that is actually where the performance goes down the drain. So the virtualization we already had in the very first example I showed. And yet we still had 250 milliseconds of per render, just because all the processing that goes on. And there's a few tricks that people commonly apply, like we could memo the filtered rows, But that doesn't really help. That only helps if the filter changes now and then, but not if your rows are changing all the time. If you have dozens of updates you have to process, then your memo is never going to have a positive cache hit. And similarly, you can debounce, which makes sure that at least your application kind of stays usable, but it doesn't drop the performance of a single render, and it doesn't allow you to go beyond those 4 frames per second in our use case. So what can we do smarter? One thing we can do smarter is not filtering the whole data set we have. Actually, we already know for every item whether it matches the filter criteria or not. We only need to filter the data that arrives, not the data we already had. So let's do that. So the first thing is that we're not going to sort the rows in state, which would cause a render every time we change it, but we sort in a ref. And the state we're going to contain is just the visible rows. Now, if a new event arrives, we apply it to the base set. And then we also check if it matches the current filter. If it matches the current filter, then we also update the visible row set. And then there's one other thing to do, is that whenever the filter criterion itself changes, then we need to re-filter the whole set. But that's now the exceptional case. And so let's put this one to the test. So remember, the important thing is that we only update the state if the item matches the filter. So in the base case, our performance is the same as in the previous example. However, if we start filtering, now the performance goes up in the sense of the amount of new items we can process. Because now in 2 out of 3 of the transactions, we don't cause a render. So we leave much more CPU capacity available to process that incoming WebSocket. So that's a good improvement already. This moves our filtering cost from the order of n to a constant overhead. Can we do the same for sorting? And the answer is yes. We can also do the very same thing for sorting. How do we do that? The basic idea is that we leverage the fact that we know that whatever we're rendering is already sorted if it was sorted before. So whenever new data arrives, we don't need to resort the full set. Instead, we can use a small utility from Lodash and find, by using sorted last index by, the binary, the insertion index at which we have to insert our new row. And that is only a binary search instead of a full sort on the data. So that moves from basically n log n to log n. Again, the same thing applies for if the sorting criteria itself changes, we have to do the full set. But again, this is the much less common case. So let's put this one to the test. And remember, the crucial thing here is that instead of sorting the full set, we do a binary search to find the insertion position. And so again, we process the data, we start tailing, we start filtering, and we have the nice performance. And now we enable sorting, so now all the data set is sorted, yet it doesn't really affect our performance anymore. Where normally sort is really expensive, now it's not impacting that much. So now we optimize filtering, we optimize sorting. Can we do even better than this? And the answer is yes. We can also start to window the data we process. Now, it sounds a little bit controversial because we're already applying windowing, but we are only applying windowing to the render. But actually, if you think about it, we can apply the windowing earlier, at the moment we process the data. So when a new row is added, but it's effectively added outside the current view, we don't even need to trigger a rendering. Even if it matches the filter and we find the insertion index, if after that we find it's not within the viewport, there's actually no need to cause React to re-render and do those virtualization computations. So let's apply that trick as well. So now we don't have any state anymore. And to capture what we're currently looking at, we introduce a window that just stores the visible set of rows. And we use a trick, force update, to force a render of React whenever we want. And if we don't want to render, React will never re-render. Now, the next thing we do is, after every render, we store what range we did render. That's the range we got back from from React Virtual, sorry. And then we check, when we find the insertion index of a row, we check, is it within the correct window? Then we trigger React to render, and otherwise not. Now, there's one exception case, and that is, once in the 100 rows, we're still going to trigger a render, and that is to make sure that our scroll bar keeps growing if more data arrives, even if all the data arrives outside of the current viewport. So let's test this one. So we start streaming, and you see that we process a lot of data, especially if we don't tail, because then all the appends happen outside the window. If we tail, we have still the same performance as before, but without tailing, almost everything is added outside the screen, so we barely use any CPU. And this is also the first time that the CPU actually drops below maximum usage. So now we have a longer pipeline. We filter, we sort, we check if the update actually appears within the visible window, and only if that's all true, then we cause React to render. So we did now add a lot of logic, and it was just for append. How do we deal with updates? How do we deal with inserts? How do we deal with removals? And the solution I've showed you so far, we've generalized in a package. It's called Flipper data source. It's maintained for now inside the Flipper repository on GitHub. But you can use this package right away. And the basic idea is that actually all the other operations basically follow the same pattern. An update or a removal is not significantly different from an insert. And those 4 steps are basically a pipeline where we describe the initial operation, for example, appending an item, then we apply sorting, and we just transform the description of the operation. So an append operation becomes an insert at a different position with the very same item. And then we also have a reversal operation in case we're reverse sorting, and then we decide whether this operation ends up in the window. So first we transform the operation without thinking actually about rendering at all. And the other operations are also really easy to express in these very same terms. They go just through the same pipeline. And so let's refactor our example to leverage the Flipper data source package. So we remove all our custom logic, our effects. We still have the same view criteria. The user has still the same features. We're just going to wire it up differently. So we don't need React Virtual anymore. That's abstracted away. We remove all that rendering stuff, which is over here. There we go. And then we just import a few things from the package. So we import the create data source, which creates the data source, and we keep a reference to it. And the only thing we do when a new event arrives is we call append, and that stores the event in the data source. Then whenever the filter or the sorting criteria is changed by the user, we just update the view configuration of the data source. That data source, we pass it to the data source renderer virtual. And with that, we basically have the same thing as what we built so far in this entire demo. It's just now a few lines of code. So let's put this one to the test. Again, we start tailing, make it hard, and we start filtering, and actually see that the performance is really good now. Even though this is only a debug build of React, it's easily keeping up CPU-wise. So this is slightly more efficiently implemented as what we did so far. But now our CPU is barely breaking a sweat, even though we're adding almost 1,000 records per second, and we're sorting and filtering them. And to make it even harder, we can start off with a large data set. So instead of 10,000 items, let's start with 100,000. Again, we do the same thing. And what we will notice is that this makes it a little bit more expensive. So CPU usage is slightly higher, but still it's keeping up nicely. So we're not maxing out on CPU and JavaScripting. So that means that like the rendering, the frame rate stays stable at 50 frames per second. So basically, this is all that was left to make this demo performant. And that is what the Flipper data source package does. It's not perfect yet, but it works really solid in those cases. We use it to power all our performance-critical views in Flipper. You can just look at the source code. It's on our repository. And there's some future ideas, like the very same mechanism could be used, for example, to power charts. There's a small demo of it. But there's a lot of possibility, because like many visualizations follow this filter, sort, and window principle. So give it a try. Let me know what you think. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Thank you.
That was an amazing talk. Thank you so much. Let's give it up for him again.
Ionic enables web developers to build cross-platform apps with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript frameworks like React, Angular, or Vue. Use Ionic components and hooks to native device APIs to build fast, beautiful apps for mobile, desktop, and web, all in one codebase. Learn more today.
What content do you need today? All blog posts? Just the ones in English? And only a list of their titles and cover images? Or are you building a specific landing page and prefer content mapped to React components? Choose TypeScript SDK with Fluent API or GraphQL and get content fast. Content by Kentico.
As a developer, you need to deliver fast, and you simply don't have the time to constantly think about security. Neuralegion can help. We give you, the developer, comprehensive and fast security testing automation for your entire application on every pull request. With every new pull request, Nexploit will run all the security tests your app needs without false positives. We can integrate directly with your CI/CD pipelines, whatever your environment. So what are you waiting for? Add Nexploit to your project and start doing unit security testing today.
Sanity, a popular choice for Jamstack applications, which stands for JavaScript, APIs, and markup. Sanity is part of the A in the Jamstack. It provides an open source studio where you can model your content with JavaScript and manage it in the browser. Meanwhile, the actual data is stored in the cloud in what's known as a content lake, which can then be queried from a front-end application quickly with its built-in CDN, while supporting features like GraphQL, webhooks, and real-time updates.
Your app just crashed. The phone running it has exploded. It was struck by a hammer manufactured in 2005 by Harry's Hammers. The hammer's head is composed of 75% nickel, 20% steel, and 5% iron. The phone flew into the air at an 86-degree angle and came crashing down at 11 miles per hour.
The wonderful part of Shopify is you work with so many different expertise levels that together you find the right solution at scale. And that's where the real joy of the complexity comes from.
Commerce is evolving, and we're going to evolve with it. And I love that it means that there is always more work we could be doing.
When you're building an application, there's a lot of pressure to keep security vulnerabilities out of your code. But no matter how skilled you are, between your own code, dependencies, and configurations, you can't catch them all on your own. But that's why Sneak's here. We're the secure development platform that can extend the security reach of every developer. With Sneak, you don't have to handle security vulnerabilities on your own. Sneak, Develop fast. Stay secure.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
Ionic enables web developers to build cross-platform apps with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript frameworks like React, Angular, or Vue. Use Ionic components and hooks to native device APIs to build fast, beautiful apps for mobile, desktop, and web, all in one codebase. Learn more today.
What content do you need today? All blog posts? Just the ones in English? And only a list of their titles and cover images? Or are you building a specific landing page and prefer content mapped to React components? Choose TypeScript SDK with Fluent API or GraphQL and get content fast. Content by Kentico.
As a developer, you need to deliver fast, and you simply don't have the time to constantly think about security. Neuralegion can help. We give you, the developer, comprehensive and fast security testing automation for your entire application on every pull request. With every new pull request, Nexploit will run all the security tests your app needs without false positives. We can integrate directly with your CI/CD pipelines, whatever your environment. So what are you waiting for? Add Nexploit to your project and start doing unit security testing today.
Sanity, a popular choice for Jamstack applications, which stands for JavaScript, APIs, and markup. Sanity is part of the A in the Jamstack. It provides an open source studio where you can model your content with JavaScript and manage it in the browser. Meanwhile, the actual data is stored in the cloud in what's known as a content lake, which can then be queried from a front-end application quickly with its built-in CDN, while supporting features like GraphQL, webhooks, and real-time updates.
Your app just crashed. The phone running it has exploded. It was struck by a hammer manufactured in 2005 by Harry's Hammers. The hammer's head is composed of 75% nickel, 20% steel, and 5% iron. The phone flew into the air at an 86-degree angle and came crashing down at 11 miles per hour.
The wonderful part of Shopify is you work with so many different expertise levels that together you find the right solution at scale. And that's where the real joy of the complexity comes from.
Commerce is evolving and we're going to evolve with it. And I love that it means that there is always more work we could be doing.
When you're building an application, there's a lot of pressure to keep security vulnerabilities out of your code. But no matter how skilled you are, Between your own code, dependencies, and configurations, you can't catch them all on your own. But that's why Sneak's here. We're the secure development platform that can extend the security reach of every developer. With Sneak, you don't have to handle security vulnerabilities on your own. Sneak. Develop fast. Stay secure.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
Ionic enables web developers to build cross-platform apps with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript frameworks like React, Angular, or Vue. Use Ionic components and hooks to native device APIs to build fast, beautiful apps for mobile, desktop, and web, all in one codebase. Learn more today.
What content do you need today? All blog posts? Just the ones in English? And only a list of their titles and cover images? Or are you building a specific landing page and prefer content mapped to React components? Choose TypeScript SDK with Fluent API or GraphQL and get content fast. Content by Kentico.
As a developer, you need to deliver fast, and you simply don't have the time to constantly think about security. Neuralegion can help. We give you, the developer, comprehensive and fast security testing automation for your entire application on every pull request. With every new pull request, Nexploit will run all the security tests your app needs without false positives. We can integrate directly with your CI/CD pipelines, whatever your environment. So what are you waiting for? Add Nexploit to your project and start doing unit security testing today.
Sanity, a popular choice for Jamstack applications, which stands for JavaScript, APIs, and markup. Sanity is part of the A in the Jamstack. It provides an open source studio where you can model your content with JavaScript and manage it in the browser. Meanwhile, the actual data is stored in the cloud in what's known as a content lake, which can then be queried from a front-end application quickly with its built-in CDN, while supporting features like GraphQL, webhooks, and real-time updates.
Your app just crashed. The phone running it has exploded. It was struck by a hammer manufactured in 2005 by Harry's Hammers. The hammer's head is composed of 75% nickel, 20% steel, and 5% iron. The phone flew into the air at an 86-degree angle and came crashing down at 11 miles per hour.
The wonderful part of Shopify is you work with so many different expertise levels that together you find the right solution at scale. And that's where the real joy of the complexity comes from.
Commerce is evolving and we're going to evolve with it. And I love that it means that there is always more work we could be doing.
When you're building an application, there's a lot of pressure to keep security vulnerabilities out of your code. But no matter how skilled you are, between your own code, dependencies, and configurations, you can't catch them all on your own. But that's why Sneak's here. We're the secure development platform that can extend the security reach of every developer. With Sneak, you don't have to handle security vulnerabilities on your own. Sneak. Develop fast. Stay secure.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
Ionic enables web developers to build cross-platform apps with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript frameworks like React, Angular, or Vue. Use Ionic components and hooks to native device APIs to build fast, beautiful apps for mobile, desktop, and web, all in one codebase. Learn more today.
What content do you need today? All blog posts? Just the ones in English? And only a list of their titles and cover images? Or are you building a specific landing page and prefer content mapped to React components? Choose TypeScript SDK with Fluent API or GraphQL and get content fast. Content by Kentico.
As a developer, you need to deliver fast, and you simply don't have the time to constantly think about security. Neuralegion can help. We give you, the developer, comprehensive and fast security testing automation for your entire application on every pull request. With every new pull request, Nexploit will run all the security tests your app needs without false positives. We can integrate directly with your CI/CD pipelines, whatever your environment. So what are you waiting for? Add Nexploit to your project and start doing unit security testing today.
Sanity, a popular choice for Jamstack applications, which stands for JavaScript, APIs, and markup. Sanity is part of the A in the Jamstack. It provides an open source studio where you can model your content with JavaScript and manage it in the browser. Meanwhile, the actual data is stored in the cloud in what's known as a content lake, which can then be queried from a front-end application quickly with its built-in CDN, while supporting features like GraphQL, webhooks, and real-time updates.
Your app just crashed. The phone running it has exploded. It was struck by a hammer manufactured in 2005 by Harry's Hammers. The hammer's head is composed of 75% nickel, 20% steel, and 5% iron. The phone flew into the air at an 86-degree angle and came crashing down at 11 miles per hour.
The wonderful part of Shopify is you work with so many different expertise levels that together you find the right solution at scale. And that's where the real joy of the complexity comes from.
Commerce is evolving, and we're going to evolve with it. And I love that it means that there is always more work we could be doing.
When you're building an application, there's a lot of pressure to keep security vulnerabilities out of your code. But no matter how skilled you are, between your own code, dependencies, and configurations, you can't catch them all on your own. But that's why Sneak's here. We're the secure development platform.
Are moving forward, and we're moving forward with an amazing talk. So if you're interested in micro front ends, you are in the right place, because we'll have two talks on this topic coming up next. And the first one is going to be by Ruben Casas. So let's give him a round of applause.
Thank you, Nathan. Am I on? Hello, everybody, and welcome to my presentation. So today is a very interesting topic, and it's about performance. So my name is Ruben. See if this works. Yep. I am a senior engineer at American Express, and this is my Twitter handle if you want to give me a follow. So what do I do at American Express? Well, I am part of a team that maintains a micro front-end framework called OneApp. It's like a meta framework that we use at American Express. And this framework is open source and is used by about 2,000 developers. So there is a 2,000 developer team at Amex that use this framework. And it's also, our applications are used by multiple customers worldwide. Now, the question is, when you have so many users, what's the first thing that comes to your mind? Oh, performance. We need to make sure that all those millions of users have great performance. Now, before we start with the performance section, I'm just going to get this out of the way, because we get this quite a lot. I have seen this tweet so many times. Are micro frontends a thing yet? Or the other one is, why can't we just use components? Let me just answer that question very briefly before we get into the performance section. And is, well, micro frontends, yes, they are a thing. And also, they've been around for a while. So it's not like they are a new thing or something that is brand new technology. It's been around for a little while. And basically, what they can do is they can help you scale your applications by applying the same principles that you have for microservices to the front end. Now, quick disclaimer here. I am not going to try and convince you that micro front ends are great and that you should come and start using them tomorrow. This is not why I'm here today. But if you use micro front ends, you'll get really nice benefits. Like the main one, in my opinion, is independent deployments. So if you have a large team or multiple teams, they can deploy independently. They can just have their own repositories, and they can just have their own thing, CI/CD, everything sets up, and they can deploy independently. Different parts of the website, of the web application. And the thing with OneApp is we don't have to restart the server. You can deploy a new version, and it automatically uploads itself and, without restarting the server. And it's all servers are rendered. If I didn't convince you with this, well, I brought some pizza. Everyone wants some pizza. But I'm not trying to convince you here. So now, there is a problem with micro frontends, a big, big problem. And this problem is there are many misconceptions, and there are many myths around micro frontends. And the biggest by far is they are bad for performance. Yes, that is the biggest myth about micro frontends. And let me just, there's one reason for this. And I found why people think that micro frontends are bad for performance. And the reason is, well, people think that micro frontends are all about mixing libraries on the same page. So we have React and Angular and Vue and Svelte and Infinidash on the same page. Is that what microfrontends are about? Well, let me just tell you, this is a false myth. And that's why people think that microfrontends are about performance, because when the first thing they find about microfrontends is, oh, it's about React and Angular and everything on a page. And that, let me just ask, is that a good idea? Is that a good idea? My friend Ken thinks it's a good idea. I'm joking, he doesn't. It's not a good idea. I mean, you can, yeah? So you can use React and Angular and all these frameworks on the same page, but just because you can doesn't mean you should. So although, and this is, there's only one case, one specific use case where it might be a good idea, especially it's not great, but where it's a valid use case of having multiple frameworks on the same page. And this is the strangler pattern. Now, the strangler pattern is the best thing you can do if you are migrating from an old application, like a legacy application, to a new one. So how many of you here had to rewrite your old AngularJS application into React? Me! And it's very common. So this is a very common use case. I mean, for the last 5, 6, 7 years, we've been, AngularJS is not good. Let's replace it with React. And what do? We just completely stop development, say to the product managers, I'm sorry, we can't do any more features because AngularJS is bad and we can't maintain it. We need to replace it with React. And the first thing they will tell you is, what? No, you can't do that. I mean, probably some people do it. But what the strangler pattern will help you do is it will help you incrementally transform your application. So you don't have to do like a big bang transformation, release, rewrite of the whole application. What you can do is just start applying the microfrontends pattern and the strangler pattern to just uplift different pieces of the UI. And the best thing is, well, can we just start route by route? Yes, you can, but when you have multiple pieces on the same page that you need to change, and sometimes one page is a lot of work. It's like the entire application is one page. With microfrontends, what you can do is you can start from a very small part on that page that is going to use React. The rest is going to use Angular. And then at some point, this is a key, you remove Angular. You don't keep both on the same page because performance. And yeah, we shouldn't do that. So this is a strangler pattern. And this is the only case where it might be useful to have multiple frameworks on the same page. So microfrontends can be good for performance. Disclaimer there, like a star, fine print. It depends on your implementation. Like everything in architecture, it depends on how you implement it. So if you have an incorrect implementation of microfrontends, they are going to be really bad for you. If you have a good implementation, they're going to be good for performance. So what I'm going to do next is I'm going to show you, first, how they can be good, also what to avoid and how to solve the problems that performance issues that you might encounter if you use microfrontends. Great. So the first thing is, this is a nice freebie. This is for free, kind of. Microfrontends can help you reduce your bundle sizes. And yes, we worry about bundle sizes still. We shouldn't ship so much JavaScript to our pages and to our users if they don't need it. So the first one is, because microfrontends are independent units, they are their own thing there, then they will have their own JavaScript bundles, and you get code splitting out of the box. So you don't have to worry about code splitting and where to code split, because every single microfrontend will have their own bundle. And those bundle sizes, we try, for example, we try to keep them small. We try very, very hard to keep them small for performance reasons. OK, so this is a free one. Now, one thing to avoid, and that's next, and is duplicated dependencies. So yeah. having multiple dependencies. How many have had this problem where you are like, all my applications have different dependencies that they need to be shared, and then we have done things like externals with Webpack and make sure that we can access the same code and have our bundle sizes, again, small. We should avoid duplicated dependencies, because if they're all using the same thing, why do they have their own copies? And this is especially bad, again, going back to the bundle size, for people who have slow internet connections, mobile devices. So we all know this. We should avoid duplicated dependencies. And also React, we can't have React duplicated on the same page. We can't have 2 copies of React on the same page. I don't know why. Well, actually, I do. I think Sunil will explain. It's something to do with the scheduler, that they erased each other and all really, really clever stuff. But yeah, we shouldn't have React, multiple copies of React on the same page. So hold on, if the microfrontends are independent, how do we do this? Right, there are many ways you can do that. But this is awesome. I mean, there is a new thing called module federation, and it has a really fun API called the shared API. When I saw this, I was like, wow, I've been waiting for this for so long, because I want to have my microfrontend to get their own copy of the dependency if they are rendering in isolation. So if you are rendering in isolation, you need your own copy, because you don't have any containers, you don't have any application providing that dependency, so you need your own copy of React. Now, let's say that we have a second module, and that second module, or microfrontend, they also need React, and React DOM, and also my shared library or whatever. So what happens is, if I'm rendering in isolation, fine, get me my copy of React. If there is another microfrontend and they are rendering on the same context, what the shared module federation's shared API is going to do is like, oh, hold on a minute, I already loaded this copy of React. Let me just provide it to you for any other microfrontends or modules that request the same dependency. So module federation especially is really good, even just for this API. I mean, if you don't want to adopt the whole thing and you don't, we don't want to overcomplicate things with microfrontends, this is a really cool feature of Webpack 5 module federation. If you want to take a look, is the shared API. It's like externals, but beyond. And there is also something about scopes, where you can have a scope A and scope B, and that dependency will have a scope, so you don't have clashes. Take a look at the documentation for module federation. It's brilliant. Now, second part of my talk is, OK, distributed data fetching. And let me just stop here. And I know what you're thinking. What you're looking at this like, what is this? What? No. So we used to do, we are used to do this, which is basically, I load my data on my page. I'm using Next.js or any other meta framework. You have like you get your server-side props or whatever, and then that does all the server-side rendering. And then I pass the data to my components. You could also call the data on your components, but this is more or less the pattern. Now with microfrontends, oh, what's this? This is different. Every single microfrontend is loading their own data. And remember, these ones are dependent. You can deploy them independently, so they are like mini applications. And before you shoot me and say, what is this? This is not right. Let me just explain why. Why each microfrontend is loading their own data is because they need to be independent. So they need all the data to render, and they need to avoid that passing data down from other microfrontends, because that will cause tightly coupling. And rule number 1 of microfrontends, if you don't want to have a hard time, do not couple your microfrontends. I have a really nice blog post that's talking about like the best practices, and that's the biggest one. If you start coupling your microfrontends, you stop having all the benefits, and you end up with the hated distributed monolith, which is a mess. Nobody knows what it does. And if you change something, it breaks everywhere else. And that's completely the opposite of what microfrontends are about. So if we keep them independent, which means they load their own data, so we can reuse them everywhere. And that's one of the other benefits of microfrontends, is that they are portable and reusable. So you can just take one, put it there. It loads all the data they need. They don't need to worry about context or where is the data coming from, or if I need to put the container and the container have to provide it. No, because they load their own data. Now, what's wrong with this? If every single microfrontend is loading their own data, what is it going to happen? Anybody? We're making so many API requests. Look. So the user microfrontend is rendering in the header. They get the user data. The microfrontend dashboard loads the user. They load in the data again. So we have 3 network requests. Is this bad for performance? Of course it is. This is like, no. Why are you doing this? So we came up with a solution at Amex, which was, OK, let's do a distributed shared cache. How is this different from a normal cache? Is that, like I explained with mode declaration, for example, if you are rendering your microfrontend in isolation, they get their own thing, their own cache. But we have a place where if any of the microfrontends have also requested the same data, be like, oh, hold on, I'm not going to make that API request. I'm just going to give you the cache. Pretty standard caching stuff. So we created this very, very basic fetching library. It's very, I mean, it's not basic, it's simple. It's basically a wrapper around fetch. And it's called React hooks. And that's it. Well, actually, it's not. It has the caching layer. It was the simplest solution that we could find, because we could have over-engineered and tried to find these many different solutions. I mean, this is not the only solution, by the way. This is what we did. So there are, you probably, I can feel that some of the questions will be, oh, can you use that or that? Yes, you can. But at Amex, we felt we need something very simple. So shall we just wrap fetch around the hooks and then put a shared cache on top? And yeah, it fixed our problem with multiple API calls on the same page. Now, this is the part that I always say to people, before we go to the conclusion, I have like a demo. But yeah, it wasn't working like 20 minutes ago. So if it breaks, I always tell people, you should record your demos. Live coding is not good. And here I am doing live coding. OK, so can you all see? Yep, that's perfect. So we have a nice, very basic microfrontend setup here. We have our user microfrontend. And usually it renders on the header, or you have header microfrontend. By the way, the most common use case for microfrontends, the most common that I heard is header and footer. Yeah, you don't need it for anything else. That's probably your case. There are more advanced cases for large-scale companies. But if you have your company got a team that is doing the header, and the header is so complicated, and the footer is so complicated, they have so many different things, and you want to make sure that all your other teams have the same version of the header and the footer, microfrontends will be a good idea if you want to implement it. And then keep it simple. It doesn't have to be complicated. This is another myth about microfrontends. They don't have to be complicated. You can even start with iframes. I'm not saying go and use iframes, but it can be just iframes. So we have this very basic setup here with a header with some user, and I have some films. And you can see that the user microfrontend is rendering inside the films again, because why not? I want the user again there. And I cannot pass the data down from here to there, because I'm tightly coupling my user microfrontend with my films microfrontend, and we all know now that that's bad. We shouldn't do that. So let's see what happens. So if I make this request, and it doesn't work, oh dear. Hold on, let's restart the server. This is what I was worrying about. Yeah, I think it's the Wi-Fi. There we go. So let me just do that again. Clear the network. What is that? That's not good. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different API requests. Yeah, I don't want that, because all my microfrontends are just loading the same data, and they're just making different requests on the client. Now, let's go to our VS Code. And the first thing that we have is we have a provider. I don't want to go into the details, because, I mean, this is just a demo. I'm not going to say, go on, this is how you use Fetch, and all this is API and everything. And you can have a look. It's open source. But it's basically a React context. But the difference with this React context is it works across multiple environments. So it's like you have different microfrontends that have their own context, and we just make sure that there's one only true context that keeps all the cache in sync. So what happens when I do that? Let's clear the fetch network tab. That's much better. OK, we only have 2 API requests. So we are going to get the user, we're going to get the films, and hold on, I already had the user data, so just give me the cache. Sounds good. Now, yeah, this is basic stuff. Like, the main strength of our micro-frontend framework is server-side rendering. And one thing that is really hard on micro-frontends is server-side rendering. Man, that is really, really hard. Like, getting server-side rendering with micro-frontends working is absolutely hard. And there are so many, the creator of module federation, Zach, he's trying to make it work with Next module federation. It's really hard. I think he managed to do it. So let's enable server-side rendering. So again, I'm not going to explain this. This is just like our version of get server-side props, so get your data from the server. I'm making the same API call on the server and on the client. And see what happens. Drum roll. Oh, nothing happened. Hold on. We are not expecting anything to happen because there is no fetch on the client. It's server-side rendering. And if you don't believe me, let's do the proper test. This is how you hack HTML. There is server-side rendering. Here's Luke Skywalker. It's working. And the trick is our micro-frontend framework is keeping the cache between the server and the client in sync. So when the server is downloading the data, then the client is like, oh, hold on, that data is already on the server. I already have my cache. Why do I need to do a fetch request? Let's just get the cache data. And the best thing about this is you can just switch between front-end and back-end data fetching. So it's a really, really, really cool thing. That was my demo. It's very, very small. And just a conclusion. I don't know what I'm doing with time. I think we're good. But my conclusion is, well, when someone asks me, why is all the micro-frontend stuff is so complicated and I don't want to do that, it solves a very particular problem. So if you don't have that problem, why are you trying to fix it? Yeah, it's fine. If you do have this problem, well, micro-frontends can help you improve developer experience. Now, there is a counter-argument. Hold on, so you're saying that this is just about developer experience? Yes, sort of, and organizational issues and scaling issues. But at the same time, if you excuse developer experience, if you fix your organizational issues so your teams can deploy independently, they'll be more efficient. Which means that if you have to fix a bug in production, you don't have to worry that the whole application is going to break, because you just need to make sure that all the tests pass. If you just apply that patch to your micro-frontend, and it's isolated, and it's all well decoupled, it means that you can just deploy that, fix the bug. Nobody else knew that was a bug. All the teams are carrying on doing their own thing. So it helps organizational issues as well, developer experience. But as we saw, they don't have to be bad for user experience. They can also be really good for user experience if we make them work for us and make all these performance issues go away. And ta-da, this is me. Thank you very much. Yes.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Would you like to grab a seat and let's go through some questions? I'm going to pick the top 3 rated questions in the Slido.
That means
Exploit will run all the security tests your app needs without false positives. We can integrate directly with your CI/CD pipelines, whatever your environment. So what are you waiting for? Add Nexploit to your project and start doing unit security testing today.
Sanity, a popular choice for Jamstack applications, which stands for JavaScript, APIs, and markup. Sanity is part of the A in the Jamstack. It provides an open source studio where you can model your content with JavaScript and manage it in the browser. Meanwhile, the actual data is stored in the cloud in what's known as a content lake, which can then be queried from a front-end application quickly with its built-in CDN, while supporting features like GraphQL, webhooks, and real-time updates.
Your app just crashed. The phone running it has exploded. It was struck by a hammer manufactured in 2005 by Harry's Hammers. The hammer's head is composed of 75% nickel, 20% steel, and 5% iron. The phone flew into the air at an 86-degree angle and came crashing down at 11 miles per hour.
The wonderful part of Shopify is you work with so many different expertise levels that together you find the right solution at scale. And that's where the real joy of the complexity comes from.
Commerce is evolving and we're going to evolve with it. And I love that it means that there is always more work we could be doing.
When you're building an application, there's a lot of pressure to keep security vulnerabilities out of your code. But no matter how skilled you are, between your own code, dependencies, and configurations, you can't catch them all on your own. But that's why Sneak's here. We're the secure development platform that can extend the security reach of every developer. With Sneak, you don't have to handle security vulnerabilities on your own. Sneak. Develop fast. Stay secure.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
Okay, hello. Before we move on to our next talk, have a little housekeeping, a couple of shout outs. First of all, want to thank our media partners. They were lovely enough to spread the word about the conference. We appreciate you. We couldn't have done it without you. Thank you so much. You can see them here. Shout out to our media partners. As the token Twitter person in the MC group, I've seen you guys have been tweeting. Love it. We're going to have a raffle for the best photo that anyone tweets under the React Advanced hashtag. So keep sending photos of the talks you're seeing, of like the people that you've met. React Advanced is the hashtag. You can also just like my tweets. That's OK, too. Preferable, even. Also, shout out to our remote audiences. Hi. There's going to be folks watching this at home later. Before we get started, we couldn't have done this without our lovely sponsors, so I want to shout a couple of them out because capitalism. The first one is Focus Reactive. Shout out. Claps for Focus Reactive. Come on, guys. They paid for this. Yeah. Thank you. Focus Reactive is a London and remote-based consultancy. They do React and Node engineering. They do headless CMS adoption, and they focus a lot on enterprise Jamstack websites because that is the world that we live in, and I love it. Up next is our other wonderful sponsor who you may already know, JetBrains. JetBrains makes tons of tools for coders, including WebStorm, which is an IDE for JavaScript and its related technologies. Try WebStorm to make your development experience much more enjoyable. Thank you, WebStorm. Thank you, WebStorm. Does anyone here use WebStorm? Is it good? Do you like it? What's like its vibe? Yeah? Any VS Code people? You should try WebStorm. They're really good. They're really great. Any like IntelliJ types? Vim people? No Vim people? One Vim person. You're brave. Good job, really. Any mechanical keyboard people? Any mechanical keyboard people that have kept their roommates? One. Ah, good job, bud. I did not. How we doing, team? How you feeling, babe? You ready to go? Deep breaths?
Yeah.
All right. I think we'll start you at like a one clap for Alex. Little golf clap. Can I hear a little golf clap? Like a whisper clap, just a little bit. Like a 2? Like a 3? Before I make you go loud, this is Alex. Say hi.
Hello.
Alex is one of our wonderful natives here in London.
Yes, I am.
We love having him. He's a great speaker. Let's do a little 4 for Alex. A 5. A 7. Just go crazy. Go all the way. All the way for Alex. Yeah, there we go.
Great. Well, thank you everyone for joining my talk, and thank you React Advanced for having me here today. We're gonna run a little experiment. My laptop was not working, so I have like I'm gonna be like, I feel like a DJ with 2 laptops at the same time, and I have one connected to the other one. Let's see how it goes. So today we are gonna be talking about how hopping is moving 10 times faster with micro frontends at scale. First, let me introduce myself. My name is Alex Lobera, and I love React, TypeScript, of course, micro frontends, salsa bachata, and my partner, and not in that particular order, of course. I work for Hopping and as a senior staff engineer, and you can find me on Twitter in Alex Lobera. This talk is about micro frontends architecture, and in any architecture, everything is a trade-off, right? We are constantly making decisions about what's best for the job. We are weighing different options. Oops, sorry. Let me fix this. Yeah, we're in a React conference, so I guess React weighs more. So we're always weighing what is the best option. And in order to understand the architecture, you need to understand the context. So let me share with you the context in our application or in our organization. So Hopping has acquired different companies. We have here an example. And the way we organize is by product areas. Then we have teams that work on those products. Companies have technology stack. In the case of Hopping, we use React. Jam uses Vue. We might want to mix and match technologies across different products. And very important, teams work in the same UI. We have small teams, and you can have a single page that has different features, and every feature is owned by different teams, all together in the same page. And we want those teams to be able to work very quickly without stepping each other's toes. So now, what's our definition of micro frontends? So for us, micro frontends is an architecture, and we think of it as a software applications where we break up apps into a collection of smaller apps, and they have a series of characteristics. First, they are organized around business capabilities. They're owned by a small team. They're independently deployable, and very important, they are loosely coupled. Here, for instance, we have a UI, and there is 2 features. I'm going to call them apps, because for us, features should be able to work independently without the context of the larger app. So here we have a chat and a user profile. Then every team is going to be able to deploy them independently. They will build them and deploy to a CDN. Then we use Webpack to pull those dependencies using module federation, and we integrate them at runtime. Once we have those scripts, what we do is we mount them on independent component trees. So here we have 2 features, 2 applications, and so we'll have 2 independent component trees with 2 roots. We might want to share some state between them. We don't encourage engineers to share state between the micro frontends, but there are some cases where we might want to do that. And to do this, we have a very lightweight store that is going to enable teams to share some state. And it's a very simple store. It cannot derive state, for instance, unlike Redux or Recoil. Those, we believe they are too powerful for this paradigm. And so we have a more simpler implementation that will push all the state logic inside the boundaries of each application. Again, our goal is to have a very decoupled system. So let me show you a demo. Now is when things get funny. First of all, I'm not using my laptop. And oops. So here's the first experiment. So I'm going to be switching to the other laptop. So here what we have is some React app. And we are rendering it here. You can see the component tree. I can move over the tree and see that if I am over the input, you see also the input highlighted on the UI, same for the button. And I can also look at the network tab, and I'm pulling some dependencies. I can filter by React here. And you can see I download React and React DOM, because we need those to mount this application. But I can also look at this in the context of a Next.js application. And here, if I look at the component tree, I can see this component. This is the Next.js app. I can scroll down. And when I get to this point in the tree, I see that I'm highlighting the user profile, but I don't see the input and the button that I saw before. So we have this mount micro frontend. I can scroll down, and I can see another tree. I can see my input and my button here. So there are two distinct trees. I can also look at the network tab. And if I filter React, I see that here I'm not downloading React or React DOM, because in the context of the Next.js application, Webpack Module Federation is sharing those libraries with the React app. Let's have a look at this mount micro frontend that is receiving some URL and some name. So I'm going to switch to the other laptop. OK, WebStorm. How do I make things larger in WebStorm? I don't use WebStorm. Does anyone know, like, if I do command plus? Say again?
On the touchpad, zoom. Pinch the zoom.
Oh, that was too easy. Just React Advanced, thank you. You learned something. I did. So let's go back. I'm going to look at this mount here. And I want to look at the mount function. So what I do is I receive a URL, and that URL, I will load some scripts. When this is ready, it means Module Federation is ready to load some script, some module in this case. What I'm going to load is the profile. And I have it in here. This is the entry point. This is the entry point of that application. Notice that I'm not exporting components. I'm exporting a function that has an argument, which is an HTML element. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to mount my app on that element. And I'm also going to return an unmount function to clean up this. So I can go back to the other laptop. And I'm going to collapse this. And I can go to the chat. Then I'm mounting this other application, this React app. I can go back to the home page and mounting and unmounting. Why do we do all this, right? The reason we are doing this is because we want to decouple our applications. And if we render everything in the same component tree, then we could potentially add some Redux or whatever on the context, and then all my small applications would use that implicit context, right? And so that's bad, right? Because if tomorrow I change at the Next.js level application Redux for something else, then I also need to change my other applications. So here, for instance, we have a provider. And if I want to use this provider on the other side, I will need to also add the provider in the context of the other application. And then what I will need to do is I will need to explicitly wrap it from one side and pass it to the other one, right? When I mount in this create root, I get the context from one side and pass it to the other one. So the reason we are doing this is because we want to create boundaries, and that's very helpful. That's very helpful because, so one thing we can do is, speaking about the context, I want to show you this provider that we were looking at, this reactive map provider. So this is the lightweight store that I mentioned before that we use. And so I can use it, for instance, to add some name, right? I want to change the name on one side of the application, but I also want other places in my app to react to it. So if I change the name to Alex, then this reacts, which is a different application. I can look at the profiler, and I can maybe add something here, record, save, see what happened. And only my chat was the application that reacted to it and was rendered. So this is really nice. Now we have boundaries, and then we can mix and match, as I was saying before. Let's say we have a Vue.js chat that, it's just a chat. And just for the purpose of the demo, I'm not saying that we should do this, but let's say we want to replace React with Vue. And so I could go to this other laptop, and in the page where I'm rendering, this, I'm going to change for 87, right? I have on this port, I'm running the Vue.js application. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to change this. And now if I go to the other app and I reload the page, I don't have the Vue.js application, which is very interesting. Sorry, I got it. I'm getting confused with this laptop. So if I change it in the right place, and now I go to the other laptop, and I reload this page, I have the Vue.js application. Woo! I never thought I was going to be get this round of applause for showing Vue.js in a React conference, but you never know. I can look at the elements and select this div here, where I have this Next.js application. Notice that it's highlighting the entire app on the browser. And I can select this. I have this Vue.js inside a Next.js application, and it actually works. And I can also change my name. and it also reacts to it. Similar, it's the same experience, the same as I did before. Why is all this happening? Because we are creating boundaries between our applications, and because we have explicit contracts. As long as we comply with those contracts, everything should work. OK, so I go back here. So that's cool. That kind of works. But what if I go that path and then I have 100 application, maybe I don't know, like many applications, maybe React component trees in my app? What's going to happen? Is this going to be performant? I don't know. Maybe some of you are wondering that. So I thought of preparing a demo for this. And I have this benchmark, which I'm going to. So here what I have is one React app that can't mount many apps. If I look at the component tree, I have one app that can mount many other apps. You see the create root here, as we have on the other side. I can render, let's say, 10 apps. So I'm mounting 10 applications here. I can also say, OK, I'm going to render 10 components each. Now I have 10 apps with 10 components. We can see the memory on the left. And on the right, we have a clock. I'm changing that using JavaScript. So if the thread gets really busy because we are mounting and calculating trees, then it will freeze. So let's do an experiment. If we run maybe, we don't have a lot of time, so let's go straight to 30,000 components. Let's see how long it takes to render on my laptop 30,000 components. So that's going to be around 6 seconds. Let's do it again just for fun, so I can waste a bit more time on this. 43, it's going to be around 49, 6 seconds. OK, nice, it's consistent. So what if I render 3,000 apps? How long is it going to take? It was 2-3 seconds. Let's do it again. Same, 2-3 seconds. OK, let's do the final test then. Before we rendered, we mounted 30,000 components. So now let's mount 3,000 apps with 10 components. That's going to be the same, right? Let's be fair. So what do you think is going to happen? I have 3 minutes left. So let's go to it. 10. And, oh, that was interesting. Wait. Four, 5. So what do we learn here? Well, it was faster. And I have some benchmarks I want to share with you here. I did it with 100,000 components and a few combinations of those. As you can see, memory-wise, didn't change much. The time to display those changes was different. React will take more time to render many component trees. However, there is not only React. You also need to paint those changes. And the sooner you start painting, the faster it is. So as you can see, if the more you increase the numbers, there is a significant difference here. So all in all, it won't make your app slower to do this. I'm using React 17. I expect this to be like probably insignificant, maybe, with React 18. But the point here is you don't do this. You don't break your app into many apps because it's smart, it's faster. You do it because you want to create boundaries, because you want to decouple your code and your applications. So some principles, create boundaries. You can create multiple component trees. It's safe. Use explicit contracts. Use explicit contracts. If you want to share some state or context from one place to another, make it explicit, get it from one place and pass it to the other one. And if you decide to share some state, I recommend you to keep the state logic inside the boundaries of your app. And for us, we use very simple store that cannot derive a state. It only communicates state changes. And we believe that Redux and Recoil, for instance, those sort of tools are too powerful for a paradigm like this. You can still use Redux, but you use it inside your app, not to communicate between your apps. Whew. Thank you very much.
All right. Step into my office, pal. Let's have a chat.
Let me close both laptops.
Ionic enables web developers to build cross-platform apps with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript frameworks like React, Angular, or Vue. Use Ionic components and hooks to native device APIs to build fast, beautiful apps for mobile, desktop, and web, all in one codebase. Learn more today.
What content do you need today? All blog posts? Just the ones in English? And only a list of their titles and cover images? Or are you building a specific landing page and prefer content mapped to React components? Choose TypeScript SDK with Fluent API or GraphQL and get content fast. Content by Kentico.
As a developer, you need to deliver fast, and you simply don't have the time to constantly think about security. Neuralegion can help. We give you, the developer, comprehensive and fast security testing automation for your entire application on every pull request. With every new pull request, Nexploit will run all the security tests your app needs without false positives. We can integrate directly with your CI/CD pipelines, whatever your environment. So what are you waiting for? Add Nexploit to your project and start doing unit security testing today.
Sanity, a popular choice for Jamstack applications, which stands for JavaScript, APIs, and Markup. Sanity is part of the A in the Jamstack. It provides an open source studio where you can model your content with JavaScript and manage it in the browser. Meanwhile, the actual data is stored in the cloud in what's known as a content lake, which can then be queried from a front-end application quickly with its built-in CDN, while supporting features like GraphQL, webhooks, and real-time updates.
Your app just crashed. The phone running it has exploded. It was struck by a hammer manufactured in 2005 by Harry's Hammers. The hammer's head is composed of 75% nickel, 20% steel, and 5% iron. The phone flew into the air at an 86-degree angle and came crashing down at 11 miles per hour.
The wonderful part of Shopify is you work with so many different expertise levels that together you find the right solution at scale. And that's where the real joy of the complexity comes from.
Commerce is evolving, and we're going to evolve with it. And I love that it means that there is always more work we could be doing.
When you're building an application, there's a lot of pressure to keep security vulnerabilities out of your code. But no matter how skilled you are, between your own code, dependencies, and configurations, you can't catch them all on your own. But that's why Sneak's here. We're the secure development platform that can extend the security reach of every developer. With Sneak, you don't have to handle security vulnerabilities on your own. Sneak. Develop fast. Stay secure.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
thank you, remote audience, for joining us here today. I hope you all had a great time, and yeah, I hope to see you all back on Monday for the next part of the conference, which is also remotely, of course. Thanks a lot for joining, and hope to see you on Monday.
And thank you so much to the Git Nation team for organizing this event. A lot of hours and sweat have gone into planning it, so well done, and it was really fun.
Yeah, and if you have any feedback for us, you can go to reactadvanced.com/feedback and let us know what you liked and, of course, what you didn't like. Any feedback, positive or negative, is greatly appreciated. So be sure to go to reactadvanced.com/feedback to give your feedback.
And the fun is not over. We have a super cool after party program. We've got a couple games. We have a Quake.js tournament. You can do some networking on Spatial Chat where you can talk with some other folks live. And JS Party is hosting a front-end feud game. So check it out.
It's supposed to be really challenging and a lot of fun. So check out all the networking activities that we have available for you. And yeah,
thank you so much.
Yeah, if those of you who can join, see you on Monday, and have a nice weekend. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Ionic enables web developers to build cross-platform apps with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript frameworks like React, Angular, or Vue. Use Ionic components and hooks to native device APIs to build fast, beautiful apps for mobile, desktop, and web, all in one code base. Learn more today.
What content do you need today? All blog posts? Just the ones in English? And only a list of their titles and cover images? Or are you building a specific landing page and prefer content mapped to React components? Choose TypeScript SDK with Fluent API or GraphQL and get content fast. Content by Kentico.
As a developer, you need to deliver fast, and you simply don't have the time to constantly think about security. Neuralegion can help. We give you, the developer, comprehensive and fast security testing automation for your entire application on every pull request. With every new pull request, Nexploit will run all the security tests your app needs without...
We are waiting for one more contestant. We're going to be playing front-end feud. In the meantime, you get to kind of see how the sausage is made. Disclosure, there'll be no sausage actually made on this episode.
Oh,
but
bummer.
That's just what they
False
say in the
advertising.
industry. Yeah.
I was only here for the sausage.
Time to hop off. See y'all later.
And here comes Brandon.
We have so much hydration going on right now. Look at us. Just
Stay hydrated.
That's right.
Water is life.
Hey,
I'm
Brandon,
sort
how
of
are you?
dehydrating slowly. I can't hear my coffee.
You're tricking your body into thinking you're hydrating, and you're like, but it's a diuretic, fool.
There we go.
So, Brandon, we are live out to the React Advanced folks. We're still pre-game show. We're getting set up right here. We are all recording a local version of our audio so we can put this together for a podcast episode, Brandon. So if you can record locally, that would be spectacular. QuickTime, Audacity, whatever tools you have at your disposal will work. And I'll provide an upload link at the end. I'm also going to hit record on Zoom. So our Zoom lady probably just said that in your ear.
I'm feeling the need to like limber up right now. I realize that this is a mental game, but I'm just feeling like...
Well, you know, your body and your mind work together, so you might need to
Just
stretch
do your
out
cranial stretches. Normal, totally normal. Like a lot of like eyebrow raises and ear wiggling.
You need to practice like your pondering face a lot. Like, get those moves in.
So to give you guys a quick rundown here. So it's a team game. I've split you up into 2 teams. I will announce those teams once the game begins. If you've played Family Feud or seen it on TV, or in the UK it's called Family Fortunes, it's basically you're trying to match. I'll also say this once the actual game starts, but you're trying to match the most popular responses from the people who took the survey on the board. There's also a visual aid. We have a game board, so I will screen share once we get started. But the way it's going to go out is we'll play our theme song. I'll introduce the show. Then I will introduce each one of you. I'm going to ask you a ridiculous question, kind of an icebreaker question to each of you. And then we'll announce the teams. And then I'll just explain quickly how the game goes, and we'll play the game. There's 7 rounds. We don't have to play them all, but we do not have a hard stop. Does anybody have a hard stop? You have to hop off in exactly an hour or 90 minutes? Okay. We'll just see how it goes. If we're having fun, then we'll play all 7 rounds. If it's boring and lame and you guys all hate it, then we'll just stop early. I do have a soundboard. I want to test it real quick, make sure that it works. Can you hear this? It's time to take a peek. All right, that's our story of the week jingle. Any questions? So in terms of names, Tara Maniksik, is that right? Maniksik? Uraima.
Uraima.
Esta.
Uraima. Yeah. Yep.
The rest of yours look relatively phonetic. Colby, is it Fayok or Fayok?
Yeah, Fayok. Perfect.
Fayok. Michael Chan's phonetic. Brandon Dale.
Yep.
Nick Nisi is an easy one. Cool. Any questions?
What are the answers?
Haha.
We weren't supposed to take the quiz?
Actually, there's one answer on the quiz where I'm like, I think Nick might have taken this quiz. So
I really didn't.
One other side note. I'm both your host and I'm also operating the scoreboard. I'm also operating the soundboard. And so, screw ups may or may not happen. So please take it easy on me. I'll probably screw up a few times, but it all shakes out in the edit. So once we produce the final audio version, y'all are going to sound awesome. But for our friends at our React Advanced after party, you're going to get the raw cut of all the mistakes. All right, shall we? Let's start that music.
Please hold. Your feud is important to
which stands for JavaScript, APIs, and Markup. Sanity is part of the A in the Jamstack. It provides an open source studio where you can model your content with JavaScript and manage it in the browser. Meanwhile, the actual data is stored in the cloud in what's known as a content lake, which can then be queried from a front-end application quickly with its built-in CDN while supporting features.
I make that face IRL constantly, and it's just like for every single thing that I awkwardly encounter, it's always the grimace face.
So we do have the benefit of video with us today. Do you want to give us a taste of what the grimace face looks like?
Nailed it.
Awesome. Up next, it's JS Party regular Nick Nisi. What's up, Nick?
Hoi hoi. Happy to be here.
Happy to have you as well. Nick, what is the strangest thing in your fridge?
Ooh. Liquid aminos maybe right now, which is a substitute for soy sauce.
Okay. Never heard of it, so I guess it's strange.
I hear you. I'm with you on that one.
Yeah.
All right.
Good. Yeah, strong.
It's good stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
Rounding out team one, it's Colby Fayok. Colby, would you rather be a fish or a bird?
Oof. I'd say probably a fish, so I can see all the cool stuff underneath the water.
Good answer. Good answer. That's team 1. Team 2, starting off with Brandon and Dale. Brandon, thanks for joining the show.
Thank you for having me.
And Brandon, the people really want to know, how many tabs do you have open?
Like in the window that I have open right now, or the dozens of windows that I have?
Aggregate them for us.
Okay. 50 probably.
50.
That doesn't seem, yeah, that seems pretty good.
We also have Uraima Estevez. Hey, Uraima, thanks for coming on the show.
Thanks for having me. I'm so excited to be here.
We're happy to have you. We'd like to know, would you prefer a bicycle, a tricycle, a unicycle, or just a plain old sickle?
I mean, I play a lot of Stardew Valley, so I think a plain sickle is for me, for sure.
Right. Awesome choice. And last but surely not least, on Team 2, it's Michael Chan. What's up, Michael?
What's up? Good to see you.
Good to see you again. And curious, what's your favorite text abbreviation?
Text abbreviation?
Yeah, LGTM, IIRC, BRB, AFK, WTF, the usual.
You just rattled off a bunch of them. I mean, favorite's got to be WTF, but I use OMG a lot too. So, I mean, between those two, I'm pretty well covered.
Awesome. Well, that's our panel today. I'm Jared Santo. I will be your host. We are playing Front End Feud. This is a game all about matching the audience's preference. So we have surveyed 100 JavaScript developers and asked them various questions about React, about JavaScript, about development, about life, and aggregated the survey responses. The two teams are going to try to do the best job of matching the most popular responses from the JavaScript developers who were interviewed.
What is this sample pool? Is it like, are we thinking like React Advanced already? So, I mean, are we skewing towards React or?
We sent the survey specifically to the React Advanced attendees. And then we branched out from there and went from there to JS Party listeners and then to general Twitter people. And we've gotten 100 responses. So they're all going to be either React Advanced folk and or JS Party listeners and then Twitter followers from there.
Okay.
So that's your audience.
Okay.
Now, each round starts with a face-off or an interface off, if you prefer puns, where two people from each team, or one person from each team, steps up and tries to guess the highest matched answer on the board. Whichever person gets the highest answer, their team wins that round, and they get to play the rest of that board. You have 3 lives, so every time you guess a response that's not on the board, you lose a life. After 3 lives lost, the other team can then confer and have one chance to steal all the points that are on the board and take that round. At the end of the game, whoever has the most points wins, and the winning team gets absolutely nothing. No, just kidding. The winning team gets a chance to shout out anything they would like to shout out on the show to our audience. So that's your...
So like any word? No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, just shout any random word.
You get to just yell at the end of the show.
Like WTF would be a good one. So be thinking, if you win, maybe you have a favorite cause, maybe you have a developer you appreciate, maybe it's a cool project, maybe it's maybe you got some wares you want to sell. Whatever it is, a chance to shout it out. But you got to win first. Any questions about the game? All right, let's play, shall we? We'll start round 1. And the 2 contestants facing off are going to be Tara and Brandon. Please step right up.
All right, here we go.
Got this.
The first question, we asked 100 JavaScript developers to name a common file extension found in React apps. Tara, you will guess first. If you get the number 1 answer, you win the board. If you get anything that's not number 1, then Brandon will get a chance to guess.
JS.
JS.
Have you heard of that one?
What's that again? I'm going to get my notes up so I can actually... I know it's on there, but I don't know which order they're in. Show me JS. The number 3 answer with 13 responses, which means you did not get number 1, and Brandon now has an opportunity to steal.
I'm going to say JSX. Final answer.
Ooh,
show us JSX. But where did it fall? Oh, number 1 answer. So Brandon wins the interface off, and team 2 takes the board. Now, team 2, you will now rotate opportunities to guess. You cannot confer during this time, so you'll be on your own to guess. And if you get the remaining 2, then you get all the points. If not, 3 lives lost, and we'll have a chance to steal. So we now go to Uraima. Please give us an answer.
I'm going to say TSX.
Show us TSX.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Number 2 answer with 34 responses. You're doing quite well. You have 1, 2, and 3 all knocked out, and there's only 1 answer left. We go to Michael. What's that number 4 response?
Oh, TSX was, I had that written down. That was the one that I wanted to go with. So I guess I'm going to go with .ts. Round that out.
Let's see if it's on there.
Grimace?
Show us .ts.
Oh, yes.
That is correct. Very
Nice.
good. So without
Amazing.
missing a single beat, you all just guessed the top 4 responses to the question. Name a common file extension. I guess there's only so many extensions out there. We have .jsx, .tsx, .js, and .ts.
There's no .mjs?
No.
Wait,
Sorry,
can you
Nick.
even put... Wait, can you put JSX in a .ts file? Is that even allowed?
It's a good
I don't
question.
think so. I think TypeScript gets mad because of some conflicting syntax.
But you probably have a lot of hooks.
Yeah.
True.
Go.
True. Fair.
So we award 92 points to Team 2. Award those points. Very good. And we'll now move on to the next round, which is going to be Nick versus Uraima. Step right up.
Okay.
We surveyed 100 JavaScript developers, and we said, what is your favorite static site generator? Now, Team 1 went first last round, so we'll go to Team 2. Uraima, you get to guess first. What is your favorite static site generator? There are 5 responses on the board.
Okay. I like to think I speak for the people. And my favorite static site generator is Next.js, the static side of it.
There you go.
The static side of it.
The static app. There you go. That works. Well,
Does the
let's see
answer
if
have a
it's-
little star on there?
Yeah, little asterisks on there.
Let's see if it's on the board. Show us Next.js. Number 2 answer with 23 responses. So pretty good, but not at the top. So Nick, you do have a chance to take the board. What do you think people answered? Their favorite static site generator?
You know, I am hoping that it's number 1, but let's go with number 11D.
Show me 11D. Number 3.
Oh, what's number 1?
Okay.
So you got a correct answer,
I
but
know.
you're actually lower. So Team 2, once again, gets to play this round. So we now go to Michael to name a static site generator.
Okay. Well, I was gonna guess 11D because I love 11D, and I was just gonna guess it because I like it. But I'm gonna go the opposite direction and guess Gatsby.
How is that opposite? What are you trying to say?
Yeah. Oh, I mean,
we won't dig into that
too much. Let's see if that opposite direction paid off. Show us Gatsby. It sure did. And it's the number 1 answer. Yes. 33 responses. So of the 5 responses on the board, we have numbers 1 through 3 taken. Gatsby.js with 33. Next.js with 23. 11D with 11. There's still 2 answers on the board. And now we go to Brandon.
Those are all the ones that I know. This is
It's
tough.
harder from here, doesn't it?
Is Hugo one? Is that, am I thinking of the right thing? If that is one of them, then that's my guess.
All right, show us Hugo.
The first wrong answer.
I like the preface on that. If that is one, that's my guess.
There's a condition there.
So we now lost 1 life, and we're back at Uraima.
Oh man, I also don't really know. I'm gonna go default, plain old HTML, I guess.
So human
Show
static
us.
site generator. I like that.
Pioneer.
The old trick question. My favorite
rolls off the
generator
tongue.
is no generator. I guess show me no generator. What?
No way.
7 people.
Wow.
Well
played.
played.
Wow.
Well played. 7 people said none, or handwritten, or plain old
Wow.
HTML. Anybody out there just
Amazing.
rocking HTML for their content sites? You know,
It's
why
not even number 5. That's incredible.
Nope, number 4.
What
We
came
still have
behind
one more
nothing?
out there. You have You have 2 lives left, right? You've lost 1 life, or have you lost 2 lives? Remind me. Brandon missed. Did Michael
I
miss?
missed.
Yeah, just Brandon.
Yeah.
So you
I
have
think
2
we're good.
lives left, and we're on Michael.
Oh gosh. Okay. I just have to go with I don't know. I'm kind of confused at this point. I'm just gonna go with where the hype is right now, and I'm gonna say Astro. There's got to be at least like 2 or 3 people that said Astro.
Show us Astro.
Oh.
I will say.
Sorry,
that
team.
You're partially correct because 2 people did say Astro, but you have to get 5 or more to make the board. So it was stated, but it's not on the board. There is something with 5. We just have to find it. You have 1 guess left, and we are back to Brandon.
And what's less popular than nothing? So handwritten, I guess that would like include hand rolled. I don't know. What is this? What is another one? I legitimately can't think of one. I guess this is a tough one. Maybe I'll just say like create React app. It's not a static site generator, but
right.
Maybe some people think of it.
Yes. Remember that you're not trying to get the correct answer. You're trying to guess what people said. So you never know. Let's see if it's on there. Show us create React app. Oh, I am sorry. It did not quite make the list. It was mentioned one time, so somebody did say it.
I know what it
that
is now.
3 lives lost, which means Team 1 now has the chance to steal a board. Team 1, you can confer amongst yourselves and discuss and together pick one answer, which will steal the board if it's on there.
So I was thinking Gridsome or Nuxt.
I was
thinking
originally
Jekyll.
like Spellkit.
Oh, Jekyll. I didn't think about Jekyll.
Any thoughts on Spell?
Nobody thinks of Jekyll.
Probably not a good sign, Nick.
Yeah.
Well, so spell kit.
I'd be okay with going with that one.
Sure.
Chloe, what are you thinking? You've been pretty quiet up there.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Spellkit is interesting. I honestly thought that was going to be higher because I thought it was, kind of growing, but
yeah, I thought Gridsome or Nuxt, but it's more view centric than React centric. So
yeah,
let's roll the dice with SvelteKit.
So far, Team 2 has 74 points.
I love how confident we are.
Round.
We're like.
The last item on the board is 5 points. So if this is correct, you'll steal 79 points from Team 2 and be right back in the game. Show us SvelteKit.
Woo!
Hey, that's correct. Team 1 steals the round.
That one hurts.
And
This is how I do team projects in general. I have everybody do all the work and then I sweep right in there.
Well played.
That cuts deep.
So after two rounds, we have a very close game. Team 1 with 79 points and Team 2 with 92 points. Let's move now to the third round, which is an interface off between Colby and Michael.
Nope.
Team 1 gets to guess first. We asked 100JS developers, name a protocol that all web apps rely upon. Colby, to you.
HTTPS? I don't.
Show us HTTPS. Number 2 answer with 16 responses.
2 answer.
That means number 1 is still out there and can be taken by Michael if you can guess it.
I'm gonna go with HTTP, no S.
Oh, despite
the web is still unsecure.
Efforts. Still a lot of sites out there using plain old HTTP. But is it the number one answer? Let's find out. It is overwhelmingly so, with 71 responses.
We're so insecure.
I would have said HTTP too, as well.
But you know,
yeah, not HTTP too.
Yeah, I was trying to be best practices.
Right? So there are 3 responses on the board. You already have 2. Team 2 is going to play this board. We're going to go to Brandon. Remember, that third one is usually the trickiest, so we'll see if you guys can make it before you lose all 3 lives.
We believe in you.
I'm going to say maybe there's a few more low-level minded folks. Maybe TCP. I mean, it's...
Okay.
Show us TCP. Oh my goodness, you drilled it.
Whew.
Of course.
Low-level minded folks sounds like such an insult.
You know, people who just think about TCP all the time.
Right.
Yeah.
5 people said TCP/IP, even though those are 2 separate protocols, but let's not pick a nit here. That's correct. So yeah, you guys drilled it. This round was swept by Team 2 with lots of points available.
No one's doing FTP anymore? Is that what I'm hearing?
That was going to be my other guess.
Here's that my scoreboard is busted. Look at that. It says 179. That can't be right for this round.
I mean, we'll take it.
Yeah, it is
rigged.
right.
It's rigged.
We
Is it?
accept. We accept.
I call cahoots.
It'd be 71 plus 16. I mean, it has to be less than 100 because there's only 100 people surveyed. Who coded this
179.
thing? Let me do a hard refresh real quick and see what happens. This might fix it. Team 2. 71 plus 16. Hey, that's much better. I might have to hard refresh each round. We'll see. We'll see how this plays out. This is interesting. All right, we're going to award those points to Team 2. And now they lead after 3 rounds with 184. Team 1 pulling up the rear with 79 points, but don't worry, there's lots of game left to play. We now move to round 4. And our interface off is between Tara and Brandon. Please step up. We surveyed 100 JavaScript developers and asked them to name a character trait that many successful developers have in common. There are 5 popular responses on the board. Brandon, you get to guess first.
I'm going to go with curiosity.
Show us curiosity. Number 2 answer with 15 responses. So you're quite high on the board, but not at the top. Tara, if you can steal it, guess that.
Like part of me wants to be a smart aleck and say coding, but
but how many smart alecks are out there?
I know that's but that is probably one top developer trait in itself. So maybe perseverance.
Show us perseverance.
Ooh.
Somehow you managed to pull it off. Number 1 answer.
Oh, nice.
Wow.
Nice.
This
I
included.
was a little nervous since my job basically is me trying to know what developers are.
There you go.
I do developer experience for a living, so
You must be good
Even
at your
our
job.
developers.
I know.
This covered a range of words: grit, persistence, perseverance, stubbornness. So all of those words are basically wrapped up in that response.
Okay.
So Tara has won the board for Team 1. There are 3 responses left. We have 1 and 2 taken. 3, 4, and 5 are still available. We go to Nick. Name a character trait that many successful devs have in common.
I am out of ideas here. Is tired a character trait?
Do you want me to test that one, or are you joking?
No, I'm joking. I think.
Am I joking?
I know I'm tired, but am I joking?
Character trait. I'm going to say everything I think of falls into those 2 categories. So
Your best, Nick.
Inside yourself and say, what am I?
Tired.
If you want to test tired, I can test it for you.
Yeah, let's test tired.
Okay, let's see.
It's only one incorrect.
Yeah, show us tired. No, of course not, because it's not a characteristic trait, but it's definitely a status. Okay, so that's Nick. We have one. Yeah. We have one lost life. Colby, it is your turn. What's a character trait that many successful devs have in common?
Let's go with creative.
Ooh, that one's, I gotta
Like
see.
it.
Should I fit that in or not? Show me creative. Number 4 answer. That's intelligent, problem solver, creative. People said thinking outside the box. So it's all of those kind of things. Right on the fringe of in there with intelligence, but we'll include it. So that's 7 points. You now have numbers 1, 2, and 4. You're missing 3 and 5. And we go back to Tara. You have one life lost. I'm tired. You have one life lost.
You are one life. Yes. Would innovative fit in that intelligence problem solving one? Or would that be?
Yes.
It would fit in there.
I would say that's grouped in. Mm-hmm.
Son of a gun. Okay. So name successful developers have in common. So hard working fit, or that would be in persistence.
Yeah, I would group that one in as well.
Okay. So sorry, do I have a timer on me?
Well, if Nick is any indicator, no, you don't.
Well, I mean, okay. So let's see. Teamwork? Like, is teamwork somewhere, like in any of these that's already there? I have to admit, this white font on yellow is hurting me a bit. I keep squinting at the words. So maybe
teamwork
like
is not currently listed.
Collaboration? Yeah, like teamwork, collaboration-ish.
Okay, that's a good guess. Show us good collaborator.
You made the words better.
I'm sorry, but that was not one of the top 5.
So we're looking for
saying something about successful developers?
I was gonna say, so we're looking for, are we looking for 10Xers over here? Is that what's happening?
So we have grit/persistence at number 1. We've got curious and inquisitive at number 2. At number 4, we have intelligence, problem solving, thinking outside of the box, being creative. We're missing 3 and 5. You have 2 lost lives already. Colby, this is your last chance. Can you name another trait that is on the popular board?
Wasn't it, just to be clear, wasn't it Nick? Who's next? Or am I next?
No, you're right. It's Nick.
Oh.
Apologies.
I see what you did there.
Just trying to help
Hey, I don't want to be the one to blame.
Just trying to help your team out. All right.
Nick. You're feeding my imposter syndrome, and that was what I was going to go with. They're imposters.
Show us imposter syndrome. That was definitely mentioned, but it did not score 5 or more points. So Team 2 now has an opportunity to steal the board. You can confer amongst yourselves and decide. You have 2 opportunities. If you can match either number 3 or number 5, you steal these points.
Oh boy.
Okay, so there's this quote about like laziness being one of the characteristics of a developer. I'm kind of feeling like that's one of those 2, which is because it's such a popular quote.
Yeah. That's worth a shot.
For sure.
Let's do it.
Laziness.
Oh, nice.
Got it.
We did it.
I love like that's what a successful developer is.
Successful developer.
Lazy.
Lazy but not tired.
What is that saying about us? I call my team a team of like effective procrastinators or successful procrastinators, functioning procrastinators.
Yes.
So
high functioning procrastinators. I need to go back.
Are we gonna know what the other one was? I'm really curious.
I need
sorry.
I need to do the score here because I hit the wrong button. Give me a
10x. It's 10x, isn't it?
Is it communication?
No, we tried communication.
Did we already try that?
Nope, wrong team, right?
That's right. Team 2 stole it. Yeah. I definitely have a bug in here, and I'm trying to debug it as we go. So the number 3 answer with 8 points was
Bugging should have been a trait, a debug art.
effective communicator.
Ah.
So who was that? Was that Brandon that said that?
Yeah, that was going to be my guess if I had another chance. So
Okay. I guess that's what I'm. Yeah, that makes sense. That collaboration wouldn't
Close.
fall into communicator.
Right, so that'd be
Okay.
like written skill,
Yeah.
writing skills, etc. Collaboration, these things are related, but it's tough to
No,
group them
totally makes sense.
effectively. A couple of people, this is funny. So a couple of people said humility, and then one person said incredibly good looks. So I thought that was a nice pairing with humility.
Clearly.
And then we did have a response that said complaining about HTML being a programming language or not. So there's your funny person trying to hop in there. We'll leave that one right there on the table, and we will move to round 6. Or sorry, we will move
Round 5?
Yeah, let me say that again for audio's sake. We'll leave that one right on the table, and we now move to round 5. Round 5 is going to work differently than other rounds. This is what we call the inverted round. So instead of having a face-off, we are going to have the teams rotate back and forth, guessing answers. And you're trying to match the lowest answers on the board. There are 6 popular answers, but the points get higher and higher the further down the board. So what you're trying to do is match things that are on the board, but not number 1, 2, and 3, because they're worth less points. So we asked 100 JS devs, which day of the week do you get the most coding done? And there are 6 answers on the board. Let's go ahead and start with the losing team, which is team 1. And we'll start with Colby. Which day of the week do you get the most coding done? There are 6 potential answers.
Let's go with, so it has to be because there's 6 in 7 days. So it's not the least, right? So the second least, let's go with Saturday.
Show us Saturday. No, you managed.
So that's not even on the board.
Yeah, Saturday didn't even make the board.
You over succeeded. You overachieved there, Kobe. You right off the board.
Come on, isn't that bonus points?
You found the one day that didn't even make it. All right, we now go to team 2. Let's go to Michael for a chance to score here. Pick a day of the week.
Okay, I'm gonna go with Friday. Friday.
Show us Friday. Well played. Number 5 answer, which is worth 25 points. 11 people said Friday. It's the second least popular. That's better than Saturday. All right, we go back now. Let's score those here. We go back to team 1 and Tara.
So I'll go with Sunday.
Show us Sunday. The plot thickens.
What?
Sunday did not make the board. So
I guess
Saturday,
these are
nor
people's
Sunday.
responses, right?
These are
so like
people's
if they don't
responses.
have to be. Yeah.
We go back now
is
to
another
team
trait
2.
of developers that they don't know the days of the week.
I mean, we know dates are hard, right?
Yeah, we struggle with these
Exactly. Are we only talking UTM here? Like, what's going on?
All right, back now to team 2. Let's go to Brandon.
Okay, so the weekend isn't even on here. I guess I'm going to go Monday.
Show us Monday. Very good. Right in the middle. 20 points awarded. You are the 4th highest response with 12 responses.
Hmm.
We award those points to team 2. Go back to team 1, and now we are on Nick.
So there are not days of the week, but other answers in here. I'm going to say meeting days.
Ooh. Show us meeting days. I like that guess.
Hey, this team is consistent. I'll tell you that.
Thinking outside the box. Very creative. You'd be a good developer. All right, let's go to Uraima.
I feel like this round makes absolutely no sense in my mind anymore.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna go with Wednesday because those are my no meeting days, and I always have meetings on those days.
Mm-hmm. So which day of the week do you get the most coding done? The guess is Wednesday. Is it on the board? It sure is. It's the number 2 answer, meaning it's only worth 10 points, but yet still points. So you'll take it, right? Award those to team 2. We go back to team 1. Colby's turn, right?
Let's go weekend.
Show us the weekend. For a second there, I felt like Daniel Craig on Saturday Night Live when he says, "Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend." But I'm nowhere near that cool. Sorry,
I
liked it. You guys are thinking outside the box. You're creative answers, and you're just striking out left and right. So team 2 tends to just pick days of the week, which is is turning out to work pretty well.
Let's see if it plays out in the end.
And is it Michael's turn now? I think so.
I think so.
Yeah.
You called out my strategy because I was just going to play it safe again and just pick another day of the week. I'm trying to figure out which one might be worth the most points. I don't know. Let's just go Thursday.
Show us Thursday. Number 3 answer is going to get you 15 points.
I'm amazed at how coordinated the not day of the week is. Like, this is amazing.
So team 2 scores 15 there. We go back to team 1. Let me just draw a word picture for our listeners. We have 6 options on the board. Number 1 hasn't been guessed. Number 6 hasn't been guessed. What has been guessed is Wednesday, Thursday, Monday, Friday. I'll also tell you that Saturday and Sunday have also been guessed, as well as weekend. So anything can happen at this point. And it's Tara's turn.
Part of me wants to say holiday, but but I feel like I should also go against the grain of my team and guess an actual day.
Bold move.
If you do, we're gonna steal holiday and win.
Such a rebel. I know. Let's say, let's try Tuesday. Let's see what happens there.
Show us Tuesday. Number 1 answer. 30 respondents find Tuesday to be when they get the most coding done, which puts it at only 5 points because we're inverted, but points nonetheless. We'll award those to team 1 and we'll go back to team 2. And Brandon is up. There's only one last thing on the board. Are you going to go for holiday? What's going to happen here?
Literally every actual day of the week is out. I'm going to maybe account for the self-deprecating answer here and say no days. None.
Oh,
okay, very interesting.
Manager.
That is not logical.
Oh, let's see if our JS devs said they're productive no days.
This is going, so you know that Saturday and Sunday are supposed to be the strongest days because the rest are weekdays.
Oh, well played. I believe we're on Nick. Is that right, Nick? Are you ready for this?
Yeah, and what else could there possibly be? Wait, did somebody already guess holidays?
No, they just acted like they're going to guess holidays, but they didn't.
Okay.
I mean, no one guessed Friday.
No one said Black Friday either, yeah.
Let's do holidays and hope that if Black Friday is the day that it's generic enough.
Show us holidays.
Wow.
Wow, this is a stumper. We're back to Uraima here. And almost everything that could be guessed has been guessed.
Oh, man. Oh. Okay, so how many days are in a leap year? Doing those calculations in my head. Honestly, leap day might be it. Try to get the smart asses out there. Yeah, leap day. Let's go for it.
Oh, it's leap day.
We're with you.
Yeah.
I would have given that one for you.
Well, in the sake of time, I will now provide a hint, and because Team 1's getting absolutely destroyed, I'll provide it to Colby. I would suggest guessing maybe pulling an inverted Brandon.
I was gonna guess that anyway, so every day.
Show us every day. Oh, there it is. Worth 40 points.
You gave the hint, so you took my credit.
Were you gonna guess that anyways?
I was.
My bad. I should have given you a chance.
I like the nonsensical nature of every day being the day you get the most coding done.
Coding done.
Yeah. All day, every day.
On an anonymous survey. Like, yes,
that
every
is
single day.
That is very programmer.
That totally is. Aren't us
every day
supposed
is the
to be
most.
good at logic? Yeah, exactly.
All right, so 30 points awarded to Team 1 there. That ends our inverted round. We now move to our final 2 rounds. These are worth double points, and the teams get to decide who does the face-off. So we'll now go to round 6. It's worth double points. And Team 1, who would you like to represent you in your face-off?
I say we stick with the luck of the Colby.
Okay, so Colby's on Team 1. How about Team 2? Who would like to face off?
Nominate Michael.
Go for it, Michael.
All right. We have a nomination.
Quick draw nomination.
Yeah.
Crap, I should have spoke sooner.
There's a nomination, a second, and a so that's official. Let's move to round 6. Gentlemen, step right up. We asked 100 JavaScript developers, what's the first thing you do when your code doesn't work right? Since Team 1 is trailing, we'll let Colby guess first.
I feel like I could come up with a lot of smart answers for this, but console log.
Show us console log. Number 1 answer.
Nice.
With 16 respondents, but it is the double round, so that is worth 32 points, and Michael doesn't even get a chance, and your team takes the board, so you're off to a good start in round 6. Dang. We now go to Tara. There are 5 answers. You've got number 1, which means there's 4 remaining. What is the first thing you do when your code doesn't work right?
Is DevTools too broad? Like inspect. Oh wait.
I would say it's a good question. I would say yes, too broad.
Too broad. But inspect the code with DevTools is also too broad.
Just trolling for the answer right now.
Yeah. You gotta guess one at some point.
This is my communicative debugging.
You can surely
okay.
You can guess that and find out.
That feels like a bait. What about running a debugger in code? Like it's like debug.
Debug. Final answer?
Yeah.
Show me debug. Number 4 answer. Use the debugger. 11 respondents worth 22 points. So you have 1 and 4, 2, 3, and 5 remain. And Nick, it is your turn.
All right. So not the correct answer, but what the most people guessed. I'm going to say you run the code again.
Refresh.
Nice. I did earlier
refresh.
when I
Turn it on and back off again. Turn it off and back on again.
Show us rerun the code.
Yes.
Number 2 answer. This includes refresh the page or rerun the code. 15 respondents, which gives you 30 points. You're racking up the points in this round.
I finally got one right.
Well done. You haven't lost any lives yet.
We
We're
had
back to
total
Colby,
faith in
and
you,
there's
Nick.
3 more things. There's 2 more things.
Check tests.
Yeah, are we
Show
talking
me
about
check
the lazy
tests.
coders, or are we talking about?
I guess lazy coders.
Checking test did not make the cut. That's your first life lost. Back to Tara.
See, like part of me would want to say you like rubber duck your coworkers, but we know from the first respondents that nobody works in teams and collaborates. So
So that's the physical rubber duck, right?
yes. So I guess I want to go with the smart Alex and say like maybe like something like cry.
That was gonna be my
Just
guess.
sobbing at the computer.
Yeah, whine, cry, and sob. Yes.
Show us cry. Number 3 answer, which includes swearing, crying, or sighing.
I like that more people cry than use a debugger.
Well, it's an order of operations thing, right? The first thing you do is cry.
It's a lot easier to start crying, yeah.
The 5 stages of debugging.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, it's number 5, all of the above. Yeah.
Well, you do have numbers 1 through 4 correct. You've lost only 1 life, which means you have 2 guesses to get that tricky 5th slot. And it is now, is it Nick's turn? Back to Nick? Back to Nick.
I am going to say that you check out or revert.
Show us revert.
Because that's the smart thing to do, huh?
Sorry, that did not make the cut. We now go to Colby. You're down to your last guess.
So I'm trying to decide, because I was going to say delete the code, but would delete the code be too similar to revert? Because technically they're different, right?
I would just say they're probably too close. You should fish elsewhere.
Well, thank you.
Keep fishing, yeah.
That was good fishing, though.
Comment things out.
Show us comment things out.
Boo.
Yes, is that us?
That
Nobody
is
actually
your
tries to
lost
change
life,
the
which
code.
is now a chance to steal. Team 2.
We know what it is, right?
What is it?
Do we get to
Such
confer?
confidence.
Yeah, you can confer.
Oh yeah.
All right, we know that there's people who said they write the most code every single day. So are there people who would say that their code always works?
Wow.
I think there are. I was thinking Google Stack Overflow.
Mm.
Oh,
Okay.
That's more reasonable,
yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Is that your final answer?
I'd go with Googling. Yeah.
Yeah.
Plus
Looking
1.
it up.
All right,
let's
show
do it.
us. Google it for the steal.
Oh, I'm sorry, team. I'm sorry.
Wow, that I mean, that was a really
awarded the
That was a
points.
good guess.
Whoa.
maybe that's like when they say they're the most productive code, that's where that falls into is copying and pasting. That's where we're.
I thought for sure the whole time I was like, just don't guess it because we got this. But wow, that's rough.
It's got to be a smart aleck answer. This is going to be where Sunday shows up. It's just going to be like Sunday. What?
Sunday.
The weekend.
I will say that this is a somewhat obvious one, so I'm wondering if maybe somebody said it roundabout and I said it was wrong. But the number 5 response with 10 people stating it was check the logs or check the error messages.
Wow.
Okay.
Yeah, because that
You
kind
said
of
that,
falls in like dev
Well, you
tools.
said, I mean,
where-
debugging is kind of there. Add a console log. But they specifically would say like read the logs, read the error messages. So I separated that one out. A couple of funny answers when your code doesn't work right. Somebody said ship it to prod. So I guess don't hire that person.
Hope no one notices.
One person said listen to a podcast about it, which we appreciate, but is that really going to do any good? I don't know. One funny one, do a casual desk flip. I thought, okay, that's kind of like swearing. Casual. You know, like not the angry desk flip, but just like the...
Just smooth and easy.
It's just 2 fingers. Yeah.
2-finger desk flip. And then, of course, Brandon was on the right track because 2 people said, my code always works.
Amazing.
Wow. Wow.
Those are the ones that also answered lazy is the best trait.
So after 6 rounds, we have a tight race once again. The double points brought Team 1 back. You have 272 points. Team 2 has 301 points. So it's anybody's game. We go into our final round. This is double the scores, just like last time around. Once again, you get to pick your contestants for the interface off. Team 1, who would you like?
Tara.
Uraima.
Oh.
Yeah, Uraima.
Or if you're okay with it. If you're okay with it.
I'll do it. I'll do it for sure. I'll step up.
You got the quick draw this time.
My team didn't ask me that.
Very considerate teammates.
Would you like to do it?
Will you be our captain? All right, Tara and Uraima, step right up.
All right.
We'll let Uraima guess first this time.
We need to do the virtual handshake.
Virtual handshake. Yes. Good luck. Good luck.
Uraima, please name one thing that React devs commonly argue about.
Oh. Functional versus class components.
Ooh. Show us functional versus class components. That was the number 5 answer. With 6 respondents, worth 12 points. That does mean that Tara gets a chance to guess.
So nervous because I've been out of the React realm for so long. But is it still a debate about where CSS goes?
We're all still arguing about the same things.
It hasn't changed.
Show us where the CSS goes. Number 3 answer, CSS and JS and other such things.
That was a good one.
Like the Freudian stages of a React developer. You just get stuck in one for forever.
So with that, Tara answered a higher response, so Team 1 takes the board, and there are 3 responses still on the board, 1, 2, and 4. So we go to Team 1, and Nick, it is now your turn. Name one thing that React devs commonly argue about.
I'm going to say the language, like TypeScript, JavaScript.
I knew you would say that. Show us TypeScript. Yes, of course.
Nice.
TypeScript versus JavaScript. Number 2 answer with 11 responses. Okay, the comeback continues. Colby, you have 1 and 4 open. You have all 3 of your lives left. Name something that React devs argue about.
Hooks.
Show us hooks.
Whoa.
It's a good guess.
That one was definitely mentioned, but not 5 or more times. So that's their first life lost. We go back to Tara.
I want to be a smart aleck again and just like say that they're like arguing against each other that React is the best framework.
Like how bestest it is, or
Every day the most.
every day.
Gosh. I guess
You have 2 lives to live, so you could definitely just throw one out there and hope that you hit it.
Because then it's going to me. I wouldn't do that.
I have faith in both of you.
And it's like I can't keep it broad, like structure, like keeping like stateful stuff separate and like structure, or like I always have the most broad answers. Yeah, and then like naming conventions. Let's see. I'm sorry. Let's say I feel like there's got to be a smart aleck one in here, like tabs versus spaces or something ridiculous. Is syntax too broad too?
Yes.
Yes.
You mean the syntax podcast? Way too broad.
Okay, sorry. I want to be a smart aleck and say that let's just say what oh gosh, I'm sorry.
Okay, we're gonna need you
I don't know why
that
this is so stressful.
all
Let's just
worth
say
guessing. Just pick
Let's
one
say
of those.
file naming conventions, like capitalizations or whatever.
Show us naming conventions. Not quite. Definitely had a couple of mentions. That was a good one. So you're down to your last guess, and you're down to Nick Nisi, and that's never a great place to be, but here you are.
This is where he's gonna shine. I don't know what you're talking about. He's been waiting for his moment. That's
You
what
nailed
this
that
has been.
TypeScript one. Nick lives for
Yeah.
TypeScript answers.
Yeah, I am going. I have two guesses, but I don't know which one is better, given the audience, given the respondent audience. I will say state management.
Show us state management. Number one answer.
Yes.
Right when I disrespect you, just step up to the plate. Well played,
Just
sir.
do that more, Jared. Every time he
Had
goes
to
to
prove you
answer.
wrong.
Well,
Like-
back
I have
to
that other
Colby.
answer. I'll take that.
Colby, you have one life to live.
Let's go with performance.
This would be for the winning of the entire game. Show us performance. I'm sorry, it was not on the list, which means Team 2 has a chance to steal. There is one answer left, number 4. Team 2 can confer amongst yourselves. What's one thing that React devs commonly argue about?
What are some things you're thinking? Just shout them out.
File structure.
JSX. Some people don't like it.
JSX.
Oh, that is a good one. Yeah. I was thinking like suffixes too, like we were talking about earlier. Linting also were two that I was
Linting.
thinking about.
Okay.
Like linting rules or whatnot. Man.
Go super broad and say Facebook.
Oh, yeah, like licensing.
That's actually a pretty good point.
Yeah, that's great.
I mean, do React devs even argue that much? Is that really a thing?
Never.
No,
They'll get along.
not ever.
I really do like the idea of governance. That is a really interesting concept. You know, like the Facebook relationship. You know, there's a bunch of licensing stuff. Ooh, that's tough. I don't know. I could go any one of these ways.
Gut.
What
Go
are you
with our
thinking,
guts.
Brandon?
I mean, I think the licensing stuff is maybe not like a popular point of, contention for most people. And like when they relicensed years ago, it's kind of faded. I don't know. I could do linting. I think JSX is just very controversial. So I feel like there'll always be people who are talking about it, but gosh, I don't know.
Jared has such a good poker face too. We're getting no.
I will remind you that the game is on the
No
line.
hints. God.
Yeah, this is really
I'm
heavy.
just enjoying this,
man.
I'm just enjoying
All
the
the
drama.
pressure.
So now, I think Tara had guessed like file structure or something along that vein. Probably something close enough that, or someone on Team 1.
She landed on naming conventions.
Oh, naming conventions.
Naming conventions.
I really
that's
love
right.
how analytical you're being with the notes. It's
Yeah, Michael literally has notes. that
He's got a whole flow chart over there.
reading from.
That's actually
Crunching the
very,
he
numbers.
looks up our backgrounds. He has our whole
red
like,
string connecting theories together. I do like it. If we think it's different enough, I do like the file system organization. If we think it's different enough, than naming conventions.
They feel close to me,
They
but
do feel close.
Close. Yeah.
Do you have any others?
Well, I feel like that was a hint.
No, I just want to know. Well, I did give Tara and Colby some pretty sweet hints throughout, so
He just
maybe-
confirmed it's a hint.
maybe a little bit of a bone there. Yeah, I think those two are pretty close together.
Okay.
routing, I don't know. This
Yeah.
React router is pretty much the answer, but people
Yeah,
still argue about it.
I wonder.
Testing library? Ways to test?
Yeah. Yep. That could be in. Oh, that is. Yeah, like the whole enzyme
Mhm.
React testing library. Yeah, that could be there. I wonder if there's like a React native.
Mm.
I don't know. I'm at a loss. The stakes are too high. I'm freaking
They're
out.
so high.
Our shout outs are on the line here.
I need
such a
this.
good guess.
All right, we're gonna have to land somewhere.
All right. Does anyone have any strong feelings towards one of those? I'm like so in the middle.
Testing feels like a safe potential answer.
Testing feels safe-ish.
Yeah, I like that.
Safe-ish.
Let's print
just,
it.
Let's
Ship
just do it.
Ship it. All right. Just to set the stage, the score is Team 1 272, Team 2 301. There are 82 points scored already this round, so whoever wins this round wins. And if you steal this, you steal the entire round and all points. This is the number 4 answer. You guessed testing.
Suspense.
Is it on the board? Show us testing.
Wow.
I feel so bad for your sound editor because my chair is really squeaky and I'm just been like, oh, buddy.
Fortunately, I'm also our sound editor, so appreciate your empathy. Well, Team 1, congratulations. After all that, you win with 354 points.
The underdog
from behind.
Wow.
It starts with thievery. That's how you win it. That's
So
how you
I
get
had
ahead
to
in
be
life.
I had to be
Great
a little bit
developers
tickled
steal.
as you guys were discussing these various steals, because it turns out Tara had landed on it, smart Alex style, earlier on, and then quickly dismissed it. The number 4 answer: tabs versus spaces.
Oh, man.
Oh, no.
My gosh, that's
hilarious.
ridiculous.
Why is that still an argument?
Classic.
It's obviously spaces.
Oh, wow.
Well,
Oh, you went there.
how much time do we have left?
Might I introduce you to Nick Neesey?
Wow.
Fall on the other side of that, on the wrong
You
side
just
of the
made it
fence every
personal. It was a
time.
joke before. And now
Ouch.
I mean, we
hit
did
us with
win.
that.
So, Team 1, you guys win. That means you get to do shout outs. So, all 3 of you each get an opportunity to shout out anything that you would like. It cannot be TypeScript. Nick, you are up. What would you like to shout out?
Well, I already shouted out liquid aminos at the beginning, so
I prefer mine solid, but whatever.
let's see. I'm going to shout out the.
Wants to come back?
Yeah, please.
All right. Colby, give us a shout out.
How about Tara starts so I can hear what other people say first?
Nobody even wants to shout out.
Yeah, I'm going to have to give this a Team 2.
We'll take the
Second.
shout
Come
outs.
on.
We'll take them.
Like the worst prize ever. They're like, I can't think of anything. Sarah, do you have anything to shout out? It could be literally anything.
I have lots of things to shout out, but I will limit it to something productive. And go with one of my favorite things in the world right now is our podcast for all you podcast fans out there called Remotely Interesting, remotelyinteresting.netlify.com. We basically make complete fools of ourselves and have a good time doing it and laugh a lot, and it's kind of ridiculous. But highly recommend checking it out for all you lazy devs out there.
There you go. Good shout out. Remotely interesting. Well, she stalled as long as she could. Does either of you have a shout out?
Colby.
Sure.
So much more.
Check me out on YouTube at Colby Fayok.
There you go.
Nice.
Thank you.
And
Nick would like to shout out tabs as
That's
a way
true.
of indenting.
Because state management was the last, or the number 1 pick in the last round, I will say X State. I'm going to shout out X State. It's awesome. Go check it out.
And I will add my amen to that by saying check out the episode that Nick did off JS Party on X State. It's called X Gonna State It To Ya. And
That's
Nick
amazing.
also came up with that name. You stick around at the end of that episode for a little bit of a Easter egg where you might get some DMX mixed in with some other interesting sounds. All right, so
Gosh.
piling on to the shout outs there. Well, I want to shout out to React Advance for inviting us to play this game as part of the after party. Hopefully all y'all had as much fun listening and participating as we had playing. Thank you to each and every person who took the survey. one of you will be receiving a free JS Party t-shirt. So we'll follow up via email with that person. That means 99 of you will not win a JS Party t-shirt, but have no fear. You can always head to jsparty.fm/merch and just pick one up for yourself. They are very comfy, and you can rep our podcast out there in IRL, in the meet spaces. So definitely we'll submit that to you. Also, just wanted to thank everybody for playing the game. This has been Front End Feud. I have been Jared Santo, and we'll talk to you all next time.
Thank you.
Thanks, y'all.
Thank you.
Bye.
Yeah.
Lost.